Morning, chat. How's it going? Okay, everyone. Holy 255 stream streak from Bleach. Okay. Okay, dude, I have 54 and 51 of this shit. Wonderful. I guess that's where we're gonna go for now. I really have to stop farming these fucking Azodans though. I think I'm over it at this point. Blasting, login. I first have to finish my food though. Hi, New Frontier, I'm good. Yeah, hope you too. I love farming. Well, it's what we do. What I got here right now? In 2 weeks is a new PC. Nice. Holy hell. Pour the plugins a day, keep the shadow blasters away. Yeah, I'm gonna do the barb today. I set up my druid yesterday. Today is the barb, so I wanna have that ready. Need to do some testing about Nesicam. I got boots of Nesicam on them. That's good for Judgement. I have to see where we're at actually with like our cooldown values and stuff on our gear. Won't cast the first redeem I see today. Holy. I didn't want to cast by the way. What are you guys talking about? I thought there was some chatting going on. Don't understand the holy and fire damage thing on Paladin. You have only holy damage sanctified on a weapon for the Hammerden is good or ass. Yeah, for Hammerden it's fine. You can see what damage type you do on your tooltip of the skill. Like all these, like you know, these yellow skills, they're all holy damage. You see this on the bottom right of the tooltip? Holy, holy. This one is Fizz. So all the Zeal stuff is Fizz. All the Disciple and Adjudicator stuff is holy. And all the Juggernaut stuff is Fizz. So it's pretty simple actually. There's Fizz and holy. And then there's one source of fire damage, which is Dawn Fire. It's the only fire damage. I'm setting at 4 GA. Cathedral song with Perfect Roll. Damn. I still need to make a build with this. With Holy Bolt spam. Okay, so what do we got here? I just wanted to chill, eat, and AFK. And instead I have to manage 3,000 sigils again. We've done 400 boots today without lightning damage on Mythic. Oof. Hello, armor. One, two, three, 4. He's a guy that wants to buy GA DR shields.
Don't ruin all that work.
Who's buying GA DR shields? I mean, GA DR is insane. This is like the meta. Because it's like, you know, kind of exponentially scaling. The more DR you have in one single source, the better it becomes. So when your masterwork is up, it's I think 35 point something. So it's a lot of DR. Not sure I can ask for this though. $35.4, yeah. I think the Paladin skill tree changes again in the next expansion. Yes, of course. Every skill tree is gonna change. Oops. Any use for Doombringer with Grandfather rolled on it? I mean, to get started, it's not terrible, I guess. Okay, one of them didn't work. The Shade of Angelic Masterwork. A Shackle with Melted Heart rolled on it. This is good for the barbs, by the way. The barbs like to double static. And sometimes even run the Shackle, I think. Okay, damn it. So I thought this guy was gonna buy all my shields, but he says he has 500 M budget. So that's probably like one. Okay, what is like 500 M here? So you want one of GRDR, right? GADR, so this is double. I guess one of these. This is Strength Life DR, and it can roll crit or cooldown. This is Strength Life on hit DR, can roll crit or cooldown. So I think that's okay. Something like this worth 500 M? I think so, right? This is fine. And Marius. Any predictions on what the second class might be? I think it's gonna be very cool. New class will be Shadow Blaster. Strength Life DR. Okay. You got Shaco on Shroud, you're assuming it's better than 224 strength. You are assuming right. That's insane. I forgot to add a socket on your item with sanctification. Oof. If it's not a jewelry, then it's not that bad, at least. Like the sockets on weapons are not too crazy. And the armor is also okay. To forget it. But on jewelry, you don't want to forget the socket. Ah, here's the guy. Can't trade. Dude, he has a fucking shroud on, so I can't trade him. Is that real? He's invisible and I can't trade him. Also, why can I not left click items into this fucking inventory, man? This is so stupid. Like, you can't drag an item in there. What I do with the horns from the evils. You go here to Asmodan and use them. That's where you spend them. Oh, Prankster detected. Having 3 times order. I think I have 2, maybe 3 now. I'm not sure if I have 3. But we can do one later. Oh my god, man. I just want to eat my food. And instead it drops me 3 billion sigils. 300 as far as we can go. Yeah, this max one. This is max pack, and I reached it yesterday. BGA flail. Wow. Is that something I would equip on a barb? No, right? We go like shard and... Do we go saber? Man, what a weapon. Like, why did they make this Griswold so ridiculous, by the way? Like, what's the point of making all these flails and all this stuff? When everyone is just running... Like, literally every fucking build has a Griswold. There's no build that does not have a Griswold, besides, like, Divine Lance because of Light's Rebuke and the hammers with the other weapon. Does the Heaven's Fury build even run Sunbrand over Griswold? Maybe. Brandish. Hi, Marv. You're playing Standard Knight for fun as sub to Opus for if you need to push. You can plug the Mythics on any slot. You finish the season campaign, do I have to do normal campaign as well to unlock pit? So as far as I know, the pit unlock is only tied to rank 2 season rank. Yeah. Does weapon item level matter for Oradin? Yes, it matters. So the builds where the weapon damage does not matter are the Thorns builds, because they have the base damage scaling of the Thorns, which comes just from other sources. So you basically have to see Thorns builds as it's like a replacement of your weapon. Yeah, but for all other builds, the weapon matters. Because also like all these like flat damage effects like the Dawnfire, if you have a lower damage weapon, this will be a lower value here too. Like they all scale off weapon damage. It's like people sometimes ask me like, huh, it shows 0, what is going on? Did they nerf arrow then? No, he just forgot to equip a fucking weapon. So that's basically what's going on. No, I'm good, you know, but you know, sometimes sometimes people come in here and then I don't know like how that happens. Like, how do we unequip your weapon? You know, like how does that happen? And then you look at the item that says 0 damage, and like yeah, like equip a weapon. You know, like how do you not have a weapon equipped? Might be worth saving that thing. You're gonna roll 750 Temerity, any Temerity and get Grandfather. Yeah, that's a cool thing, like Temerity you can like chain print like crazy. Because you get so much Seer Blood. Like, I already have like a Temerity with a Stardust on it now, I think. I think I also had one with like an Andariel on it already. Like, you know, you just like slam them, doesn't matter. I mean, I agree that the tooltips are kind of bad, because, okay, you see this number, right? But it doesn't actually tell you like the percent value, and that is correct. Like, you have to figure this out in relatively complicated ways. What is actually the weapon damage value of this proc? It does have some weapon damage value attached to it. And I love opening the Andariel thing because it doesn't spit out 2000 sigils. 1137. So the maximum value is 159% of my weapon damage. So I'm not sure if you can easily just do it this way. I know Andariel's proc is something like 3000% weapon damage or something. Or 3200. It's like some value like that. You have all these sanctified uniques, the Stardust and the Darius, but they're actually using them? No, I'm not using any of them. They will remain safely stored away for the next 2 weeks. Never to be touched. 4GA pants. Okay. The Andariel box is like so shit actually compared to the others, right? It drops out a bunch of items, 0 sigils, and a little bit of obols. It actually seems so bad if you compare this to like the Duriel one. There is a command for my order. I guess you got my rings here for now. Thanks, your space.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
That's the spirit. Hello.
Not a bad pull.
Hello, shining beauty.
Less shield reached T100, a ricochet. Yeah, easily. I mean, Blessed Shield doesn't have like the greatest single target damage. I mean, 100 is like no issue at all. You can speedrun that with a good setup. Ricochet, what a great game. It's like one of these like old Half-Life mods, right? Is that the one? LFG Mythic Pranks at rotation, okay. You have exclamation marks on, you can use that K squared. But I guess you mean the previous one. I could check after this. Is there a way to see like what played before on Spotify? I see a Q now playing. I recently played. It was called Your Life for a Bruschetta. That was the song.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Well, hello, shining.
That's not a bad pull, that. All finished, are you? My hammer sings on your return.
Not 18 strength or Doombringer on the Shroud. I would take the Doombringer, honestly. The 118 strength is not that crazy. But Doombringer has 20 DR. You can try to be a bit more like greedy elsewhere, you know? What duo would I suspect would work nicely in a tower? Yeah, the meta duo right now is Judgement and Support Paladin. But if they fix Judgement, it will go down quite a lot and we might see other DPS combos. So in that case, next in line would maybe be a Shield of Retribution. So I'm banking on Shield of Retribution to be like a really good build to bug fix either Judgement or Thorns. Like Shield of Retribution is too weak and Judgement is too strong right now. And if they fix one of them, then we might see a different meta. Doombringer, huh? How do you feel about Sanctified versus Chaotic Uniques? I like Sanctification a lot. I just wish it was like less tedious to like craft gear. Like, you know, when you prepare entire inventories of legendaries, it takes a long time and you're like just standing there a lot. At least previously I only found the things and then you just had it, right? And I mean, I do like the kind of crafting part of it and stuff, but it's like too much UIs and stuff, so they need to like improve the crafting process. Like, I want to be done with an entire inventory in like 5 minutes and not in 30 minutes. So 5 minutes would be acceptable. Just as crafts on sanctified items. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is the way. You know, sanctification being the gamba at the end, I think is kind of necessary. Because else, okay, you're just gonna like take everything to the forge, sanctify it, and then you decide, okay, do I actually want to do anything with this? I mean, that's also stupid. It would solve the problem that I'm complaining about, but it's not a good solution. You know, it's just a shit solution, I think. Unless you make the heavenly sigils like giga rare. So if you make the heavenly sigils like, I don't know, 90% less rare or something, then I would say, yeah, maybe. But it's a very shitty solution, right? The fun part about this sanctification is that it comes at the end and not at the start. You know, that's the good part about it. So they just need to improve the crafting flow, basically. Like all the UIs, I want to have like a hotkey, you know. Like I want to go to the occultist and then have an entire inventory of pants and just hotkey like ding 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 ding, like imprint, right? And then I want to go to the temper and then I do temper, ding 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 ding. You know, this is what I want. And then it can be done in like 5 minutes with 30 items. Former GA pants. Oof. Pay 45 poison dodge. Beautiful. Want to sell 5 billion, guys? Anyone? Socket all, imprint all. Yeah, I'm not sure if this would be the way. I think that's like kind of too unrealistic. But maybe this could also do something like that. But we still have the problem that then, you know, temper and enchanting is still very time consuming. So in that case you can't really do this, right? Sold. Yeah guys, your offers are shit, so I sold it to the blacksmith. Sorry guys. 20 billion is not enough. Are you looking for status power on Ordin when you don't use any resource? I mean, it is still better than almost any other outcome as long as occasionally you have like one stack, you know? So if you press Defiance Aura or if you press Fanaticism Aura, then you can get a stack, and you can even like somewhat offset them, so you get like 1 stack, 2 stack, 3 stack, and maybe it falls off and so on. And then when you actually go to push, like if you actually want to push an Aura, then you are spending resources all the time, and then status is actually good. Morning, Sophie. Need a directly inventory button like the salvage, then you click at inventory and it's imprinted masterwork without all the animations and menus. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I wanna... You know, basically I wanna, like, you know, paint my entire inventory with, like, an imprint, right? And then when I paint my entire inventory with a... Like, you know, just, like, give me, like, the button, right? And then, like, your cursor is, like, transformed to, like, the imprint button, right? And then it's, like, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, and then you do the same with the temper, right? You just click on the temper, then you have, like, the temper cursor. And then you just like chain it, like ding, 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 until you get it, ding, 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 right? Like something like this. Yeah, but the thing is that this is not just because of slamming, right? Okay, slamming makes this problem much worse, of course, right? Because we suddenly, like, you know, do like 10 times the amount of items. But I mean, even just rolling a fucking neck for your, you know, for your build. If you want to get a specific outcome or something, you have to roll this like 300 times. And that just takes it like fucking half an hour, you know? And at some point you find another neck and you have to do it again. So, that's just bullshit. And like all the clicks, you know, they have to like always confirm. Hey, do you really want to reroll this? Oh, here's a result. Like, I don't care, man. You know? It's so bad. Are you sure you want to imprint this item, guys? Hey, Captain J, by the way. Thanks to this up. And Frapner as well.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
You underestimate how dumb people are. I don't think so. But what does it have to do with any of this? There should be an option to pay a premium based on a chance to hit an affix to skip all the rerolling and a million clicks. I mean, I think it's fine that it's like hard to roll certain stats and then you have to go for this for a while, but at least make this like better quality of life, right? So I don't have to sit there for like half an hour. Like I have the gold, I have the mats, I have the item. Let me do the thing, right? And then be done with it in like 2 minutes. Last night I had a GF set up an entire inventory of boots while I cooked. Best use of my time. Nice. Yeah, Willie, good luck. You have plenty of guides on Maxroll if you're looking for builds or resources. World boss. Oh shit. Dude, I still have so much of this stuff here. I was just sitting here for like an hour or something. Not quite. Half an hour. Oh shit, I see someone in trade chat. Want to buy Fields of Crimson and Ring of the Ravenous. This guy is going for support as well. Holy. Support bill guys are out, yeah. Okay, Barb doesn't have a full written guide now, it's just a planner for now, but Beat says he's gonna do it soon. Scoring his alt account.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
cooked and tried Zenith yet? Not yet, but soon. ABSB. Oh shit, we're in World Boss 1 minute. And this guy's also dying. Okay, let me open the Andari one because it doesn't really drop much. The top 3 best ways to level Paragons. That is Farm Urvar, Farm Duriel, and Farm Andariel. Enjoy. Wait, why does it drop like 3,000 decisions now? I thought the Andariel one doesn't do that. Oh my god. Okay, so I just got unlucky like a few times in a row earlier, I suppose. What's the thing called? Escape Basin. I really need more of those fucking treasure pieces. I'm not sure why I'm doing this here. Anyway. Don't know if it's better to have pull across the claws or not. What do you mean?
Better than starting from nothing.
Get the purified. I don't think it matters if you have full or not. I just got the Asmodam one though on this guy. Maybe you're gonna do a second round of the Ubers at some point. Nevarin is either Treasure Breaches or Belial. Beautiful. I really need more sigils. Show me a better timed world boss kill, guys. Well-deserved rewards here, guys, okay? Average Mythic Raider in WoW. Get TP'd in right on the world boss kill. I don't think it matters, by the way, Onkas, if you're capped for the purified. So pure is its own thing.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Why your bulwark doesn't trigger silence if your audience set up? Like it's perma down on bosses. What bulwark?
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Ah, I mean the rune. Yeah, so the reason is that Neo does not work on world bosses. This rune does not, like you don't get the wolves and then you don't get the Nagu.
There is magic in all things. Your magics await your return.
My hammer sings on your return.
How many runes are there in D4? Way too many. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So looks like this is 40 and then 48, I guess. Although maybe we have... No, wait. We have too many of this here, right? Dude, I have like 137 of this shit.
What colour and brilliance. Finest jewels in Sanctuary. The stars made manifest.
Dude, 44 times. What is going on? 54. Guys still in party or not? Did you leave? He left. Okay, I thought he wanted to buy the shield. This guy was asking for 2 GA shield with GA DR. But apparently was not happy with our price. And I think our price is very reasonable. I asked for 1.5 billion for the shield. I think it's a very good shield. And he just left, he didn't say anything. Unlucky. I was waiting for him to trade me.
Well done.
I got not getting a better shield. Look how little I got from the shit, man. 3, 7, 3, 2, 4. Oh my god, man. Why am I even bothering this? It's just to make space. Because I've way too much of all this shit. Now I have to do the fucking yellow runes, man. Look at this shit. Oh my god. Let's see what to get out of this. Yeah, I don't really want any of this though. But okay. Just send them, man, to the forge.
The finest cuts and clarity. What suits you?
The stars made manifest.
Oh.
Well done.
Dude, there's way too many fucking runes. Look at this. It's just yellow and legendaries. And not even all the legendaries, probably. And this alone is already filling up my entire inventory, right? Imagine there was blue runes here now. It's crazy, dude. Can you just like delete like half the runes or something? Like no one cares.
What color and brilliance. Well done. What color and brilliance.
My god. I guess I need to like, for the first runes, I need to like craft all of them. Because they just kind of fill up again when I go down the list. And then this is for later ones, I'm gonna save a few basically. I think that's kind of the strat. Dude, soon we're gonna hit 100 on these fucking legendary runes. Yeah, 45 live. And soul. Is Maxroll used for crafting? For melted heart. Okay.
Hello.
D4 simple in PvE2 if you never played D4. Hard to say. It's all about forgiving. That's for sure. Like it's a very easier game to be successful in, even if you're bad. In PvE2 that is not necessarily the case. I'm not sure if I would call it simpler necessarily. It's very complicated in some ways. It's just that doing the right thing doesn't matter as much. Hear me out, stacks can go higher than 100. Holy. There's another guy with 300 Paragon, look at that. Gamer. Sork, actually. Okay, seems like he doesn't want to buy my Vex runes. Unlucky.
I appreciate that.
Does he? Yeah, he posted a pic in Discord of having 29 inventory and more dropped. Interesting. Might be just bugged, I guess. You're not supposed to get more after 20. But sometimes you get 21 and then it stops there, and who knows. If you make a rune tab, that should at least be big enough to hold all the runes. And now the good news, guys. There's gonna be a new class in the expansion, and it's gonna get its own 2 runes as well. Are you excited? And they will be forever forgotten again. Yeah, I know, if you don't pick up the corrupted essences, then you can just stack them and pick them up later. Will the new class have 5 AF cables that are OP? Most certainly. Okay, this guy's just like not replying, so fuck this. I was just waiting here for like 5 minutes, man. I think it's barb time. For 30 extra bucks to get 1 more stash tab. It's gonna be 40 bucks and 1.5 years delayed. But yeah, at some point that will happen, I guess. Actually, I have kind of too much shit here. Maybe a quick slam session before we start. You don't want more tabs, so you don't want less shit to have to sort through. A loot Twitter will help, I guess. Anyone wants a Dawnfire before I salvage this thing? Is this the expansion early access? Nope. Expansion's in April. But I can play the Paladin now. Yo. Makindo. Hey, thanks for the raid, man. Welcome, everyone. I was actually checking in the stream for a few minutes earlier. Hope we had a good stream. Yo, you should join us. I've been doing these like one-on-one hangouts with other streamers lately. That's kind of fun. Maybe if you're up for it tomorrow or something. Just kind of like chilling for an hour or 2. With like shared chat on and like, you know, talking about the game or whatever. I've been doing that with a bunch of people. That was pretty fun. You're gonna try the hardcore build. Okay, good luck. Which one? Is that Makindo or Makindo though? Making.
Good business, good business.
Big Mackin. Making dough sounds like a, you know, like a bakery. Give me a shout out as well. Yeah, so if you're up for that, basically sometime, like my streaming times are something like, 2 hours ago to 11 hours from now on Tuesday. How about that? At any point. Getting any big slams here or something? 200 strength, that would be kind of nice slam actually, if there was like a GA on the thing. I think my extra quality one is probably the better one now. You need to save one of these, yeah, with the cooldown. Because I need to try some stuff with this. Okay, we got nothing. 22 quality on a 4 GA temerity, huh? Oh, well. Am I running temerity on the support part? I don't think so, right? You'll be doing normal pens, I think. Okay, see you later, Megan. How many items do you have to sanctify to get a Shaco? You want 8 Shacos. Well, first of all, you can't stack multiple sanctifications. You can have 1 Shaco equipped and a normal and a sanctification one. And apparently it's a 1 in 700 chance for a specific mythic. I made a video about this, but TLDRs you should go for a slot that doesn't really matter, like boots or pants most of the time. They're very cheap, you can run on a city, just Gamba, and then you can try to, just Giga Slam. Anything else we can do here? Here's a bunch of starters. And a Shaco. Sure, okay. OJ Opus hit plus 3 quality. Oof. It's not a resource. Do we keep the resource on it? Oh, they all rolled attack speed here.
Akarat's blessing on that one.
Item quality, even more resource. I'm sure I want to keep this though. 42 though. Ooh, 14 cooldown, that's kind of comfy. 600 life on hit. And let's just got a GA. I'm not sure. I don't want to do this now. Actually, how many caches do we have? A lot of caches, okay. So I think I'm gonna boost the sword real quick, but I think I have to empty one of my characters. We have 16 slots. What can we do? What's the highest bid you get with Orden? High end, it can push pretty close down to 30. I think I have to go through the finished items a little bit and do something about that. I think this is gonna be kind of a nightmare here otherwise. So many rings and stuff. And I don't know, but it's always yikes. Like, I don't want to do any of these. Do you guys have the same problem? Ah. And probably until level 2. I don't know. I mean, I like doing transmogs where I don't have a helm sometimes, you know? Do you have a link for a build you could use the razor blade? Fawn's Barb, maybe? I have razor blade in the Fawn's builds for Paladin right now. So shield charge and shield of retribution. But both of them will not run it anymore after tonight when I update the guide. They will go mental. Actually, I think I have to update the shield charge as well. I've done the retribution already in the planner. I think we kind of have all the characters boosted, right? I guess I might do a Spirit Bone at some point. Maybe I'm gonna boost a Spirit Bone at some point. This is stuff. This could be something for our support druid. Double Shaco is worthless. No. Double Shaco is good. But there's not many builds that run a Shaco by default.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Paladin for Razor Blade. Yeah, you can run a Razor Blade, but it's probably not better than a Shroud on the Fawn's builds. And it's certainly not better than a Mantle. So Mantle of the Grey is actually the way. It's even better than a Shroud for the Fawn's builds. So yeah, just like the Retribution builds, like Shield Charge or Shield Bash can do the Retribution as well. And Shield of Retribution itself, like the Blessed Shield upgrade. So those can run a Razor Blade until you get a good Mantle.
Need something forged? You can take what's left.
Okay, here. Shield Charge. So here we have a Razor Blade. But it's not like the best in slot, you know, later you go either Shroud or you go Mantle of the Grey. And the same with Shield of Retribution. Yeah. So these are the builds. These are Fawn's builds.
Come back if you need work.
Should probably hit 60 with this. Copium. Ugh. Close.
Father bless. What do you need?
Wait, do we need a normal offhand for this? Yes, right? Yeah. Actually good offhand there. Okay.
Came apart nice.
5 to Frozen Orb. Okay. These are 4GA stuff. Hmm. This Fist of Heaven's like the D3. Well, you're not far off at least. Here you have to evade though.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot. What will it be?
No, Queenie? What are supports for the tower? Paladin, Barb, and Druid are supports. Okay, so what the fuck do I do now? I'm 59.5. And I have a solution actually. Hey Omni. What's up with 4GA not coming with max powers? Yeah, 4GA is only 80%. Like minimum threshold basically. So I think each GA raises the minimum by 20%. Thanks, Ember. I do try to keep myself young. Okay, one of these three are enough. Should be for like 3/4 of a level. I wonder what happens if I open it on the other guy. So we want starters, we don't have a stack on an item or a good started ring. You can stack a normal starters and a sanctified one. So normally you run a starters anyway. Oh my fucking god, man. Unbelievable.
Let's put salvage.
Not much, is it?
Huge weapon.
Very nice. But could be better. Fair bit of magic in that one. Until next time. Father bring you luck? Very nice. But could be better.
Wait, does that work actually? Permafrost? With the familiar? Not 100% sure. No, okay. Can I kill something? Penitent with more aspects? Or is this gonna be like -5 incident? Plus 336 Paragon points. Let's just set this up over here. I think it's worth starting the Diablo 4 now. Yes. Welcome to the game, Anna. Can I believe even some LE players are enjoying Season 11 more than PoE 2 Druid? I mean, PoE 2 seems like it had a pretty rough start, right? First, everything was kind of like rough. And then, okay, now people slowly figured out some good builds with the Druid, but maybe too late. Now we have like this disaster with the economy being completely wiped. With like the temple stuff. So, oof. I've just been like vaguely following it, but it seems rough for sure, this patch. I'm glad I play SSF in PoE 2. Any class I recommend if you don't have Paladin? Don't play Necro and you're fine. I can't believe you've done this to me. Yeah, okay, I mean, Necro, you know, if you really like Necro, it's also doable, but it's definitely the weakest class, the clunkiest, the slowest. For Necro enjoyers, it's probably okay this season, but if you don't even know if you want to do a Necro, then I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, I guess just leave this here. For another time. Hey, Chronix. LFM tribute of Radiance on the city. Holy man, you actually want to spam Radiance now? Ugh. I want to set up my barb. They have to enter my stash. That's so much shit. Undercity disparage. I'm asking chat, okay.
Behold, I am Hadriel of the high heavens.
Here get a staff. Oh no, the other classes get main hand offhand, but here's a staff. Interesting. You have one more point here. Okay. So we got our Sork. Can I fill this up with something? treasure. Oh my god, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look at this. I can fill the entire inventory with treasure breaches. I have too many treasure breaches. What the fuck, dude? Actually crazy, man. Fucking treasure breaches. Look at this. I'm just gonna park them here for now. Okay, I think we go on this guy. Get the shot of Raphael. Do I think a good Chaco somewhere? I think I had a good Chaco somewhere. I think I want that. What about Prodigal Petition? Not sure yet, but we have this thing here, which is kind of insane. It's also max resource, and here is kind of nice for the barb. I actually want Raphael and Ramanatni, right? And then the max resource will scale pretty hard. So I guess he'll do this. For now. Do master caches some bartering with mercs drop Neef Iron? I haven't really done any bartering, but maybe. Auto side is on a city, yeah, I get all of it. I guess we can drop this Doombringer here. This is also not happening. I don't know, dude. I need more space, I think. Okay, can we put the barb stuff somewhere? Here. We need a pain gorger. This one is hectic and 7 to basics. That's kind of nice. Okay, what else? Do we go like Temerity on this thing? This will be very comfy, I guess, to go Temerity, but I think we are fine. So I have Ugly Bastard here, but I don't actually have it right now. Hectic, we're already running Hectic, and we want Frenzy Duration and Battle Trance. I don't have Battle Trance. But I guess this is from Zir, not from Grigor. Okay, we can do a few. Hooves from Beast and Orivar. Okay, Maladni. This is Zir. Grandfather. Nothing here. Monka. No need for Master caches. Okay. I'll be surprised if they were updated, to be honest. How to get so many treasure breaches? Yeah, they just like get printed from Asmodan. Oh, wrong guy. Is it a higher chance of treasure breach that's rank 5? I think you just get more sigils, so I guess. Why is my toughness so high? Try rolling some life on again. He opened 20 Master caches, had a star Neve Iron, but didn't check. Okay, I have like a lot of bartering stuff. I have 30k here, and probably more when I talk to the guys. Okay, I definitely have to delete a bunch of these mythics, man. I have so many. Let's just start. Anything that doesn't look like really good at first glance is gonna get deleted. He's a grandfather with accelerating on it. That's not exactly what I need. I think I had one with Inner Calm, but I wonder if I deleted it. There's a Harlequin. So I could run the Harlequin instead of the Perdition that I have on the bomb right now. Big cooldown. I think this will feel pretty good. One to ask us. Could be something for the Sork, I guess. If we hit the attack speed cap anyway. So there's a grandfather I found now, but I don't think I really want to use that one.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
So I have 4J and Doombringer, I got a cursed touch on it. Could I use this on support barb? Maybe. Somebody's catch us here. Most of solo self-found. Yeah, the gear is all solo self-found, basically. I mean, I group up sometimes for, like, I don't know, tribute runs or treasure runs or something. Not that it really matters. With, like, the amount of treasure breaches I have, you know, I have, like, infinite, I could just run them solo as well. It's mostly just, like, a group thing that you do, I guess. I know, Tribute of Radiance. Kronos is gonna be very happy about those. Do I want to keep Titan tributes? Probably not, right? Like, there's no way I'm gonna run all these fucking Titan tributes. Screw this. What am I gonna do with all these boss mods? Now we're gonna keep one stack. One of this guy can also turn in some stuff. Titan tributes feel worthless. Yeah, I mean, one Titan tribute is roughly 2 boss summons. You know, spread across all the other bosses. It's pretty good. For, like, standard seasons, at least. But I guess this season, just also when our farm is buried away. Okay, 1 infinite cash. Okay. I want to find another grandfather. I think I have fun. I remember I got a grandfather with inner calm on it. So I can put that on the barb. Tower will be on the 12th. 2 weeks. That's a lot of phones. This will be very good. If I don't need the other pants I have, this will be very good actually for Shadow Vibration. Defense is nice. Guard, Potion, Resolve stacks. 2 Resolve stacks is actually not an insignificant amount of damage. So I will save these pants. Bunch of amulets I can still do here.
What's left, you ask?
More Radiance. When you're inundated with sentence tributes, the Titan tributes are much less appealing. Yeah, they used to be extremely good. But now it's like, that's my support guy, so I think I'm not gonna touch this. 10 points. So like anything you can do in this guy with 10 points. Kinda doubt it, right? There's like nothing. Whatever. Okay. What else do we have? Ring, amulet, ring. I don't think there should be any grandfathers there, so maybe I salvage the other one with Inner Calm. And then we have the accelerating one and I can't actually proc it. It's kind of funny. Ah, it's fine. We don't have to do that much at this barb, so need to level some glyphs. I like the mythics, even though most of them are not meta. Yeah, I mean, mythics are cool, but unfortunately, many of them are just awful as well. We're gonna have a lot of crit. Yes, cooldown reduction as well. Can do something like that. Okay, lunchtime. We have Grandfather and Sanctified Grandfather and Saber, why isn't it a noticeable upgrade? It should be, but the problem is that also the game is like scaled in like extremely terrible ways. That, you know, like a double damage is roughly around 3 pit tiers. And there's many pit tiers, so when you're already like in the 120 range or whatever, then +3 it doesn't really feel so impactful. But that's what it is for a Grandfather. And the goal is that drops that spawn at the end of Radiance Tribute supposed to drop something. I don't think so. I'm not sure why they're even spawning in the first place. I think they drop like 1 Rawhide or something, which is kind of funny. It's kind of crazy that in 2026, this board still does what it says. 300 Fury again, 10% maximum life is 45. Actually wild. For Rain of Arrows, I haven't played it that much. I played it a bit on PTR and I made a planner. I know Darkseid made some victimized version that is like really spammy and fast with Rain of Arrows apparently, as apparently it's like a really good speed farmer that I haven't really checked out. Heartseeker, I'm just playing my own planner. It's a bit less comfy, but more like fast basically. 1 point left. Okay. I have all the glyphs. $36,000 life. Okay. Seems good. $40 now. Ugh. Okay. We have 80 crits just like that, 60 attack speed, so okay. We're missing a Battle Frenzy. Okay, what do we do? Any maces? Can you GA temper a non-legendary recipe? I guess you can, right? It's kind of funny to think about. It's gonna put frenzy duration already, I guess. It's also just a rare recipe though. Boots, I don't know. How's my movement? Move. First try. Wrath cooldown. Okay, 63 cooldown like this. Okay. So we have Hectic already. Not a perfect roll, but it's, I guess, close enough. So I don't know. Can we do some other cool utility? I'm not sure if you have anything. So just do Might. They're gonna be completely invincible, I guess. Ghostwalker. Doesn't sound terrible, actually. Moo. Adaptability. Now we have to figure something out. Vehement, maybe? Sadic is used on a bunch of builds, actually. In fact, 2 strongest bar builds and all the strongest Spirit Bomb builds on Sadic. Yeah, the Capelec builds, they do double Stalic now as well. Do you want some life on hit? You have to heal like a hit there. I guess we don't really care about life on hit. You have 23 ranks on this, okay. What about some Vuln proc? No, we don't need Vuln proc, we have Wolves. Okay. Think about attack speed, where we can get it. They're staying in town with 800,000 toughness. Seems good. We're gonna crit our attack speed actually. Maybe it's gonna settle on crit chance. Okay, we're not gonna run these boots for long anyway. So we do Moni, say? Moni, Zek, and Circe. Okay.
Stars guide you.
Any scrolls? Dude, I need more scrolls of escape. I actually don't have enough scrolls of escape for all of my characters. I have to like juggle them around, man. Fuck. Let's take the rogue, I guess. What's my thoughts on D3? Log in, but not more often than once every 3 months for 2 days. You feel my pain. Oh. Thanks, Valex. Appreciate it's up. Okay, I think we are kinda good to go. Get some diamonds and a ruby.
There is power in these stones.
Many rubies, actually. It's gonna be a strong barb. Oof. Maybe not so strong. Let's have already flawless gems here. Can get rid of those.
Finest jewels in sanctuary.
Okay, where's my bomb stuff? Here, let's just use this one row. Okay, so I have to farm Warcry boots, the pants of brawling ranks, and for the lead pants, I made a Ravenous ring, also has brawling ranks. And that's mostly it, actually. I mean, there is the shout aspect, I guess. We have to go glyphs up a little bit. What resources do we have? 283.
Stars guide you.
Did it request? Nope. Time to sanctify 48 Midnight Sun. Good luck.
You don't talk very much, bounty hunter. Picked Variana right out, did you? Even loners like us need some help.
So it's also kind of cool. This might be the most balanced season across clans that excludes Paladin. Yeah, only Necro's a bit behind, right?
Good as another for me.
Okay, I think we do Advantage Elixir. Using Resource should be the stronger one, especially once you get on Radney. But for now, we care about speed. I can get even more tanky, guys. Like, oh no. 1.4.
Come, wanderer.
When do we get our build slot back? I don't think we're gonna get that. Tower of Blocks, I sure don't want to test it on softcore first. Nah, I will have a few throwaway characters. I'm gonna play my Brandish guy a little bit and, you know, like my Javelin guy or something. And, you know, we're gonna go in with like other builds, it's fine. Although there were not really like major bugs or so on the PTR. Besides like some of the bosses, like one of them was healing and one of them was going invisible or something. But besides that, I think it was fine. Alright, let's try this guy. You're pretty decked out here. I think my skill bar does not look correct though, so this needs to go. This needs to go here, this needs to go here. Do we have leap? I kinda want leap. There's no leap. So I think we start with this. We have a shockwave crit and stuff, so it's fine. Okay, this looks fine. Slowed up is 69. Nice. Brandish is a really fun build. I agree. It's one of my favorites. I have a guy set up just to play Brandish at some point here and there. Ah, this is actually looking slower than I thought. Okay, let's just start a bit lower then. I mean, we are missing some pretty big stuff. We don't have the hooves, first of all. That's actually huge. And then... Okay, so it's unlock T4 basically, and then we're gonna do some bosses. Let's do 60 then. How do you daze enemies? Yeah, rogues have a lot of daze. With smoke and some other stuff. I mean, paladins can daze with purify. Why is the guy like shielded? Okay. You have the right weapon? It's attacking with grandfather. Okay. You can actually change this mid-air and it's kind of funny. Kind of wild how both Stomp and Wrath just pull everything in. Dude, that's so much cooldown. I can just leap. When I don't hit anything, it gets like -4 seconds. Funny. I didn't save anything here, right? The leaper then. Alright. Not super fast right now, but at least this works. After is like not online. Might. And territorial. Okay. You have an entire stash of treasure breach and I just don't want to kill more goblins. Yeah, I just mute like 30 treasure breaches on some guy. You're gonna let him get on dust there, I think. First run, third blade. Okay, so what do you want? One hand, mace, sword, axe, two hand axe, polearm. Let's go do one of them, fuck it.
It seems your prayers have been answered. Fair bit of magic in that one.
You watched a guy do 100 on Holy Barber and it looked yikes. Then you watched the wrong guy. How do you level if you don't want to do bosses? Yeah, bosses are by far the best, but they generally seem to like have raised the XP across the board. Like I just get to 300 now, and okay, I've done a bunch of bosses and stuff. I got a bunch of levels here and there with bosses, but it seems like generally just better the XP. Didn't really feel like I grinded all this time. I mean, I was playing a lot, of course, but compared to other seasons, I was not this high level after this amount of time, so it just happens, kind of. One attack! Boom, 10. Nice. Okay. Let's go. Pretty good. Okay. There you go, guys. We did it. Mission accomplished. Right. Now we can go back to our regularly scheduled blasting. Peter Crimson should save. I guess they're gonna slam these, right? Do we just slam all of them? I mean, realistically, I don't care about any of this stuff, right? Okay, that's the rupture explosion size. But just the masterwork will already be enough, basically. So I'm gonna save them and slam them all. Okay, I guess we go... Let's do a few like gem ups and stuff. And then we can go and do some bosses. Is that a normal door? I already got Harvest and Altar and ulti. Cooldown reduction. Also have Hectic and Zac Rune. So that helps a lot as well. And the ground stop also resets it. So we can cast that to reset, we can reset with Hectic, reset from the rune. The rune is a relatively noticeable damage loss though, but it makes it very comfy. Because you can put the Earthquake rune instead and then go with the Earthquake aspects. How fast do I kill bosses on this build? Maybe go straight to G4 bosses and do a few. Eh. $4.7 million toughness, okay. I think we're good, guys. What prep is there for tower? Yeah, you know, not much, but, you know, slamming like 5 different mythics on all of your gear. You can also find the builds on my Discord. Using my own planner here. There's also a Lunging Strike on Maxroll. What about Hoda build? Yeah, Hoda is the strongest right now on Barb. It's a little bit better than Lunge, but not by much. I think it's like a few tiers, I think. I could do Hoda, but I don't really want to like really set it up now. I played a bunch of Hoda last season and I didn't like it too much anyway. It's pretty one-dimensional. We have 57,000 life when I press Challenging Shout. It's pretty good. I think it might be slightly too tanky, guys. What do you say? I think this Barb can easily tank the Belial Breath when I think about it. I should try at some point. This season is a boss fighting the meta, but what's the best way to get mats? Find titles out of city? Nah, just do the Asmodan stuff. You get plenty of mats there. Did I thought about rolling out the Rouge? Yes, I will do some Rouge as well. I've played a bit of Rouge already. I'll do some Heartseeker on the Rouge. I need a lot of Hater giveaway in the future. Yes, in the future actually, but not for now. Plus ranks all skills bugged, you sacrified RS. By looking at the skill tree, it's giving plus 3 to shit. I guess it's only giving plus 3 to the stuff you have allocated. Not to everything that you don't have. Is that what maybe it? It's not giving it at all? Interesting. I think I have a +1 all skill starter somewhere. I guess I can take a look if I find it. It's random, Omni. Sometimes you just don't get sigils. EP is really nice now. On the PTR it was way too fast. And I'm glad that they reduced the attack speed scaling again because it just felt awful. Now it feels really nice. So they made it so leap goes faster now when you have more attack speed. World boss login? Yes, P-Dog. Although soon I will make a support or two on softcore. So I made all 3 supports on hardcore now, and I'm probably gonna make at least support Barb, maybe support Druid on softcore as well. That's the plan for now. What support means? That means I make a character that cannot deal damage. And why? To get rank 1 on 4 men and 3 men and maybe 2 men. I think we need some boots like that. Double GA. Okay, let's save this here for now. Yeah, I expect in softcore I have a way larger pool of people to play with and to experiment with. So that's why I want to have supports on hardcore and softcore. Like I'm not gonna farm up like a full mythic slammed paladin now to do DPS. on softcore. But like I mean, you know, setting up a support guy, it takes me like, you know, half a day and there we go, right? So I just need to get it boosted a little bit, get to like 200 Paragon and be chilling. Maybe we're gonna try some Earthquake then. It's been a while. Yeah, thanks for running out of fam. Yeah, and it's not today. Like, you know, today we're gonna do this barb here, and then we're gonna go back on a Paladin, and I need to clean out my stash and stuff. So if I wanna make softcore characters, I definitely have to clean up some stuff here. You can do barb update to the latest and greatest on the Eternal server. Are you actually playing it actively, Blue Skies? Are these Maxroll builds mainly for hardcore? No. We don't specifically make hardcore builds or something like that. He sold a Sanctus neck for 15 billion. That's incredible. Who the fuck buys a Sanctus for 15 billion? World boss 30 seconds. Oh, I missed that, I guess. Oops. Okay, what do we gamba? Do we go pants and get deep pants like this? Yeah, look. Close. Why is it so dark here? What the fuck? Who turned the lights off?
See some steel you need?
Nah, that's fine. I can skip a world boss, that's fine.
Yeah, have a wee gamble. Hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, I really need to run these. I think I have to go kill some bosses. Okay, Vashan has nothing. Greg has Rage of Harrogate, but we already have a good one there, I think. Yeah, this is very good. Okay. Beast has hooves and ring. So we definitely need Beast. I don't have much of Beast though, I think. Seer has Ramadni, ugly, and a male. Oriva has the hooves and the ring. Nothing. 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 Okay, so we need Oriva, Seer, Beast. That's it. I can do almost one summon. Oh. Okay. Incredible. And okay, this doesn't look too bad. So we don't have Beast very much. It had hooves and ring. But Uriva has the same, so it's okay. They put the same items on there. And then Zia from running. Okay, let's start with Zia. Wait, what about Battle Trance? That's from Grigor. Okay, we want that as well, I guess. Alright, time to kill some bosses. Let's see how long they last, actually. Might be a bit yikes. I'm sure we'll need that iron skin really badly. You got 54 damage and barrier on your grandfather. That's pretty nice if you got a warlock in there. Okay, let's see. Oh no. I lost 1,200 life. Oof. 8 more damage. Okay. I think it's a T3 angle actually. No, P-Dog, thanks for the prime, man. Yeah, of course, now, Pit Whisper. Did I say Maxroll is mainly hardcore builds? No, I said Maxroll is no hardcore builds. We don't do hardcore builds or something like that. But I mean, there is not really a hardcore and softcore builds anyway in this game. You know, you don't really do much different anyway. The extent of making a hardcore build is, okay, roll an extra life roll or two. Maybe put like a defensive rune. And that's basically it. Who makes hardcore builds? No one makes hardcore builds, because hardcore builds are not a thing really. It's the same builds, you know. Like the same stuff is OP in hardcore and softcore, it doesn't matter. Oh, this thing is fucking insane. Okay, I guess we're done here on Grigor. First kill. What the fuck? Okay. I'll take it. You found a hole in a market. There is no market. Yeah, exactly. Another Rage of Hangard. Oh, we'll slam that too, I suppose. This is pretty good. Does it look the same as the hooves? No, the hooves look a bit different, right? I was almost bamboozled here. Saber. Yeah, we don't do that, I guess. Do we slam it? I'm fucking slamming it. I guess we go for the Fury? Is it better than the Strength? I guess so. Yeah. Literally planner item, actually. I'm gonna do it. You always slam it. Item quality. I'll take it. Is there any chance I want to save this? Cooldown, attack speed. Could be something for support, to be honest.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Okay, in that case, we leave the Greek stuff here. We got what we wanted. Right. I mean, Rage of Harrogate, but I have two of them now, so I can just send both. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Some solid bits here.
Do we care about hitting any of these? I mean, at least it's defensive, right? One leaf iron is okay.
Hammer sings on your return.
Quality, affix, extra res. Sure.
A forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
There. What? What the fuck? What is happening? Let me in. Okay. Paid 300 alone. Yeah, exactly. 3,000 soon as well. Why is there a red gem in his amulet? Because fire resistance is pretty good. Isle. I guess we technically don't need a 800 rally, and that's kind of nice. It's going to be relatively easy to get one. How much stuff does it do this? 1.4 million? 600k. Seems good, guys. Oos. There's no pit 300. Pit 150 is the maximum. And the P 300 means Paragon. Movement cap is 200. Or 100 bonus. Does the thing even go up on an International, or is it always free? So I guess the only stuff we really care about is the brawling skills here, right? But I guess we can probably sanctify extra skill ranks or something. So it goes to 3. I'm not going to add here. Defensive skills, basic skills. So I guess the non-ancestrals are okay if they have 3 and we can make GA it. Actually, all of them are okay, so we should have saved all of them. And then one of them rolls GA at some point, I guess. But I need to salvage one of them for the mock. Okay. What about the chest? Brawling skills on the chest. So that could be a thing. But I guess that's probably not happening. Okay, let's not put a socket in there for now because it keeps swapping these. But let's save some decent Ramadanis as well and slam them. Can get some nice aspects potentially. Anything else? What's that thoughts on Touch of Death Spiritborn? Yeah, it's like alright. The 4GA Griswold. Pretty good, I guess. How do you draw Pawn of the Real from bags? You can't. Gonna use them at Asmodan. Here we go, 5 to boarding skills. Ancestral Sword, 0.5, holy. Okay. Here's a guy in trade chat who says he tried 150 scrolls to roll a GA tempo on a 750 item. Oof. It's not possible, by the way. Red mobs will kill people anywhere in the run. What red mobs in the pit? $150 scrolls, like 2 weeks of farming. True, actually. Okay, time to sanctify some of these.
See some steel, you need. What's left, you ask?
Yep. This mob is getting really lucky, man, with the drops. It's crazy. Like, I have an insane battle trance. I have this as well. 20 out of 21 resource, not bad. Boots are still missing though.
Some solid bits here. There's a good one. More there than I thought.
Okay, 7 to brawling skills. I don't want to waste my Neve Iron right now, so let's see. Oh, that is pretty good actually. Okay. I guess I might be kind of done with my monies. Yo, Samek, welcome by the way. Can you roll GA affects your tempo or masterwork? Masterwork is not GA, but it does the same. It's a plus 50%. But temper can be GA by itself, yes. And you can stack them. Okay, that's why it pans. New affix, all stats. I mean, what affixes could I potentially want here anyway? Maybe just take this and be done with it. So a pair of pens like these will not beat it anyway, right? Because I have to hit the GA, and then I can't get anything else anyway, so this is already better than anything of these like non-ancestors I can get. And I guess I'm not gonna try anything with the Radleys. This is fine. Okay, here's a chance that I hit GA on the brawling skills, so let's see what happens. I need a sigil.
Beautiful and handy.
Close. Affix upgrade to greater affix. Good alive though. Okay. Yeah, so I guess this is just a pants then. This is okay. For now.
You did well.
Alright. So we need better hooves. They were Urivar, right? And Urivar and Beast. Put holes on pants. I did it, no? You just switched to Oradin from Hamadin. Enjoy. When you click on Obelisk, it's grayed out, so you need to reach level 60 on season. You have to complete rank 2. Yeah, you have to do this journey. I think you might also have to like confirm, like click on something that you completed or something. Samek. I don't think you are required to finish the story to go into the pit. As soon as you have the season rank done, you should get it. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure how this works. They changed a bunch of stuff about this, and you know, I've done a campaign a long time ago, so I don't know. Can I explain the new toughness system? Okay, it is your life multiplied with all of your damage reduction effects, like armor, res, and you know, whatever else you have. Might aspect. So it gives you like a value of how much damage can you tank, basically. Instead of, you know, where previously you just said life and then armor, and you had no idea how much you can tank. But now, this is, you know, this is the number of damage that you can live, basically. And what is max res? There is no max res. More res is better. And more armor is better. There is no max. Unique sanct is not stackable, that's correct. Does this go to 3 brawling skills? No, it stays at 2. Okay. So you also want the GA there, and I guess there could be all skills, but oof. Yeah, most likely not happening. So we can get 5 like that. And then, I don't know, anything else that's maybe half decent. Let's see.
My hammer sings on your return.
Hey, Fame, thanks. How are you?
To me, knights!
Yeah, well, good. Are you just getting started or what? We can have our hangout later. Or now, I don't know. I'm just chilling on a bomb right now. Okay. Yeah, let's say like in half an hour. Damn it, wrong GA. Let's save these.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
And all trash here, holy. But we have some more rewards. We do T4 now. We can do T4. I'm killing this guy pretty fast. Got some nice upgrades here. I'm gonna try. Oh, GA melted heart. Oh no. Slam it. Okay, let's see the T4 Rivar fight. You get life per second. You mean life per hit? I think life per second is not a thing. T4 is actually alright. Got some pretty big power-ups here, it seems. Oh my god. One of the instants are... Dude, the one life per hit slam is actually really good for pushing. There's life per second. Wait, what life per second? This is the aspect slam here. Life per second is rolled. We're talking about sanctification here. Why don't go buy boss caches? Yeah, I'm not sure if I should like waste my marks on the boss caches this season. You get so many boss mats. Do I use this? Maybe. Gotten 4G gear from the den. Yeah, they nerfed the den down. Like for getting like ancestrals, it's really bad these days. But it's kind of good for some material caches and stuff. I think I'm gonna go for like resource aspects or something to get into like rings and then try to get some resource aspects there and then like the fragments can have like scattered prisons. The scattered prisons are not really so common. How many do you have? I have 150 scattered prisons right now, so it's not really comfy. Especially if you go for some big ring slam session or so, you need a lot of scattered prisons. The reinforcement cooldown, yeah. I'm planning on playing PoE2 this league. Yeah, I wanna do like, you know, my typical like 300-400 hours, I guess, in PoE when we get there. But not yet. We have work to do.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Why is the item quality on the main hand? Yeah, it's not as important for defense builds, but you still get the higher stats and the passes can go up +1, I think, as well with enough quality. So the passes themselves are pretty good. I guess I could check if there's maybe something better, but quality should be good on the weapon anyway.
My hammer sings on your return.
I have to do a bit of a revamp on the shield charge anyway. Anything else? Not Seer. I've done Seer, Beast. Okay, so I guess we just hope that this is enough now. Let's check these rings. Oh, Field of Crimson. Okay. Treasure bags and breaches can you send to other classes? Yes, but the only one that benches is the opals, I guess.
See some steel you need? There's it. One. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. Some solid bits here.
What's the split compared to Whirlwind? I'm not 100% sure how they stack up exactly. I guess for Whirlwind, first of all, I need the runes to even make the build, right? You need Bug and Tech. Where Lunge, okay, you can kind of just like load it up at the start and it just gets better.
There's it. One.
I guess the Whirlwind Earthquake is a lot more relaxed.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. There's it. One. Beautiful and handy. Akarat's blessing.
Okay. What do you want here actually? 30 basic attack speed, 55 burning, so we don't need any basic attack speed. We already have way too much. So I guess you want belligerence or fury per second. Have a GA on fury. And then masterwork belligerence. Right. Fix replaced. That's strength with all stats. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, you get rupture, explosion. I guess you want that as 100%. So he is going for Doombringer. Big cooldown Shaka. All skills, all skills. Life, life. Does I have 2 times smiting? Brawling on the boots. Okay.
Some solid bits here.
Oof, my dogs. Didn't realize you can replace affixes on mythics. Well, that's not possible on mythics. It still rarely happens. Okay, let's do those here. Try to see if I get one of them SGA. Nope. That's a lot of life on hit, man. Water brawling. We can do this one. Nope.
There's a good one. Keep
Okay.
Return soon.
Spending some Neve Iron, but let's see. Those 4. Great affix. Wrong one. Great affix. Correct one. Okay, so we got the +5 here. So is there any reason to do the others? No, right? Because they're only 750s anyway. So now I can only upgrade it if I get one that already has a GA from 800 and then I get something on top. Okay, I can still get like all skills, I guess, if I get +3 all skills, Copium. But that's like really unlikely. Oh yeah, even +1 would kind of work, I guess. +4 weapon mastery skills, close. But that doesn't help us, I guess. Does that reduce the cooldown on Rupture? 3.1. It does actually, interesting. Not that it matters, I think, for this. Okay.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Use it well.
So we got a ring. We got the pants. We got a chest. I mean, besides that, there's not very much else, right? So, Doombringer, okay. Just throw this one in there. Cooldown, attack speed. We have that ring, I guess. And then a second random knife on hit, sword. Yeah, the bad parts will be the boots now. As well as some glyphs, I guess. It's also glyphs. This only needs 46, I guess. Same here. Same here. So Revenge needs to be leveled, I guess. This has 218 bonus to rare, but actually no. And Marshall, same. Is there like any other like defensive or utility mods on any of these boards? No. So we don't really have to level glyphs for this barb anyway. It's all kind of worthless. Two life on hit stack up if you hit multiple enemies with the same spell. No, it's like once per cast is the idea. Is there like anything that can roll on the Sphere of Crimson that we care about? Not really, right? So let's just sanctify these while we're at it, but I guess we don't care. This is 98% match. Okay. Is there any hope I would need the Rupture cooldown reduction? I don't think so, right? Like, we have like 45 here and then cooldown, cooldown, cooldown. That is gonna be completely worthless. Yeah. Z DPS barb into 1 DPS. Okay, so I guess he's gonna use the one of the all stats. Replace strength with all stats, man. Pog. Okay, so that's the weapon. Do we slam these? Of course, why not? "23 fury per second." That sounds comfy, actually. Even if it's like slightly less than a multi. Okay, we save this thing. Do we get a recipe for this lunging thing? No, it's still the same, right? Okay. Well, back to the pit a little bit. Merry Christmas, Law. What is the most density of elite and champion enemies? Just farm pit, I'd say. I think Nini was doing that to get his achievement. You get like, I don't know, 50 to 100 a run or something. So you just farm pit for like 2 hours and you're done. Otherwise, PvP zone is like very late dense, like high density. We have 382 Fury, man. Okay, let's try tier 69. Dude, you still have 3 million toughness. About the Doombringer, okay. I think bombs are pretty solid. Why am I not playing PvE2? And because rank 1s don't happen by themselves. So first we do that, and then we do PvE. IQ guys only. Thank you very much. I'm doing great, and you? HP bar moves. Let's see how much damage it actually does. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just like equipping these other few items. I went up like 10 tiers and it feels way easier than the 60 before as well. Gonna get rank 1 in every category. That's the plan. But there's like one crucial mistake maybe in my planning. Because it all relies on Chronix not murdering his character. So as long as that doesn't happen, we're good, I guess. Definitely a bit of a weakness there in my plan. I mean, have you ever heard of the -5 incident? In Rogue I'll play Heartseeker or Dance or Flurry, I guess, or Death Trap and later, but Death Trap needs a bit of gear. $50 DKP minus. Boiler Blast cast today. Yeah, we have Fame actually today. I asked Boiler though. Boiler definitely seems up for it, but we haven't like scheduled anything exactly. So it looks like today Fame, tomorrow Makindo, and then maybe Boiler after. For the new year. That girl is insane. Yeah, true. That's quite a ring here. Ah, there she is. Let's save that ring. I still need to get boots actually. I need to gamble the boots for Warcry. And I think besides that, we're kinda okay on this bar, right? Okay, random cooldown, attack speed, glove, whatever. Same with the ring, same with the neck. So that should be easy. Just the Warcry boots. And then we are kinda complete here. Did I ever select this thing? Yeah. What does this run actually? Yul Vat. Igni Vex, okay. Dude, this Warcry here has an 84% damage buff. Seems good. The -5 incident. There's certainly some clip somewhere from Chronix. The fast way to level odds. Yeah, the Whisper caches. You can either go straight to 60 with enough of them, or, you know, get kinda close and then equip a few mythics. Go pit 10, open T1, farm some bosses. Like, you can like 50 to 60 self boost in like 3 minutes with just some boss farming. If you do Uribar or something. And you can actually get level 60 loot as well, that's kinda nice. I've done this a bunch of times. Is there anywhere in Paladin guides saying what legendaries are replaceable by uniques for easier sanctify rerolling? I mean, okay, there's a bunch of builds where if you have like a decent Herald of Succor room and you get some really good sanctification, like a mythic on it, then you can probably include that in a bunch of builds. At least those that already get the, you know, deal double damage from like other sources, like Judgement, Hammer, Divine Lance. They can probably get away with that. Brandish. Besides that, it's not very much. And Fist of Fate is like a pretty universal item that you can probably throw into many builds if you get like some insane one, but first of all you have to get a Fist of Fate. That's the hard part. Getting to Sanctify later is probably the easy part. So... there's not really many uniques otherwise, I think, that are like universal enough. Like they made the aspects very universal and the uniques not so universal besides like Griswold and Succor Room. Will we get an update for Spellborn, Quill, Rain? You mean Quill Volley? No plans for an update right now. I think the guild is pretty good. I might have to double check the sanctified things though. They can make Fists of Fate mythic. Well, ironically, that actually makes it easier to get. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, the power level of Fist of Fate deserves to be mythic status. But, you know, the thing about Fist of Fate is it's also supposed to be really hard to roll, right? And if you make it mythic, at least with the current structure of mythics, always max rolled with GA, that will make Fist of Fate actually ridiculously easy to get, right? So I think they need to make mythics like roll ranges again. Especially if they want to flood us like this with the mythics. Makes no sense that they always have the same stats, I think. Would be way more fun if they had ranges. And then you can make a Fist of Fate mythic, that's fine. I guess you also don't necessarily want to make like Fist of Fate like even stronger as they are, so you know, if you just take Fist of Fate as they are and make them a mythic, I think that would be okay. Because not many builds would really want them. But sometimes they're useful. Or you just like slam them with something good and then they're really good or something. But Fist of Fate also has like, you know, some downsides of just like, you know, having this like inconsistent damage output, especially for slow hitting builds. It can feel pretty awful. So you want to make sure that this doesn't become like a too meta item. Because it just has like a negative quality of life. Like you don't want to force people to wear Fist of Fate because it's too good or something. Which is the best trigger to get Emerald with the 50 million mods? Radiance. Okay, I'm gonna be a beaver quick. And then we can start our chat with Fame. Yeah, we're back. Brandon is here too. Look. All right. Okay, so we still need to get the boots with Warcry, right? So I'm gonna farm a few more pits. So this is max life, rest, strength. Okay, perfect. And let's see. You got Silic on Brandish Pants, is that good? That is not good. I wonder if there's a chance that you go double Silic on Brandish and it's just like good enough. You could try to equip a Silic, use those pants. You have to use other ability on like a ring, I guess. I didn't do the math on it. I know for the barbs it's worth because they have Ramadni. Or they have the Hoda scaling. So they have two separate resource scaling effects. I'm not sure if it's worth with just that ability. Get torn, pre-order, make a Paladin. I think pre-order and Paladin sounds like a good idea. D2 drop rates was the worst ever in a genre by miles. It should never take 20 years to drop a bear. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool that there is items that I have never found in Diablo 2. There's something to that, for sure. Like, maybe they were like a bit too ridiculous. But, it's probably a better approach overall, I think. Let it be known I pre-order for extra stash. Okay, that is like a worthwhile investment actually, yeah. Dude, I would pre-order so many expansions for stash if I could. I'm gonna pre-order the next 10 expansions right now. Give it to me. Just give me the stashes already. Why isn't Sanctus used in Aura Paladin? I did use that for a little while, but it was only there to solve the single target problems, and we solve them now in other ways. So we can actually use a real neck. Let's stack easier to start in Hoda. Can't get higher than Pit 90 of Hoda. Pit 90 sounds very low for sure. I mean, Hoda has pushed like 125 or something on the high end. So there's a way to go. I know Hoda is probably the highest pushing build, but Lunge should be pretty close. Lunge just has like this boss damage issue at some point. It's like more of an AoE build. In terms of how to get it going, I guess they're probably pretty similar. You're stuck at 130 with contribution. I mean, 130 is pretty good, man. So the rest is just like waiting for a patch, I think, at that point. So the planner already has all the stuff I want to put in the guide cache. If you open the planner, there are these like copy variants. So these are the new ones. I'll just like double check a bunch of stuff there and then send it basically. I just need to like after the guide as well. So the main thing that changed is Mantle of the Grey is now included everywhere, and the push version also runs the Arbiter kit with Ascension and Celestial Strife aspect. So these are the main changes. There's a bunch of other small stuff. He crafted like 100 mimics in one go, the game is busted AF. Yeah, right now it's like completely cracked. What's going on here? What about Flicker Step? Flicker Step is an option, for sure. It's like neither required nor like maybe necessarily the best in slots, but you know, if you get Flickers, just slam them. So... Which aspects? I said Celestial, Strife, and Ascension. That's the Arbiter aspects. Okay, let's see where Fame is at. Let's come with some boots actually to get this Warcry going. You can actually roll Warcry, I guess. And then try to get a GA on it. Okay guys, we're calling Fame for our one-on-one. So that's like the last like 2 weeks or something. We usually had like one guest on stream, another streamer from the community. Today we have Fame. It's one of the craziest blasters out there in terms of grinding Diablo 4 And grinding XP especially. Paragon 300 every season. How much damage is this build dealing? I have no idea. Good enough for tier 69 though. And on the high end, I think it pushes like 120 or something. Okay, let's go. Hello? Fame? Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. I just remember that you asked me to put the push to talk and I already forgot.
Okay, now it's fine. Hello.
Hi, alright, so.
Do you know how this stream together works?
I do not. I've never used it. Not once.
Okay, I'll give you an invite, so you can just click on that. And then we can do a shared chat. So that we have both chats in one, basically. So that's kind of nice for this.
Alright. Hopper. Thank you, Mac. There I go. Less mods I like today because it's a little early for us. I'm super nocturnal.
Yeah, I know you have some really weird times they stream. Like, what is your typical streaming times actually?
Okay, so I've been changing a lot this season, but usually I'm sometime like in the evening all the way through the morning. So we're talking like for me it's like a 5 p.m. and then like later it's like what's comfy. I've been like floating somewhere in between because I'm so hyped in this season. I was like, I'll show up whenever I show up and then I do 12 plus hours. So it's really hard to judge when I'll show up, but I mean, I do it full time. I could be here anytime. So now that people are just kind of used to it, like, oh, she streams long hours, she'll be around. And we just accept this.
Okay, I see. So you're just basically here like half the day at some point of the day. So kind of like that.
Yeah, it's like that. It is like that. That's
Okay,
just what's
I see.
easiest for me. A long time ago, I would show up like on the dot, like, okay, 7 p.m. and we go all morning. Then I was like, you know what? When I do so many hours, it's hard to show up at the same time every day. I'll show up when I show up and, you know, I'll be around. It kind of works.
Okay. Sounds familiar when my sleep schedule starts shifting slowly while blasting the season.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, it's like, you know, I'll just be here.
Okay.
24 hours, you know, whatever. I'll be here.
Okay, so you can check your Discord. I sent you an invite for the shared stream. You just click that, and then you have like a window that pops up. You just leave that open.
Right. Join session.
Yeah.
Get started.
And you just mute on that thing.
Allow that.
And since you're on a call here, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sharing the chat
the
now.
load stream together. Please refresh. Did it do the thing?
Yeah, we did it.
Oh yeah, there it goes. I got it. I mean, screen did get it. All right. So it's telling me about the shared chat moderation. It's the first time we ever saw this. A lot of my mods were like, "How does that work?"
Yeah, I also don't really, I don't really know exactly. So I know that you can time out people on both chats like this or something, I believe. So
Yeah.
the mods might be on a power trip now. I don't know.
Nah, I'm alright. The goat is here. The goat at the grind. I'm pretty good at the grind thing. Pretty good at the grind thing, actually.
Okay, so sound is fine, chat. Is everything good?
We can do this to other people.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Oh, there's Spawn. Okay, so I got another mod. Well, I have like a revolving door because everyone's got to do stuff. We're good now, I think.
All right. Yeah. So nice to meet you, Fame. I mean, we have met each other briefly when we were for, like, at the Spiritborn event, but we never really had the pleasure to talk a lot, I feel. And I guess now we can kind of catch up, I guess. So
yeah, we were all like super hyped about to be there and talk about the game. So we're usually like we were talking to everybody that was basically at the table and the devs and everything. So we didn't really get to like hang out with each other that much. And he also showed up a little bit later. The other guys, I remember I did the sit down on the couch with like Macro and Rax. But we didn't get to come in for that.
Yeah, so it was like for chat, it was like the four of us, Macro, Rax, Fame, and me, like for the Spiritborn reveal back in August last year. And I arrived a day later than I should have. It's because I missed my flight. So I arrived on the morning when the whole thing started, and they were already there for like an hour. So I walked in, and we were like right in the action. So
that was fun though.
Yeah. Anyway, so just like how this is gonna go, I don't have like a really like real structure or something, so we just kind of hang out and as long as we want, talk about whatever. Like most of the time we talk about the season, the paladin, and whatever. But so just kind of casual and chilling. That's the idea that we're gonna do now, and just getting to know each other a little bit better, I guess, and the community as well. So like as I said earlier, like yeah, I mean I have been raiding you here and there, and like checking out your stream here and there. I know you're like a big grinder, but we haven't really like talked much, so it'll be nice now.
Yeah. I've noticed I talk a lot, but I'm actually, when it comes to like, when hanging out with other people, I actually like to listen a lot more. So people probably, when they come through here, they're thinking like, oh yeah, she's gonna like commandeer the whole thing. It's like, no. It's like when I went to the event, they were all probably a little surprised that a lot of the time I let them do all the talking. I was just chilling, I was just vibing. That's what I do. And now.
This is like balancing it out or something, balancing the scale.
yeah. See, actually, yes. When I go visit my family, they always thought like some of my family members literally thought I was mute as a kid, and like even growing up and even into adulthood. So now I show them what I do and how much I talk on stream, and they are absolutely shocked to their cores. Like, no way, that's you. No way. Like, no, that's what I do. So now when I don't talk a lot over there with them, they're like, oh, it's because she's saving it for when she works on stream. And that's like, I got video proof. Like, yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
Okay.
It also gets me out of karaoke, which they also love.
Karaoke, okay.
And then when we were talking, of course, about Paladin, I love Paladin. Every time someone comes in a raid, I tell them how much I love Paladin. It took me almost 8,000 hours playing this game before I really felt like I had a main. No offense, of course, to Rogue, especially sitting with wudijo here. I don't love that kind of class. And, like, I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it here, but Paladin's my new love. And the problem is with that, I say that, and everyone's just like kind of on like waiting now. When the next class rolls up, it's like we expect, it's willpower, probably dark, maybe some caster. We don't know for sure yet, but there's a chance that I'll love it even more than Paladin. After working up Paladin so much, they're all gonna pull out all the blackmail material. They already have the clips ready. It's like, you said you love Paladin, and now look at you now. So I'm curious and I'm concerned.
So you are settled basically.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty settled right now. Everyone keeps coming through. It's like, you're gonna play Barbarian, you're gonna play Rogue, you're gonna play all these ones. It's like, I might play them for a day, maybe a few hours, but I love Paladin. All I want to do is play Paladin now. Every build, everything, all the time. Especially because they're making me sanctified gear. If they're making me sanctify that gear, you gotta focus in. Kind of pick a main, kind of pick a side.
Okay, I guess then we got like one mystery already resolved here. So Paladin, guys, that's the class of fame. So I guess, have you played any other class already this season, or just Paladin now?
I have rolled a Rogue. He is my most beautiful mule. I have a Sorcerer. I have a Necro. They're all level 1. They are 100% all mules. They're holding stuff for my Paladins. That's where we're at.
Okay, I see. Not even making a Rogue to craft mythics on it?
I might within the next few days if the people push hard enough. But yeah, all I care right now is the Paladin.
Okay. I mean, I do have a lot of fun on the Paladin as well. I think it's a very well designed class. Obviously, a few things need to be fixed or something, but overall, it's very well done, I think. And yeah, if that is the direction that we're gonna see with the other classes, then I really wonder if you're gonna have the same opinion when the expansion rolls out.
Yeah.
Like, imagine like in 4 months, everyone is a Paladin, right? So that's kind of like how I feel right now. So
yeah, I don't like being what everyone else is. So I'm waiting for basically the castle to fall, as they like to say on the subreddit. Like, yeah, then there'll be more Paladin for me. When everybody's going whatever the next flavor of the month is, there'll maybe be just more Paladin for me.
You're gonna play all the Paladin, yeah.
Not all the Paladins.
I mean, okay, it's obviously also overtuned with the castle and whatever, but I think like the design of like how the Paladin feels, right? So that's like the fun part, right? They have so many skills and the variants, and I don't know if, how many builds have you tried?
It's more than 8 now. I know I have 5 builds on the armory, and I've erased some on this character, and I made a second Paladin, but she's got another 3. But it's at least 8, and then like variants on all sorts of different ones. I think the only thing I haven't really put on a lot of time would be like the Juggernaut skills and like Thorns and kind of things. I think I haven't really touched on those too much because I've heard some things about how Thorns are scaling. And the Divine Lance I haven't put in yet, but I keep saying that I will. Which probably the like major one I think at this point I've touched on at least at some point.
Oh, it's interesting actually.
Pretty much all of it.
Yeah. Because I've actually played a lot of Thorns and Divine Lands, and these are like some of my favorite things on the Paladin, so we're kind of on the opposite ends there. And I played a lot of Origin, of course, because it's very comfy and good for farming. But yeah, like Thorns is actually, I really like Thorns and how it's done on Paladin.
At some point, I'm definitely gonna try it. Definitely gonna try. But in this game, a lot of times when I played Thorns, I'm always like chasing the rose-colored glasses when I played like D2 and loved it, and it never quite has hit the save. So every time I tried every class, like maybe this time, like in Spiritborn, that kind of deal, I was never super hyped. Never super hyped when I actually played it. So maybe Paladin will finally break that mold.
Okay, so I guess he's gonna like keep grinding out. Do you I mean, you did softcore now, right? Do you also do hardcore at all?
Yeah. I only did hardcore in season 1, and I took like my crew there, and everyone died around me. And I realized that anytime I would go to hardcore, because I am mostly like a group player, like a guild-based player, everyone would probably struggle really hard. It's like I can lock in, I got a lot of time on my hands, but a lot of my crew, you know, they don't. So I typically don't ask that of them and put them through that. If it was just me, I'd probably do it a lot more. But it's just like for the community, I know that I'm more softcore oriented. I'm okay with that. It also lets me kind of like scroll around and get distracted by chat and things like that, and it's, you know, forgive me.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was just wondering, since you like play so much, if you actually do it at all. Because, like, for example, we also have these like hardcore events. You maybe have seen this, like last season and the season before. We were doing these like Maxroll hardcore events. If you have heard about them, do you know anything about them?
Yes, actually, I think Chronix personally was the one who invited me, and I had to decide that, you know, I like to play with my community and what they're gearing up and doing all these sort of things, and so I skipped out. But I have been invited before, yes. Maybe one day I will.
Yeah, I mean, it's like usually just for like, you know, a week or something, right? Where like we have this event going, and like a lot of people that actually play softcore just come to hardcore to participate, and they have a lot of fun. And we even had like a bunch of like other streamers like participate, and they just, you know, really enjoyed like this like special event basically. So this might be something.
Yeah, I saw quite a few people say it was like their first time doing hardcore, and they feel like they were having a lot of fun. Drag my team next time around to do the thing.
Yeah, because we also like do like some special rules that make it like not so grindy. Like for example, last time we had like a cap on paragons and masterworking and so on, so you're not allowed to do more than 100 points on paragon and so on. So you know, it was like relatively like easy to get in basically, and even if you die, it was not the end of the world, because okay, you just grind it back, and you know, you don't lose like an entire character, like, you know, full geared or something. So it was a kind of like, you know, scuffed that, you know, just scuffed rules basically, so that it's like a very low entry barrier.
Yeah. Actually done some of those kind of things in softcore to ourselves. Next step up. I actually think that some people loved that more when we did it. It's been a while. It's been a while since we did it, but I remember like season 1, we were playing so much, we were like, you know what we should do? We should make sure we make this really, really difficult on ourselves without having to go hardcore, and we limited ourselves in all sorts of crazy ways too.
And this build is Lunging Strike, by the way. So let me ask you, I've only known you since D4. Have you been doing like other games before, like streaming as well, or is it just like, okay, with D4 you started blasting? Like what are we doing?
All right, so most of my gaming history, I have been an MMORPG, like PvP type player. I love like territory control, faction wars, like server war type things, tens of thousands of hours in that kind of gaming. And then, but first, when I decided to start streaming, I was actually getting my start as a Dead by Daylight streamer, which was totally off the beaten path, nothing like any game I would usually ever play. Did that for about a year. We actually have some people in my chat who are from back in that era. And it was an experience. It was an experience. But the community over Dead by Daylight, very, very different. Very, very different from D4. So when we came over here, D4 had its betas and then it released. We were like, you know what? We should just not go back. We should just not go back to Dead by Daylight, because we love it here. We love this game. We love the grind. We love everybody that comes and hangs out with us. It felt more healthy. It felt like a better place, and we wanted to like log in every day as a crew. So, you know, we've been here ever since. Hardly ever logging out.
Okay, so you kind
feels
of like
not once.
You came like with your whole like group of friends or something, or what is your crew exactly?
Yes. Yeah, so before even I started streaming, I also ran like huge discords. We're talking like thousands of people kind of discords. So my starting mod team came from that. They weren't even like Twitch type people. I'm still not really like a Twitch type person. And they were like my foundation. We started like the Dead by Daylight thing. And to be fair, a lot of them were probably never into Dead by Daylight in the first place. So when it was like, you know what, we've done this for a year, you've been good mobs to me, let's go do D4, and it was so much an easier job. They're like, you know what, we like this. And so here we are. And all of it is significantly easier and a better deal than dealing with the giant discords, I can assure you. That was an experience, but I always appreciate all of them dearly because a lot of them are still here with me, dealing with all the things that come with being a Twitch streamer now. And they also did not know I ever talk this much because when we were doing the Discord thing, it was pretty much all of them. They would hold down the VC for me and all that kind of deal, and I would just be like doing like maintenance type things. So now like it's like the shoes on the other foot.
Okay, so your mods didn't really know what they got into, and well, now they got this. Have to deal with this.
Yeah, and I think they like it a lot more.
Okay, at least that. Okay, interesting. So I guess like, okay, when D4, like you said, in D4 beta, so you're basically there from the start of D4. Okay, sounds nice.
I was never a streamer or anything for any of the MMORPG stuff. I was always kind of like in the shadows kind of person. I played a lot of politics, and they'd always like to call me a troll wrangler. So like some of the questionable PvP types would be my people, and when something went terribly wrong, I'd be the person that kind of like fixed it, like smoothed it out. It's not so bad, it's fine, they're all right. But in the background, we're always just like sweaty PvPers. It was always a little hostile.
Do you like PvP in Diablo? Have you done that?
Say again?
Do you like PvP in Diablo?
So PvP in Diablo, it just doesn't hit right. I'm mostly like an objective-based kind of PvPer, so if there's not like the castle, the hold, the territory, the something to flip constantly, I don't quite lock in to it. Because a lot here, if you have like good PvP, it's more like, okay, let's set it up, let's set up the 1v1, or maybe you're bullying some people who are just trying to get favor. It doesn't hit the same. It's not the same kind of typically like mind game and long drawn out process and the same kind of rivalries when you just show up into the zone that the MMORPG kind of scene would have. They just don't make them like they used to in those kind of games is why, you know, I'm not into them right now. I wish, but it's just like it's a different world for gaming, and the more healthy games that have big communities, they don't always have that when it comes to the RPGs. So we're here instead. So I get my grind on here, and it still like checks a lot of the boxes. But I do miss the PvP stuff in general and the way that it used to be in those MMORPGs. But there's nowhere really for me to go where it would feel right anymore. Especially because now that I have this, it's way nicer, healthy-wise and socially anyway.
Okay, I see. What is your fastest time to Paragon 300 they have had in the seasons? Do you remember? Do you have like a record that you try to beat every season or something? I know you grind like Paragon 300 like pretty much every season, right? Is there a season where you haven't done 300?
No, there's not a season I haven't done 300.
Yeah.
We usually get the 300 about like 150, a little bit under that, when we could do the pit grind. But now that they've changed it, this season took 178. Now, it could have been a lot faster if I had like fully squeezed out every single experience I could have got from those bosses. But I really, really hate the state of the experience from the bosses and that you don't even have to put like the mats in to get it. So I refuse to do that unless I had the mats to convert. I would not touch that lair boss. So it could be much faster. But technically, by the hours, we were slower this season than probably any of the others that we did. Because a lot of us here are very much into that pit speed run. We kind of like mastered it and felt like, you know, we can do it every season. Like we have guys who are always like full speed and will push the back of that pit for us and like clear like the front. And I'd be like snappy, and it doesn't quite work out that way this season. But I do think it is more healthy the way that it is now because you can play the game. We used to say that once they get 300, that's when Finn can play the game. Until the 300 is there, it's only the pit. The rest of the game may as well not exist. But now I felt like I played everything, and I got to play with a lot of different members of the clan who are not the speedrunner types. So it felt pretty okay. I feel like it's more healthy for the game. Just, you know, I mean, putting in like 30 more hours before it happened, which doesn't feel maybe the best.
Okay, yeah, I kind of feel also like previously it was only Pit where you got XP and everything else was like pretty irrelevant. Maybe Hordes was like somewhat alright, was like half or so, right? And everything else was like worthless, right? And now it's like everything is like a bit buffed, Pit is nerfed, and bosses are really good, but okay, you just kind of get it, I feel. Like I feel like I didn't grind for XP at all, and I also hit 300 yesterday. And yeah, I didn't feel like it was like really a chore or something. It just kind of happened as I played the game. So compared to other seasons where it was like, okay, now I've done everything, I have all the gear. What do I do? Okay, I grind 300 paragons, 2,000 pit runs, log in, you know. So that was kind of like how it went in the previous seasons, and then I didn't necessarily finish it. You know, I went to like 280, 290 or something, and then at some point I was like, okay, do I really want to do another 1,000 pit runs now? Just to get the last 10 levels? Yeah, whatever, right? So, and now it feels like it just happens when you play. So I think that is like probably better, right? It just has a better reflection of your effort and your game time, I guess, and your overall efficiency. Compared to just, okay, just run like 2,000 pits and enjoy, right?
Yeah, like I'll look at like the roster we have. Like so many more of these guys are like over 200, over 250, and then the course of the season they'll probably play the whole season. They will hit 300, and I think for a lot of those people it'll be like their first time. So I think I do feel like it's for the best. It's for the best. Just give a little bit back to the pit so it doesn't feel like I'm wasting my time. All I care about is 300, but like maybe a little bit too far in one direction. But
yeah, I feel like the pit could definitely be like a way to like still be a XP grind. Like for example in D3, I'm not sure how much you have played D3, but there's a system, Greater Rifts, which is basically the pit, but way better. And there, for example, it is worthwhile to also like go up in tiers and like do a bit slower runs and stuff like that. So the meta there is actually to do like something like 3-minute runs, for example, and not 1-minute runs, because you can go up like 10, 15 tiers, slowing down a little bit, and then you actually have like also like a reason to make a character more powerful to get more XP and reach that goal faster, for example. Which doesn't exist at all, right? In D4, like it doesn't matter if you can farm pit 60 or pit 80 or pit 100, like it's almost the same, right? In terms of speed, you get like a bit more XP per tier, but it's like almost minimal, nothing, like nearly nothing. So in D3, that's like well better, much better done, like I think, where like okay, you make a character really powerful and then you go grind the XP, and you also like don't just like rush through it in those 60-second runs. So I wish we would get more of that back, maybe in the pit at some point.
Yeah, I actually skipped D3 because at the time it was about the same time of release schedule as Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 I was super obsessed with, so I never came back to D3, and I always hear from all you guys with the good, the bad, the ugly of everything there, and sometimes because I spend so much time now at D4, it was like, did I miss out? Did I miss out? Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, D3, I mean, you can always like jump in, like, maybe when there's like some downtime and, like just try out D3. Your community might enjoy that. It's still a game that I even go back to as well sometimes. And when the season started, I played for 2 days and, just have fun, do some rush. It's like basically D4, but like in small. Like D4 is like basically an extension of Diablo 3 in many ways. You're gonna recognize a lot of things, but everything's like tuned down basically in Diablo 3. So
everyone was saying in D3 that it was greater risks or basically nothing. Where here it's a little bit more horizontal. We get to take our pick a little bit more at least.
Yeah, exactly. Like D4 is like much bigger game, much more systems and so on. But you're gonna recognize a lot of the similarities, I guess, and it's gonna be easy to get into D3 for you.
yeah, that's what it would be.
But yeah, either way, I mean D3, it's still nice on the side. I don't play it much, but I don't know, 30 hours, maybe 50 hours on a season launch or so, like a few days. A lot of people like doing that still, including myself.
Yeah, generally I'm always just like, okay, everyone's doing the D3 thing for like a week. I'm just gonna stay in D4. It'll be all right. And then we go D4 again for the new season. Usually kind of like is the time. And then they're like super into that. Like even my chat will be telling me what they're doing in D3. I'm just like, okay, all right, that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, because before this, I was playing a lot of D3. So D3 is where I started with my streaming.
Right.
So yeah, like this was 10 years ago, 10 and a half, 11 and a half. Fuck.
That's crazy how long these things
yeah.
have been around, right?
So yeah, there's been many expansion released of Diablo 3, and like shortly after that, I started streaming for the first time on Twitch. So I didn't actually know about Twitch or anything at all. I was just, I just got the tip from my brother. Actually, my brother said, "Hey, like what are you doing there is really good, and most people can't do that. So maybe you should show it on stream." So I was like, "Okay, I'll try it." Yeah, and then I was like streaming to like 3 viewers for like half a year or something. Doing some random like rifts and stuff that existed back in D3. And yeah, then at some point season 1 came out with leaderboards and the greater rifts, which is basically like pit and pit ladder, if you will. And yeah, this is when I got like the Yes Woo incident. You have probably seen the Yes Woo. Someone subs on my stream. So that is the sub alert that I have. That was from back then, from like 10 years ago, when I got the rank 1, the world's first tier 45 clear, which was like a massive deal back then.
Wow.
And this is when basically my stream was suddenly like popping off from like overnight. Basically, it was kind of crazy.
Right.
And yeah, and since then I've been streaming, I guess, and done like more or less like active, I guess. Like it wasn't like really a full-time thing from the start. I've only been doing that for a few years now. But yeah, I was like still like at university, and sometimes just like not streaming at all for weeks or for months even, and stuff like that. But yeah, I was there basically in D3 for like most of the seasons, and with D4 coming, I took it more seriously basically, and locked in.
Right.
So that's kind of how it went for me.
I can never imagine taking like a long break from streaming how I started. Like I take even like 1 day off a week. I just like, oh no. Need to get back.
FOMO,
Get
yeah,
back to my...
kicks in. Yeah. I mean, it is kind of real, like, and especially if it's like your main income. Yeah, do we have any other income, or is it just like, okay, you sustain from streaming?
This is what I do. This is it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, in that case, obviously you're always more worried, right? Like if you actually have like a, let's say, at least some stable income on the side that can sustain you, then you're not really that worried, I guess. But if you want to try to be full time and do like you kind of put everything, like all the eggs in one basket, kind of, right? Then yeah, obviously, like taking a day off is always like, ooh, yeah, I get that. But you need to not overdo it, I think. I do take days off too. Not now, of course.
But not even like a full 24 hours, truly. Like I still play on my day off. It's a little different when the streams. A little.
Yeah. I mean, like later in the season and stuff like that, right? Like I just need to time it basically where, okay, late in the season, like, there's not much going on, and views are down anyway, so at some point you kind of like, realize, okay, when is the time you can actually do it, and just kind of follow that schedule a little bit, right? So at least that's how I do it. So right now I'm also like blasting like, 14 hours every day or something, and, slowly it will go down, maybe go to 12, maybe go to 10, and, use the time for some other stuff. And then at some point I might just, be away for a few days or whatever.
Yeah, even myself last season, a lot of my streams, I usually do 12 plus. I went to like around 8, and people were like, oh no, what is happening? She's not doing as much. It's like, it's still 8. It's still 8.
Chat is now very suspicious about what I'm doing on my days off, it seems.
Oh yeah. See now, some of my chat, they know like she's playing some PoE too, isn't she? Like yes, I have been. But then they ask me like, when you're gonna stream it? I'm like, you know how much I love Paladin right now? You think you're gonna stream PoE 2? No offense to PoE 2, but I really love Paladin. So of course when I show up here, I'll play the Paladin. Excuse me. I'll get to it when I get to it. Bless. Every time someone links a quad like Air Perdition, I'm so jelly. I have only ever picked up 2 quad mythics in my ridiculous hours, and they've both been Tyraels. Still, even this season so far, like, and then like everybody in the chat getting like Airs of Perdition, Harlequins. I've seen 2 of those things drop, 1 of each, in the last few days since the league started, and none for me. None for me.
Oof. I actually got a quad GA Doombringer that I slammed a cursed touch on. So that's not the worst, I guess, for like a support barb that I'm currently gearing.
Yeah.
And I think I got a quad. Was it Selig or Andariels, I think? I mean, I printed so many mythics this season, it's crazy. So like, I don't know. Like, how do you feel about the like general like item economy right now in D4 in season 11?
I do feel like because we have the sanctification now, it's the best it's ever been for me actually feeling like I have something to still keep grinding for. So I'm cool with that. I never really pay attention to the economy, or like what people are trading for, so that part doesn't really affect me. But I do feel like they've done the game a service, doing what they've done with changing things, adding more affixes to the legendary and sanctification in general. I do see a lot of people's point where right now it's like grandfather and things like this are bust. So maybe the mythic pool needs to be, you know, either like completely removed or, you know, very much altered if they intend on keeping it for the long haul. But I am for definitely a lot of these things making it for just permanent. The DLC, of course, adding is gonna add about the cube. Then I don't know exactly how that's gonna work out, but I do think a little bit more crafting energy is for the best.
Yeah, I also really like it, but yeah, it's kind of cracked with the mythics, which is fun on one hand. I think it's kind of cool that it can get these mythics. I kind of don't like that they stack, I gotta say. I would like to see like
I'm really surprised that it's like that. It's like, oh, so you mean I should just shoot for that one thing for everything, or inferiority? So like that's not the best feeling. But for one season, I guess, you know, it's okay. It's a cool thing. It's just, yeah, I don't want that part making it end as like a permanent fiction. I don't think it will.
Yeah, I would actually like to see if like items can drop pre-sanctified already, and then, you know, maybe some sort of extra boost to their like RNG, like, you know, high rolls and aspect, like, you know, some quality already on it or something. So it's like kind of like a finished item that just drops as sanctified, and I think that would be really cool if like you just have that happen, like, you know, 1 in 500 items or something. It's just like, you know, like a sanctified with a random mythic on it. And then, you know, you have to deal with it, you know. Like, hey, you get your Mother's Embrace and there's a status on it. And, you know, you get your Soul Brand and there's a Grandfather on it. And you're like, fuck, what now, you know? You know, I think that would be very cool. Butcher's Cleaver, you know, stuff like that. Like, all these, like, random, weird items. I think that would be very cool if they just kind of, like, you know, drop sometimes as a pre-sanctified item.
Yeah, you can't force it in the future. It's just like that is wild and crazy, and I can actually play it, but you can't like force it and like reproduce it reasonably. That would actually make things feel like really, really awesome when it happens. I do wish that this game had more of that. I do, because you play so many hours, you kind of like, I feel like I've seen it all. Like, okay, cool, whatever. Like, I know what to expect, and that's not the most fun when you play these so much. You want to have that moment of like, oh hell, that's awesome. And yeah, I don't really ever feel like that. Like right now, I can even get that Grandfather Sanctify on a lot of things, and I would not feel probably that much for it. That's just, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely like a lot of potential here with Sanctification. I think it's something the game really needed. So I hope they're gonna like have to stick around, and I generally just don't like how we like are in the menu so much. Like, you know, like with like crafting, like, you know, legendaries and then slamming them back to back to back, and like it takes so long to like prepare the items. I wish they would make this like more quality of life, for example.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in this game who hates sitting in the UI more than me. I am always a go next, let's go right now. Don't make me click, don't make me do all that. Probably there's plenty of people who come through. It's like, I wish she would just upgrade her gear a little more. I wish she would go and I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I want to grind. That's what I want to do. I want to play. I'm here to play the game, not play the UI roulette. Although, of course, RNG, a huge part of these games, understandably so. You know, it's just not all that for me. I'd much rather always be in the action.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's like right now it's like too time consuming to even craft the gear. Like, you know, I have the items, I have the mats, I have everything, right? And then I need like half an hour to prepare like one inventory of like pants or something. Like, And I'm trying to be fast already, right? But it takes a lot of like time and a lot of focus to like, you know, click all the things. So it's a bit of a struggle, I think.
Yeah.
So I
Like,
wish
I
that
do
it...
some of that stuff, of course, when I go to like PoE 2, and there's like a lot more options. And, like it feels like I'm less, like what should I put it, like factory, same repeat process over and over again. A little like it feels more healthy, and it feels like a little bit more snappy. When I do it in D4, it's always just like, all right, don't have time to wait on this, or like mouse overs try to force it, or to know the answer, still waiting. Like they made it a little bit better on some of that stuff, but you know, it doesn't feel great. And I hoard so much items. Like I have the items there, like you said, where they're lined up, they're kind of ready to go. But the next step where I'm sitting in the menus, I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, the hoarding is definitely a struggle. Like I constantly have issues with my stash right now. But it's getting better. You know, I'm slowly like, finishing my gear basically. And I'm like, okay, I don't really need to keep all these like backups and like different variations of sanctification, slams and stuff. So I need to like do some session where I like actually like throw everything out that is not like the top 3 in every slot or something, and then I'm gonna be fine, I guess. I just have like, you know, 20 boots and 20 pants and you know, all the stuff lying around. And it's a bit of a struggle.
I'm terrible at hoarding. I have a lot of sanctifications that are obviously inferior to others, and they're still sitting there. Like I have to like go through and like figure it out. I am the worst at inventory maintenance. My chat knows it's bad. It's so bad. My answer is what available is buy more tabs. I wish D4 let me. Although that would probably even worse.
Yeah, then at some point you're gonna have like 300 pairs of boots and 300 pairs of pants. It's just...
Oh yeah, I am that person. I am that person. It's like, okay, here's the boots tab. I need a boots 2 tab. Just
yeah,
in case,
but the
just
thing
in
is like
case.
the management of items would be way easier when they're not like randomly split between like mules and like different tabs. Like if I actually could have one tab that has all my boots and one tab that has all my pants and so on, right? Then it would be way easier to manage. But we don't even have enough tabs to do something like that with like each item slot, for example, right? So, you know, then it would be very easy to like keep the number lower as well of the items you actually hoard, because you have everything in one go, right? You just at some point, like, you know, every evening or something, you go through each tab and just like, you know, pick the best 10 and leave them, and the rest you salvage or something like that, right? But it's kind of hard to even like do this because we have sort of the space to even put everything into one tab and actually see it.
Yeah.
So it's like hard to even compare the items even. So that's like the problem I have. So I've been trying this a little bit, and then okay, I have like, you know, for example, like, I have like a mule that has like all of the like best push gear that I have gathered for like, you know, the Judgement build and for the Shield of Retribution build. I'm preparing 2 builds right now, and yeah, basically everything's on those characters, right? But even there I have like some variations of, okay, I have like this mythic in that slot, and I have this aspect on this slot, and you know, sometimes you just need to have like a few variations of it lying around.
My greatest fear right now is when that DLC comes out and the new class is going to get whatever runes it has with it. What am I going to do? We don't have enough inventory space for that for the ones that exist now. I can't with this. And I'm just like, I gotta keep everything. You know, just in case. It's like some of those runes are worthless to you. You can just get rid of them. But still gonna drop, so you're still taking space.
Yeah, I really can't wait for 2 more completely worthless runes to be added. That's gonna be great.
Yep, exactly. Oh no. When they had the Paladin ones, I just realized like, oh, this has just made the rune situation so much worse for me. Just 2 more. That's all it took.
Yeah, and I think they can like definitely do something about this, like make the rune inventory larger, give us an actual rune stash. Like, you know, the thing is like, it's just making the rune inventory larger is not really gonna solve it for like hardcore players, for example, because you still have to put them in a stash. So, you know, I can't just carry around 5,000 runes on my character that will eventually rip or something, so it doesn't really help me. So, yeah, it's a struggle for sure. I know, I wouldn't mind if like runes and like also boss mats and all this stuff would just become like actual like materials or something. Like at least the boss mats, I think. Like boss mats, like sometimes like I look at my stash and then I search consumables or whatever, and then I see I have like 40 different stacks of boss mats that's just like cluttered everywhere. Like it's like literally an entire stash. of just boss fights. And like, fuck, man, what am I gonna do with this? You know,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. So
Almost every season I get to the point with boss mats, I have so many, I'm just like, I'm throwing it to the party. It's like, okay, who on the roster needs boss mats here? Take them all. And then they'll have enough for the whole season for, like, if they're more casual. And just like, they mean nothing to me. At a certain point, like, pretty much come to the point, they mean nothing to me. This season's a little different, of course, because we had the sanctification and that kind of deal. But even now, I'm just like, you know, you guys need this more than me. I know I'd help you level here. Take it. Because I can't, I don't just, there's too much. There's too much. I would not mind if they like reworked how much all that takes to summon things. Just like adjust the loot table accordingly. It's like right now, and also doing the math for how much it is to summon whatever bosses just it seems like necessary at this point. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they're gonna improve this at some point. Like especially like with like the material tab that we have. I think like, you know, boss mats could definitely go in there. And okay, they wouldn't be tradable anymore, but I don't think that's such a huge downside. You know, boss mats are easy to get. Items are tradable, so you can farm bosses and trade the item. I don't know, I think this wouldn't be such a big downside. And this would help a lot already with like making these things more convenient. Just kind of like low quality of life in many of those systems for no reason, I feel.
Fortune has chosen you and you alone, Wanderer.
Yeah, staking boss mats to 1000 would also help a little bit of that.
Say again?
Yeah, someone says stacking the boss mats to 1000. I mean, it would be also a solution, I think. Where, yeah, okay, you have like one of each, but even then, like, you have like, I don't know what, like 9 different boss materials or something, right? This is still like, I don't know, a quarter of a stash tab or something, this having this sitting there, right? And then you have other stuff, you have the tributes as well, and, you know, all this kind of stuff that are just kind of cluttering your stash anyway at some point.
Someone in chat was saying who's talking so much as a freestyle. And my chat was just like, oh, brace yourself. I am is a yap queen. I just want to correct that. I'm a yap god. All right, I'm a yap god. Not just a queen.
Someone is asking, do they agree that PoE in Last Epoch has the best inventory and sorting systems? Okay, I know you know PoE. Do you know Last Epoch as well? Same? Fame?
It showed my game now while I'm out here is health time.
Oh, wait, what is happening?
Chat, yeah.
What is happening? Yeah, did you hear me, Fame? Earlier?
No, I didn't hear the last one.
Okay. Alright, so I was asking, do you know Last Epoch? Like, have you played it and stuff?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah, someone was asking about the stash system in Last Epoch. So, what would you like to see, like, for the before maybe?
Wait, like super well. Although that game, the one thing that I wish we did have, they had like the different circles for trade. That part I would love, and I've heard that their stash is like I've been told practically you can keep expanding it, and it goes and goes and goes. Be nice, would be nice.
Yeah, it's also like the you know, you can like, you know, color them. You can make different names, and like you can set the affinities so that specific items with specific conditions go into specific tabs automatically when you open a stash and, you know, right click basically. So you don't actually have to like open the right tab even, right? I feel like it's like actually relatively simple and standard stuff at this point, but for some reason I don't have any of it in D4. So it's kind of weird. Even with like the existing stash space, let's say they can't add more space, at the very least they could give us these affinities, I feel.
Yeah, that we have like no affinities at all, and it's like, oh yeah, you just get a little icon label, and like that's good enough for like, no, that's definitely not good enough. Like it kind of feels like sometimes like whoever made the stash tabs in D4, we didn't play that many action RPGs. And there's no way you can play these and say like, yo, that's all right. Like, no, it's not all right.
Don't worry, guys. Expansion 6 is gonna fix everything.
The dream.
Yeah, it's like one of those other like things. Like we talked about, for example, the sanctifying and like sitting in menus and town and crafting stuff. I think it's like so much like these like little quality of life things that it can really make the game like feel a lot more smooth and a lot more fun to blast for long sessions. Where I mean it's nice and fun to play, I feel, but then you have like all these like needless downsides, I feel, right? That doesn't even have anything to do with the game itself, like like the gameplay and everything, like everything is fine, but then you just have to deal with all this shit, and then it kind of sucks away the fun a little bit, I think.
Artificially created struggle in this game to make it feel more like a game. I want more actual like gameplay, and then the quality of life should be like snappy, smooth. Don't even you don't even think about it. Like that's some part of the game. We should not feel like it's there. That should be like off to the side of our gameplay. Should be high priority to make it feel that way. Because right now they want us in the menus and keep us busy. It's kind of what it feels like. And it's like anytime I hear about stuff like that, I think of like, dare I say, like some Asian MMORPGs, Asian RPGs that they're just like counting our clicks. They want us to sit there clicking and like stay quote unquote engaged. It's not engaging. It's
Counting
the opposite
the clicks.
of engaging.
There's someone there, watching the number go up, like it's like ticking.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah. They're working hard. It's like, no.
I need more
This
clicks.
is not right.
Yeah, KPI achieved, 3 billion clicks per day. Nice. Like a mission accomplished.
Such good gameplay. So engaging. We got them now.
Yeah, people say that, okay, I'm like in the 1% and not many people play like I do. That's all true. Obviously. But
Yeah.
like everyone is still going through the same shit, right? Even if they do it less often, everyone has to go through the same shit that I go through. And everyone is complaining about the fucking stash, and everyone is complaining about UI and menus and stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey, sure, if you
might
craft
be,
less
like,
items, then
so much more.
I guess it's fine, if you like roll a few items and then okay, it's not really done, but I don't know, if you like set up another character and set up another build and you have to do all this stuff again, and why not make it more convenient for everyone, right? It's not like
Right.
obviously I suffer the most because I do the most items, but everyone suffers, just maybe not as much because you don't do it that much. Yeah, I don't think this is an argument to say, hey, you're like a 1% like Giga Blaster and you like you have to do this a lot or something. I mean, why not just make it better for everyone, right?
Yeah, it's like designed for less items at a time. Now that the design is definitely going towards now we're mass producing things. It's time for the UI to catch up. That's all there is to it. It's time for the UI to catch up.
I don't play as much as Woody and I have 4 mule paladins. Yeah, you see? it's crazy, The stash
That was a
situation is
mistake I
crazy.
made. I made my mules non-paladin.
Uh-oh.
Embarrassing. Shame. Talk about smoked wings, delicious. I always gotta talk about food when I'm like early into my day. I know I'm not gonna get anything to eat. You guys talking about smoked wings? How good were they? Now I want to know.
Smoked wings sounds good. Sounds about right now. I wouldn't mind some.
Seven geared paladins, 1 necro, and 3 druid builds. Nice. That's so me right now. 8+ paladin build geared. Don't care about much else.
Stash felt manageable from casual perspective until I started an alt. Yeah. Yeah, if you start making other classes or even like other builds on the same class, then it starts getting kind of wild. And it's
Yeah, my
sanctification
inventory
more.
is my stash is the way it is. I realize it's not just for paladin. People still want me to play all the other classes. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I want to, sure. But,
Yeah, forget about the other classes, I guess.
yeah.
Where it that's just too bad. I do so love to see a customer. Don't be gone long now.
How does one smoke creatures down? Now the food is very distracting.
After swapping weapons 5 times,
Yeah, I
gain
mean, we barely have one space for one
2.85
class and one build
fortify.
for it. We're going all out. Yeah, it's rough.
How do you feel about fishing in the expansion, Fame?
I played a lot of fishing as an MMORPG player. Almost every MMORPG ends up with fishing. So my bar is very, very high for whatever fishing should be, and adding it to this, we don't have like any of those kind of systems. I hope whatever it is maybe the sweatiest, most crazy fishing we've ever seen.
Oh my
Cause
god.
otherwise it's gonna be the weirdest, most forgotten thing. It'll be like less played than Dark Citadel. Like, I don't understand where it came from. I remember seeing the surveys where they had like, what would you like to see in D4? And fishing was on that. Which of you in the chat, honestly, actually clicked fishing? Like, I would have never thought we were that kind of people, but apparently somewhere out there in D4, we are that kind of people. Yeah, the fishing mains have to log in. Like, oh no. And see what's gonna happen is somehow it's gonna be like super popular. And they're gonna keep adding more of these things, and it's like, it's not my style. It's not my style to play those at all, but you know, I played them, so I have some opinion.
Okay. I mean, I'm also not very interested. I've done a bit of fishing in WoW, so that's what I know. But I mean, it's, you know, I never really did much of it or something. It's just like a fun little mini game or whatever. I mean, sure. I don't really see a problem with fishing. You know, it's like, okay, they want to do it. If just to make it like a fun little thing. And maybe there's like a bit of like, I don't know, world building and a bit of lore that they can put in there, then, you know, why not? Like, we talked about this with Chronix actually the other day, like, okay, what if fishing actually unlocks like this like secret Uber boss, and, you know, you fish up like the Giga encounter, and you have to, like, you know, rank up your fishing skill first in order to even get it. What do you think about that?
So when these games do add these things, usually if it's super required, what I do is I recruit people specifically to be, you know, in this case, be a fishing master. You like to fish, go fish for us, because I could not be bothered. I could not be bothered. It's like, yeah, I've seen what the systems are. I know a lot of them from all the different games, but every time it's like the last things I do. I hate gathering, so we always have to do gathering and like those RPGs I used to play and survival games and whatnot. Like that's for other people than me, usually. I'm still like, who mass voted in fishing? Be honest. I know you're out there. How did this happen?
I mean, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it wasn't even necessarily based on like the survey or something, so maybe they just wanted to do like some fun little things like that, right? It's like, okay, like the, like, I don't know, world and quest designers or whatever. Like, they, you know, maybe they were like kind of done with their stuff, and now they decided to add some fun little mini game. So
Can't say we need river tides and lake tides to go over our hell tides. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Maybe that's where it's going.
Oh my god.
It's not for me. You know, some people say like, oh, it'll give us lots of like things to collect. We need like a big collection of fish we can catch. But I'm like, when you look at the achievements in this game and how it doesn't give us that much reward, I wouldn't hold my breath. It's like, I would love for them to kind of keep going to that direction where it's like, hey.
Yeah,
know,
fish
maybe-
6,666,000 times.
Yeah, actually some really big reward for it. Like, sure. I've been like waiting for those achievements to give me like cosmetics in game or something forever, and you know that's still not really a thing. So I don't know what they're doing with fishing. Oh no, someone's like, fish to take up stash tab space. Please don't say that, dirty devil. No.
Yeah. 0.01% chance to fish up a stash tab. Let's go. That'll be good. People gonna sit there all day long.
I do so love to see a customer. You won't find stars. Oh, well, it's decent, isn't it?
I've seen some games like fishing is like their AOK mechanic. keep you logged in. You know, much like they want us to spam clicking, maybe they'll want us to AFK fish. I hope not. I hope not. Did they said anything about what it is, or just like there's fishing coming? That was it. I don't know. Like
Yeah,
anything about it.
they didn't really like go into detail about it, but I expect, you know, something small. So
Yeah, that's what I expected.
it's more like for the memes, I guess.
It's quite a meme.
We'll get a separate inventory for fish bait. Oh man. But no stash space, yes.
Oh, can you imagine? Probably gonna go into the consumable.
No, Jirai.
Because that's not bad enough already. No, I have another new fear for D4 unlock. I didn't even think about it. Like they're gonna make fishing take up my space, aren't they?
Consumables for the fish, yeah, exactly. They go into consumable type. And then they only stack to like 99. Yeah, there's gonna be like, you know, 7 different like, you know, fishing rods and like 20 different types of bait. And they only stack to like 99. You have like multiple stacks of them. It's gonna be worse than the boss mods. And then you have to attach the right bait to like the right fishing rod and to fish in like in a specific spot. Else you have like a, you know, 99% fail rate. It's gonna be glorious.
No. You see, like always those green bars. You gotta match up the timing on for fishing mini games. Like everyone just like throws in at every game, and then all that on top. Oh no!
Yeah, and then
Someone wants to be able to fish the Dark Citadel.
and then you like chill
most
fishing
forgotten.
there, but then the Helltide appears around you and you suddenly get attacked by monsters all the time, but you don't have a weapon equipped because you have a fishing rod in your hand. You can't even like fight back. It's gonna be great.
No.
Yeah.
It was one time with 50 baits this time. We'll be even more. Yeah. Yep. The amount of struggle we have with it will make them decide that next we need gardening. Do it all over again.
Oh god.
At some point, you would think we'll get like the hideout equivalent, you know, some sort of home-based thing. So
Okay, hideout and we can
unfortunately,
plant our
unless we're not
tomatoes.
into
Yeah.
some of those mechanics, we might be getting them. You never know.
Yeah, so you can use like 3 different types of incenses, an elixir and a food buff. But a food buff can only be acquired from your own gardening in your own hideout. So you have to set all that up at the start of the season. And then like let your plants grow, and like every 3 days you can harvest like 2 tomatoes. And you can get a food buff for like 30 minutes. I think that sounds excellent.
And of course, because it's gonna have stat boosts, we're gonna have to do it. No choice. No choice. And they're like, oh yeah, you have plenty of choice. Like some of us know, we you know, if it exists, we have to do it. If there are even like small amounts of stats, we have to do it.
And then there's also the fish buff. So you can have like the cooking buff from your hideout, from growing the plants, and then you can have the fish buff too.
I mean, I play a lot of games where that is exactly what they do. That is exactly what they do. And that's why I am here. That's my problem, right? Give me too many dailies, too many weeklies, too much time gate, too much gathering, too much crafting, and I'm just like, you know, I could be doing something else right now. This is the honest to God truth. Like, I could be doing something else. I'm not a huge fan of these.
And while we're at it, I think I should really go back to the old like plant system where we have like, you know, 1 plant in like Fracture Peaks and 1 in Skull's Glen. Yeah, and then you know, remove all the bundled herbs and drops from everywhere. You have to actually go collect them. I think that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad that it kind of like shifted the other way instead of going more into that. Because when I first saw it, I was like, oh no. They're thinking crafting, they're thinking all this, and this is just a start. Because when we were playing the Gauntlet, we were burning those non-stop. Like, we had no choice. Of course, you want to get that top 10 or higher, you know, you have to. And then we were like, okay, where do I get the right plans to get this? Or where am I going to buy what I need off of somebody else? It was a mess. It's awful. Grind for the essence, and yeah, that one is pretty awful. Like, everyone kind of came to the conclusion what you do is you go to normal, and then you kill him on normal because it gives the same rep. I don't like systems like that either. I don't like that kind of loophole. Hopefully they don't put us through that anymore.
Hope fishing will not be a must-do thing. Oh boy.
Oh, such a you come again.
The next club would be Animal Crossing. They bring fishing. Oh no, that's a fishing system I'm not a fan of. Right there, perfect example. Like no, no.
How does it work there?
Trade fish. Oh no.
I can't wait, man. Want to sell like 1,000 like stack of fish, 3 billion gold, or PM offer. Like people gonna go crazy for that. Yeah, well, they're gonna trade against like 10 buck runes. Yeah, my stack of fish. Let's go. 1,000 fish for buck. Oh god.
Craziest thing, people will do it. They would do it. That's what it takes. There will always be the fisherman main. They are out there.
Yeah, people were speculating that the new class is a fisherman. It really makes sense. And the fisherman is like 100 times better at fishing than everyone else. But fishing is going to be the best way to gear your character. So everyone's going to be playing a fisherman.
Fisherman alt required to gear your main. Which, sadly, I think it's like kind of similar to something I've seen in other games. So, you know, like I'm never surprised anymore.
You've played a lot of weird games, I think.
Oh yeah, I played a lot of those Asian MMORPGs.
Yeah.
They love some weird systems and some cluttered UI, let me tell you. That's like, you log in expecting this. This is why you play. Some weird systems and some cluttered UI.
Okay, I see.
As much as I talk down on this one, you know, I've seen worse. So much worse.
Have you played a lot of Lost Ark or something? Or which are these games you're talking about?
Okay, yeah, Lost Ark, I play a lot of Black Desert. A lot of games probably no one knows. Your Ikes and your Rohans and your... I don't know the name of anymore. The Lineage 2 thing. You know, all these. So much. And Grand Auto and Spada. Like, I love those games, but at the same time, you know, they're a mess. They're a beautiful mess.
Sounds amazing, yeah.
Two classes mayor people confirmed. Well, I was saying, like, when we opened up that pirate portal they gave us a few seasons ago, there's no other ability in the entire game that looks like that blue water. Significant lack of water.
Which one?
I don't think it's the next one, but you never know.
Sorry, I didn't follow that.
Oh, chat is talking about new classes mayor people. Like, mermaids confirmed.
Oh.
I was thinking, like, we kind of know what the water magic in this game look like. And then there's Tempest over in Diablo Immortal. I don't know a lot about Diablo Immortal, but some of their classes do sound kind of cool. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, they added some pretty cool classes. They have like some Blood Knight, I think, or something, and they have the Tempest.
I love the Blood Knight in theory. In practice, I don't know, because I know not to touch Diablo Immortal, because I know myself pretty well, and you put me in a microtransaction game like that, I go a little crazy. Too crazy. So day one, I played that game, and I'm like, you know what? I see how it's awesome. That's why I can't play. Blood Knight, yeah. See, if they gave us something like Blood Knight, then I might, you know, like, sorry, Paladin, I loved you for a while, but Blood Knight is here now. We'll see what they give us. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, it has that edginess, so I don't think it's gonna be that. He knows all the things, you think.
Okay, chat. Who is genuinely excited to try fishing, no matter what it's gonna look like? And who isn't?
I have a feeling a lot of us who are like, you know, hang out on Twitch and all that, not the biggest fishing fans would be my guess. Oh, some are?
Fortune has chosen you and you alone, wanderer.
So from my chat, hell no. Yeah, see, no boats, no fish. Not good enough.
Only if you get boats too.
Oh yeah, I don't want to direct port or whatever the the mobile fishing is. That would be unfortunate.
Already have the fishing guide ready to go. Yes, guys. Click on the fishing bobber when it moves.
It didn't exist. I was gonna do it.
Diablo 4, #1 fishing game of 2026. Yeah, first we fish for the right run in the tower, and then we fish for real.
The people would rather reinstall WoW and exercise before. That's gonna lie. Always be shadow fishing. Yeah, actually, this is a higher chance if I ever get into fishing to be what I do off stream. I can't imagine my stream style going well with fishing. Yapping the whole time about I don't know. No, not for me. For actual Uber bosses got fishing instead.
Yeah, buffs up the extra weapon slots for fishing rods. That's gonna be great. You can level your fishing expertise.
Barbs really need a new weapon slot for fishing.
Yes.
Fish X amount of times and get the fishing pole weapon for every slot skin. Better not put fishing in the seasonal journey. Oh, there's another fear unlocked. Please no. Make me do it.
Yeah, you have to at least fish like 20 fish before you can enter the pit. You know, it's like part of season rank 2. I think I should even put it into the capstone, you know. In the capstone there should be like one section where you have to fish up like 20 fish.
You won't wear it proudly, dear. That's just too not bad. But you could do much better.
So even if you get boosted through it, you know, you still have to do the fishing part. I think that would be excellent.
No, at least they don't put Dark Citadel in there. I played that one time each wing on stream, and I never played on stream again. So no. And then they put the tile into one of the capstones, since, you know, we don't see it anywhere else. I liked it at first, and it's just like, it's just not worth. Just not worth. Like the follow. It's the, what am I doing?
There should be a chance to catch a mythic unique when fishing. Oh boy.
Please no. Please no. Oh, everywhere you can get a unique. I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there's like some gear they can get from it, but it's like not nearly anywhere close to like an efficient way to do it, I think that's okay. It would be funny, you know. Sometimes it happens and then boom, it's like, oh shit, you know. I think we need more of these moments, and if fishing is part of that, I don't mind.
But I've seen this.
XP bonus fishing strat. Oh shit, so you get like an XP buff, like the Night Management buff.
Oh no!
And also like the Legion campfire, yeah. Yeah, no.
I do Legion. I think about that thing.
Every hour you have to like fish 10 times. There's like a 5% chance to get this 1 hour buff for the XP. So Fame's gonna log in every season.
Sigil for fishing spots. I can see that, unfortunately. Yeah, what are they gonna do for our solo self-fired in this game? I'm very curious.
What are they gonna do for what exactly?
For solo self-fired, it's like they're not just gonna make a simple one. They said, what does it look like in D4? I'm kind of curious because I hope they get something more like last Epoch has, where you choose one of the two options and it kind of like changes your gameplay, but doesn't like completely maybe lock you in solo if you don't want to. Like having that option to do it, like awesome. But as someone who's not like a solo player, but wouldn't mind, you know, not engaging in the economy directly, it would be nice to be able to kind of be separate, but not completely separate.
Yes. That tells us as the app is coming and it's a solo self-fishing.
Yeah.
Oof. That'll be rough. for sure. Solo self-fished, yes. Glorious. We have glorious days ahead, guys. In the expansion.
Selfish.
It's gonna be great.
It was true. We might be giving them ideas, and we're all gonna regret it in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like, hey man, the community is so engaged talking about this fishing stuff.
Exactly.
We should really devote some more resources to it.
They love this. They love this. How many times it was mentioned in that? Surely it's a good idea.
Fame and Woody were chilling on stream like for an entire hour. Thousands of people gave ideas. Everyone had something to say. We really need to like dive deeper.
Crazy thing is, people that aren't the type that hang out here probably actually do love it. This is the problem.
I know that glint in your eye. I know what you seek.
We have fished a soulstone. I mean, I think it's not too unlikely that we're gonna see something like connection to cow level or something. We already have like a few things, and they added something in Vessel of Hatred as well, where they like, you know, kind of extended the cow level clue quest line, basically.
Yeah. I remember everyone went crazy about that. They were all slaying all the cows. And I'm like, but if it's not there already and they haven't proven that whatever that is exists, then it's probably not worth my time, because it's going to end up also, any of those items are going to be on Eternal. I'll play Eternal, so I'm going to have to wait. I'll wait. And I'm still waiting. And I'm glad I never did all that, because it's, you know, not my thing. Not my thing. They can't pay me to do whatever they're asking me to do. I need proof. I need solid proof. So that might be what they do with fishing. Like the sweatiest, most coolest in-game mog you can possibly have locked behind that. It's like, oh, I waited all this time to get some in-game cosmetics to grind for, and there it is. There it is.
Well, speaking of grinding for something, so I know that you do like the Paragon stuff all the time. And do you like actually have like any sort of like goals beyond that? Like, are you preparing for the tower now? Or are you happy with what is coming? Or are you looking for something else?
Usually I go through every class and usually give them at least one build each and like min-max that. And it used to be I would chase like all the orange, masterworks, that kind of deal. Now that I don't have that, it's a little tougher. In like earlier seasons, we'd be like, okay, now let's go cap the Omnisite, because, you know, that was abnormal. Now it happens every season, so I don't have that. So now it's like, we'll just chase like some weird, crazy sanctifications is where we're at. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not usually like the biggest like pit pusher, gonna be like tower pusher sort, because I have that PvP background, so that's what kind of like gets me like super sweaty and going. And those things don't do it for me. Not quite the same. It's like I'll play with it a little bit. I know some of the crew that play with me, they'll be into it, so we entertain it a little bit. But you know, I wouldn't mind more in-game that is more on like my track for what to do, but I don't mind playing lots and lots of different builds and like off-meta stuff and just like having fun with that for ridiculous amounts of time, as long as it just keeps me in the grind. You know, that's fine. But it is true, like after I do the 300, there isn't as much of a concrete goal as someone who does not, you know, do all that pit pushing.
How would you feel if they raised the Paragon cap?
I don't mind the idea of them raising the Paragon cap and or maybe like having a prestige system, but the deal with that is like the XP has to be on point. I think it is closer now to what it would be where I would enjoy it, because a lot of people say like, oh yeah, if they put a prestige system, if like players like Faye would just like pop off, it's like, but then I would live in the pits as the old version would have been nonstop, and anytime I would not be in that pit doing the same speed runs would be like a loss on time for what, you know, would be my goals and like my thing. So if they did stuff like that, then, you know, I would feel okay about it, as it is more or less now, with of course a little bit of adjustments to maybe how the bosses are running. that's okay. And I know other games under the same company umbrella do have some of these like unlimited prestige type systems. It always depends on how they implement. Always depends on how they implement. But right now, like for actual power game, like minimal and kind of strange to do it. But if they adjusted, you know, it could be done. I could see how it could be done, which I wouldn't mind. It would give me more to do.
Okay, I see. And like, would you also like to see like some sort of revamp of Paragons and what they do, for example?
Yes, yeah. I am not crazy about the Paragon board as it is. I much prefer like if we're putting those points in and working so hard for those points them to mean more than like the actual gameplay. Right now it's just like stats. Like okay, sure. Like every class I go through the Paragon, you know, more or less the same approach. It would be way cooler if they really put more gameplay changes into what those choices mean.
Did you see what the skill trees look like on the expansion, like from the preview?
I did see a little bit
in
of
the
that.
trailer,
I haven't
yeah.
really talked to others.
We saw like the
about it.
Zork there with this like fire, ball lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
That should hopefully open up the game some more for those of us who like to play lots of builds. Lots of things.
Yeah, but what do you think about the system? Like, just like looking at this with like, you know, there's like these like 3 paths basically that I have on a skill. So one seems to be like this, like the 3 options that we see on the Paladin basically, and then like 2 other paths that are probably like some other like modifiers or something. And,
I am definitely excited for that. I'm one of the people who very, very adamantly called it a skill twig. Very openly. Very, very openly. So now they're like, okay, now we're going to open it up. We're going to give you some more options like right there in that skill tree. I'm pretty excited. It's like, finally, it's going to feel more right. Because I love how the Paladins do it. And it's like, that's the precursor to that, right? And I keep saying like, yeah, like right now Paladin feels super, super good, like significantly better than the other ones. But it is because I think it has like that closer skill tree to what we're going to see everybody get in the expansion. So when that happens, you know, everything else is going to feel a lot more shiny than it is right now.
everyone's gonna play Necro, I predict that now.
Yeah. Then I love Blood Necro. That was my main when I first started this game, and where it is right now is just I'm not happy. Fortunately, I have Paladin, so I can be happy about that. But like, if I just look at Necro by itself, it's like it hurts a little.
Okay, so a question for chat. So with like these sort of but skill variants that we see on a Paladin, right? Like for example, Shield of Retribution for Blessed Shield, or like the Javelin for Divine Lance. Like this sort of like transformation, what would you like to see for existing skills on existing classes? What do you expect to see? That'll be interesting. Maybe for you as well, Fame.
Okay. So much. It's so much. Just like going back to the Necro, it's like I need my blood skills to have lots of options and then actually feel good. I would like Bloodlands to not always feel like it's self-destructive to its own power scaling. That would be great. And then, so of course, damage often made with having multiple tags on multiple things, like how we have options. You can change the styling on the Paladin. Every class hopefully sees a lot more of that. So I'm not like locked in to, it's like, oh, my Razor Wings have to be like the lightning type. Maybe we could put something else on it. And I can pair it up with something across the Spiritborn line in a different way. A lot of that kind of deal. I'm pretty sure we will see that, like you mentioned, like fire, ball lightning. Oh yeah. My chat's like black color palette. That's not related to the skill tree, but we all know, in my chat we talk about black palette wed. Every time I talk to devs, I feel like I should always be that girl and just like always ask until it happens. So they're just gonna know. It's like, oh, it's Fame. I know what she's gonna ask. Black palette wed. Where?
I mean, there's like a gray color, right? So it's, in some
no,
transmogs.
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. That does not count. It has like the black in. It even teases us like there's black in that circle, and it doesn't appear anywhere. No, doesn't count.
Okay. Never mind then.
Druid wolves make a wolf NATO. I would not be surprised if we see some sort of animal in a tornado. I mean, it was there in season 7, right?
And,
Like we saw auras and things that ended up in the Paladin in season 7. So maybe, just maybe, there may be something in a tornado in our future.
that'll be hilarious. Give us
Maybe
Witch Doctor.
Andrew
People want an
Garfield,
entire
yeah.
Witch Doctor, huh? Okay.
Yeah, the pirate NATO since they're introducing fishing. Loop it right back around.
Oh, man.
No.
Well, I mean, basically what they did in season 7 was the witch powers, right? And this was clearly like Witch Doctor themed from Diablo 3. And so in Diablo 3 there's a class called Witch Doctor, and like a bunch of these effects were like literally skills on the Witch Doctor, basically. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how that went.
Yeah, like chat, people come through like every day and they want Witch Doctor. That's the one they want. And I'm like, I don't know, you'll get that on the nose, but you know, maybe a little. You never know. Willpower class, right? Isn't it a willpower class over there?
It was an int class in Diablo 3, but I mean, it could very well be a willpower class, I guess, if you introduce Witch Doctor here. I mean, willpower didn't exist.
Let's see. It's similar vibe, but it's not like right on the nose.
We need a Shadow Blaster class. Demon minions. Okay, that sounds cool. What about the poor Necros, though?
Greetings. Use it well.
Yeah, a lot of signs point to something like a warlock. That's true. Walking Lilith class. Wouldn't be surprised if the new class is something closely tied to Lilith. If we got Paladin that's closely tied to the angels. Makes sense. Chat going crazy for chickens. Hey, you never know. You never know. Everything on the table.
Very funny suggestions in chat here.
Something demonic with telekinetic powers, yes. See, now if they give something with like telekinetic powers, that would be a threat of me maining Paladin. I dig those.
Telekinetic. Yeah, people were talking about something like Oracle as like an idea for a new class.
Yeah.
That's also pretty cool.
Came up in the lore. And now they have an Oracle ascendancy in PoE too. Stepping on each other's toes is what they do.
What the fuck? I got both. Alright.
I mentioned the water-based class. Just like the color of that portal. Back to the pirate portal. There's significant water where we're going, because obviously fishing all comes back. Disgusting with myself at this point, it all comes back. Anti-frog doctor. Where are our frogs? Where did the frogs go from season 7?
Yeah, I feel like they could bring back some of the old season stuff a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, sometimes they like bake it into like some new, I don't know, like quest lines, like some of the enemies, or I don't know, like I saw the construct enemies in the tower, for example, that's a thing. But I feel like that's not really enough, right? It's just like, okay, it's like one random monster type out of the many monster types, but we had like really cool stuff there in some seasons. And it's just gone.
Not having a pet, even just like the celestial pet, like obvious choice, like, nothing. I miss it.
Yeah, exactly. Like even just like an unlockable pet, right? Like the construct or something.
Yeah.
Like why not? You know, just like a pet. I mean, it's cute, and they even had like this whole thing you can pet it and whatever. So yeah, it was nice. But where is it? You know, kind of strange. I feel. I feel like it would be like
Exactly.
such an easy way to like upgrade the game in many ways.
Yeah, the assets are like already there. Why not? Why not? Yeah, contract as a pet. The very least. The very least.
Spirit of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Masterful work.
There's a new one.
Land shark. Another thing that another game has.
The what? A ride a shark.
keep that up.
Okay. That sounds funny.
See, now we only get new animals for mounts every DLC. So we got the, what is the basilisk? They put some shark armor on something. I think you're out of luck for a while. It's pretty cool, right? I don't know.
Does sound funny. Wrong one. The new mount is damn nice. Have you tried it? The new mount? What do you think about it? It's like some raptor, right?
Yeah. I think they call it a basilisk in this game. I do quite like it. I want to see what else they do with it. Just one look right now. It's like not enough. If everyone's gonna run it, I will avoid it. Like meta, it's like I'll play a little bit. Meta is a tool, not a toy. So right now the basilisk is a tool, not a toy for me. We'll see what they do. Right around the cat. Which when it first came out, I was not a fan of either. And now that it's kind of like the old thing, like okay, now it can be my thing.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I tried it briefly, but I don't like it too much. But it's kind of cool that they're adding like more different types of mounts, and it still kind of like stays somewhat like kind of grounded in the world and doesn't like go like too crazy with like NTX. So I think they're doing a pretty good job with that.
Back to the dinosaur. Everyone's just like, okay, now that there's the wolf, obviously. You got the cat, you got the dog. Nope, they the dinosaur instead.
What is the mount you would really like to see? Since you've played so many weird Asian MMOs, there's certainly some candidates.
Oh. This one I would not like to see in this game, but it was always like kind of the silliest. In Lost Ark, you could ride around on a bed. You know, you got your magic carpets, you can do that. Just get the broomstick, that kind of thing. But none of those I really see in this game. An elephant type thing, I could see, maybe. But that would probably also come with some sort of other mechanics along with it to make it make sense. Be alright.
Mm-hmm. Sounds funny though.
Yeah. There's like the big fluffy like teddy bear type stuff. I guess you could ride on a bear. There are bears in Sanctuary.
Mm-hmm. A bear. Okay. Yeah, it seems
Or
like
Mustang. I don't know about that. I was never a Mustang fan. Never a Mustang fan. I already have horses. Good enough. Close enough. Leave the Mustang wherever it belongs.
It seems like they're adding like one new mount type per expansion. That seems to be like a thing, right? So who knows? You know, a few expansions more, and what are we gonna have? Maybe we're gonna get a bear.
Bats. I want bat everything.
Bat.
Right now we got nothing. At least a bat pet, but a big bat we can ride around with Geo too.
Mm-hmm. That sounds funny too. Multi-seat mounts. Oh. Yeah, this will be good for you to, like, you know, you ride into battle with your crew to the Nightmare Dungeon. Yeah, they have to then delete the Nightmare Dungeon teleport as well, guys. What do you think about that? So you group up in Kyowa Shard, Bane whips out the elephant or something, and then, you know, you ride to victory.
It's like those longboard mounts in, that's what they call them, the big dinosaur in WoW. It has like merch on it.
Exactly.
Nobody wants anymore.
Riding around Helltide with the squad.
Yeah.
And then the worm pops out and everyone gets dismounted and flies somewhere, you know, like in different corners of the map.
Anyways, we'll have a clown car.
Yeah, I think they should take the knockback from the worm, from the Helltide worm, and just make it like times 1000. Yeah, and then when it pops out, he just fly across the entire map. That'd be cool.
Deckard Cain is Mallow. That's an image.
Oh no.
Just don't know. Just don't know.
Multi-seat mount needs coordinated party dismount attacks. Yeah, let's go. So you have like, you know, one druid and one Sorg and one paladin. What is even the paladin dismount attack? I haven't even checked it out actually. Have you tried it? Have you been on a mount? Actually, I don't know what it does. Probably OP, if I had to guess. It's a spear attack. Is it like the falling star or what?
Diablo mounts. We finally have Diablo and Diablo. Whatever it takes.
Interesting. Diablo as a mount. Holy. But it only unlocks after killing Uber Diablo, which is spawned from fishing in the cow level. With a 1 in 10,000 chance.
Oh no. They do it. They do it.
And the mount drop itself is also the 1%. Delete the bot now. Make this unseen. Yeah, in World of Warcraft there was a boss that had to actually fish up. And then you could fight him. That was really cool. It wasn't like hard to do, you know, I mean, they had like 10 people doing it and it would pop up in like 1 minute or something. But it was cool, I think.
So I never got to play with Kanai's Cube because I didn't do the D3 thing. What was up with that, and why would people want to see that more than the Heraldric one?
Ah, the Kanai's Cube. Okay, so I guess you know D2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in D2 they had the product cube. It was mostly like a storage and crafting feature. And in D3 they also did a cube. But in addition to that, first of all, it was in town, you didn't carry it around. It wasn't like a storage thing. You always had to go back to town and do it there. But yeah, in addition to that, you also had like powers in there. So imagine kind of like how we slam like mythic powers into our gear right now with the sanctification. So you had like an arsenal of unique powers in there, and you could choose like basically like one offensive, one defensive, one utility kind of slot.
Right.
So you just get that for free, you know, just a unique effect. You know, kind of like how we have the extra, like, you know, aspects now. So that was kind of how it worked in Diablo 3, which was kind of cool. You know, you had like more options of your builds, but at some point,
yeah. So I see how it would be maybe more appealing than the Heraldric, as we know.
I don't know. I feel like in Diablo 4 we don't necessarily need more of these sort of like raw power creep features that this would be. So it would be just like, okay, everyone puts a grandfather there, GG, right, or something like that. So it's obviously, you know, this, if they bring something like this to Diablo 4, they have to like redesign this anyway. Or, you know, they make it only like utility powers or something like that, right? Or it's like its own pool of powers that you can put there. So you can do some fun stuff for sure like this, but you know, I think the crafting part is the more interesting part. So that was like really underdeveloped in Diablo 3, and yeah, here we would expect like, you know, something way cooler and maybe closer to Diablo 2's crafting, for example, where okay, you do like a special recipe and you put in like, I don't know, the topaz with the item and a certain rune, and then, you know, you infuse the item with like a new stat that you can't otherwise get, or, you know, something like that, right?
Right.
So that is obviously cool. And the Diablo 3's feature was just like, okay, power creep and a bunch of like, okay, you can convert materials into items, but nothing about it was special or something, so.
Interesting.
So yeah, like going the D2 route where like you actually have the Heraldric cube and it's like really like crafting oriented and so on. I think that's gonna be very cool.
Right.
We need a lot more of that.
Right.
And especially if
feel
there's
like
like
what we're doing right here with like the sanctification is only like tip of the iceberg kind of vibes for whatever they're planning for crafting.
yeah, exactly. Like right now it's like obviously like full RNG, right? You just like send it and hope for the best. But you know, if there's actually like recipes and like okay, like you know, there's stuff that I explained, right? Imagine, I don't know, let's say you do like your recipe, like you put in like your amulet with a topaz and a rune, and then you know you have like a high chance to get a passive on it or something, or you guarantee a passive on the reroll or something, or
Targeted.
I don't know, maybe there's like some stats that don't otherwise exist, you know, that you can now put in a gear, like I don't know, chance to gain resolve on hit, and now a sword can have resolve or something, right? And you put that on your pants, or you know, some shit like that, right? There could be like a lot of options. There can literally like a million different combinations I can think of, and yeah, that could be really cool stuff, I think. So,
Yeah. We don't even know yet. We don't know.
or like they could make recipes where you know maybe there's like some super hard to do recipe, right? And it allows you to just like add a GA to the item you already have, or you know something like that. Like imagine that, for example, that would also be something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know, you fuse items together and like in the PoE there's a recombinator, right? You like, you know, get like half the stats from this item and half the stats from the other item. And you know, then you see what you get, that kind of deal, right? Maybe you can even like, you know, have multiple you know, skill ranks on the same glove or something like that, and then you can make some cool combo of a build. I don't know, like
Yeah.
can do lots of cool
I like how
stuff.
sometimes I sanctify stuff right now and I get extra cooldown reduction on things that already have cooldown reduction. It's like, I like that. And I realized that there's no other way that could have happened other than the sanctify exists right now.
Yeah, or like I don't know, like there's like this Herald of Sucker room, right? It has core skills, and then you sanctify like basic skills on it. Like, huh? Like, you know,
Yeah.
like if there was a world where we could actually, you know, play two skills and it makes sense, then that would be kind of cool, right? So
I wish it was like that.
yeah, we just don't really live in that world right now, but you know, with the skill tree work, maybe we will, right? So
Yeah.
maybe you will appreciate having flurry and rapid fire ranks on your glove when you do like some weird item recombination and you know suddenly have both and core ranks together with it as well. It's just like triple and go, you know. I mean, why not, right? You can do some lots of cool stuff with such a system, I think.
Switch builds would have that kind of versatility where that would feel good. One day.
Yeah, I mean, we were there at some point, and now we're not, so maybe we're gonna go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the good thing about the cube is also like it's like very like modifiable and expandable, right? So once you have this system, we'll just add more recipes, right? If there's more cool stuff you want to add, you just add another recipe, and there you go. And you don't have to make like a new vendor and like some new UI and whatever, right? So it's gonna be very simple for them to expand on it as well. So whatever we're gonna see with Orada Cube, you know, it's not the final version of it, I'm sure. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I feel like in general, like with the item journey that we have right now, like it's like there's like not really enough kind of like changing your build up in the long run, right? Like you don't have enough steps of progression, I feel, where like, okay, you start a character and, you know, you level up to 60 and, you know, it's kind of like, you know, lots of the like, the main things kind of come online, right? Like a level 30 or level 40 or something if your entire build kind of completed. And then, okay, you have legendaries and then at some point you go to uniques and at some point you go to mythics. But most of the time it doesn't really like, you know, really like switch up like how you play or something like that. You know, there's like some builds where that really happens, like Death Trap Rogue, let's say, right? Where you go from like rocking it, the cooldown resets of your exposure passive, and then at some point you reset it with Beastfall boots and stuff. So that's kind of cool, right? It's like a cool evolution of a build.
Right.
And most builds don't really have anything close to that. And if you have like, you know, these sort of like late game crafting features, where suddenly you enable these like crazy combos and like, you know, new ways to get like special effects, then yeah, you can have like a really cool evolution of like every build, I think. And even like, you know, open-ended, right? You can actually make this like, you know, impossible to finish your gear, right? With like a crazy, like, you know, sanctification style. It doesn't have to be sanctification, right? But like the journey of, you know, never finishing your item basically, because it's just like so incredible to get like the perfect roll and everything. I think that adds a lot to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, for example, like now, right? The ultimate dream would be to get like a Starless on your neck and like or like on your two-handed weapon if you use a two-handed weapon, right? And I mean, of course, no one is ever gonna get that, but you know, you could, right? So
Good.
yeah, that is cool, and there's something to look forward to, and that can potentially like really mean like a huge shakeup of your entire build, where you know like the extra resource you get from the Starless suddenly enables you to do this other thing that wasn't possible before, and you switch around the skill, you switch around another aspect, and you know, stuff like that, right? Yeah, I feel like we kind of like lock in the build way too soon when we play Diablo 4.
Right, exactly.
And
that's what I was
okay,
gonna
like I
say.
mean, we grow in power and like, you know, number go up, but you know, the build doesn't really like evolve in any way. So it's just like the same build that we play.
This game does not have that kind of culture. Like, okay, this is my starter, and then like this is like a more in-game thing because we have to build ourselves up to that point. And then it's like it's a very, very different build between like when you started and when you say you're like more done, like truly in-game. And like this game, it's like almost right out of the box. I can make any build, any meta build, whatever, almost immediately without even thinking. Within a few hours, it's already there, and that's, you know, that's it. And it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right, especially for those of us who like play a lot. It feels like something's missing, right? But not having the item progression that can let you like really enter into like a whole another phase of the game. So this game just needs that. Right now we just don't have it.
Yeah, someone's talking about the talismans, which is gonna have sets. So we saw this in the trailer as well. So I'm very glad to see that they're not actually introducing real set items, I gotta say. Like people were
Yes, yes. I was a big opponent of like set items, as you know, most games like D3 even would do, because I feel like that it's like it changes the amount of build variety for the negative, like less. It's like this is what you do because this is what's strongest. This is what your stats are. Those are your choices. Go for it. I much prefer like a much more open kind of system where even if you obviously some things are not going to be meta, they don't have the numbers for it. They at least approach some sort of playability. You're not going to feel like, well, I can't do that because the sets say no. And often that's what sets, I think, in most games do. Like they determine like, okay, this is the meta right now because this is what you got, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, the thing is, I think there would definitely be a bit of room for it if these are like their own individual builds that otherwise are not feasible or something like that. Like, okay, you don't have like the connection to Diablo 3, but in Diablo 3 we had like, you know, it was like a very set-based game, but also like it created builds that, you know, like it kind of like was too much for like a single item to like do that, I think. Like, I think like one of the favorite examples would be like Maxroll, Demon Hunter. So basically, he had like a skill called Sentry, so you put down some little turret, and then with that set, that turret will also shoot like basically your core skills that you're using. And there was also like some other stuff with like pets and companions that the Demon Hunter had. Yeah, either way, that was like all combined into like one set, and it was like its own playstyle, you know, its own build, where you know, something like hugely transformative basically. So there would be room for something like that, I think, where you can just like expand the repertoire of builds that classes have a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, it would also be like relatively easy to balance from that point, right? Because like, you know, I don't know, 5 items are locked in anyway or something, right? And you kind of force people into like using this and that. So it would be very easy to kind of bring it in line with the power of non-set builds, I think. But
Right.
I feel like it's not really needed right now. I feel like Diablo 4 has plenty of build options for all classes, and in fact, you know, you're gonna get a lot more when the expansion comes anyway, with like the skill tree and stuff. So it's kind of like a risky thing to do. But for like these like kind of insane effects, you know, like that,
Yeah.
it would be potentially an idea, I guess, to introduce like sets. But if like sets are just like, hey, do bigger, you know, big damage number and that's it or something, then yeah, that's obviously a bit boring and doesn't really help anyone.
Yeah, a lot more variables on the different skills coming up. So excited. So excited!
Yeah, and also I feel like it's just like adding, in general, like adding more items doesn't really help anyone right now. Like we have so many items, right? And so many of them are actually useless. So many aspects are useless. So many uniques are useless. Exactly. And if you then add sets, then okay, what are you gonna do? Like, you know, how is upgrading the game in any way, right? Like, We already have all the shit that no one wants anyway. So if anything, you can fix that, and then you're fine, right? So actually adding like a new system, like the talisman, for example, makes a lot more sense because it actually gives like another layer and this sort of like build progression that I just mentioned, right? Where it's like maybe the talisman is actually transformative and allows you to open up some combos in the late game, and it's like super hard to grind like the perfect talisman and like the full set or whatever, and then whatever you get from it, right? So maybe that is exactly the kind of thing where you don't have the talisman at all until you're like actually like Paragon 200, and then you start building it up, and then you get like some better stuff, and you get a full set, and then you get another set, and then you like think about, okay, which one do I actually want to use or whatever. So if
yeah,
that
exactly, the aspects already make it feel like there's a lot. We were already wearing sets because you're pretty locked in. Like these are the ones that work, and the other ones why we bought it. And practically, you look at everybody's builds across the way, they're practically already wearing sets. And I don't like the aspects and stuff because sometimes it feels not sometimes all the time it feels like that. I need more of it.
Yeah, I feel like in general that if they tune down all the numbers on all of the aspects and all the uniques, then there would actually be more reason to make choices, right? If it's not all about, okay, it's just put like the highest damage number on everything, but there's also like some sort of utility baked into some aspects, or like literally putting a utility aspect like on your neck or something, right? Like who has ever thought about this like in the last year, right? Like no one. So it's like not a thing. But imagine in a world where like not every aspect is like a double damage multiplier or something, then yeah, you could think about it. Hey, do I want to put some huge quality of life or like some huge like coverage thing, right, or something like that on my neck or my glove, or do I actually want like this extra like 15% damage? Like I'm not sure which one is better, Of course, when you have like the choice between like a 70% damage multi and I don't know, shared misery aspect, yeah, I know what I'm gonna take, right? But if the choice is like
chase the multiplicative damage, then you see all the cool utility stuff, and it's like, don't touch that, that's the wrong choice, and it's nothing hurts me more.
Yeah, exactly. But if the choice is like 10% damage and shared misery, then I'm like, yeah, okay, that doesn't sound so bad, So I would put that in some builds for sure, And yeah, we kind of need to go back to that, right? Like I think this used to make a lot more sense in the past, and then the numbers have grown and grown and grown, and like utility choices can't scale the same as numbers on damage, right? So yeah, at some point like the damage just becomes the only choice, and you don't have any option.
And that might actually be the biggest game ruiner for me in this entire game. All the utility stuff is like can never choose it. Unless I'm openly then when people ask like, oh my god, why aren't you doing X amount of damage? Why aren't you doing this? Because this looks neat, and then I'm just farming right now. I can do it like that. And then you always have people because they know the multiplicative damage is technically the right choice in almost every other circumstance. They will come through and start waving the "you're not playing the meta" card at me. They're like, why would you choose this? Why would you do this? Like because it's cool looking. And I just wish it would actually be better in full practice. Hopefully one day the adjustments we made where we can make those choices, and you want that multi-shot or whatever it is out there on that aspect or wherever they put it, you can have it.
Yeah, someone is also saying like uniques had cool effects, like if someone's move faster and imposing capacity is increased, etc. Yeah, I kind of like that as well, like where it's just like these like weird random perks that you have on some items, right? And over time they also just kind of remove them in favor of like more meta stats, right? And then uniques, like all the uniques just have all the same stats you put on legendaries anyway, right? At this point, like they put like the double damage tempers and the double cast tempers everywhere, and they just have a main stat, life, cooldown, like basically like everything we already have on our gear anyway is all the uniques now as well, right? And there's no like weird random shit on most of them anymore. But I think the weird random shit is like what makes the uniques actually exciting, right? Like you force people to have this weird random stat that I would never put on a gear, but now you have it and you have to deal with it, And in some cases, it's actually like a huge boon, right? It can be like a really cool upside. Like you force people to have quality of life, right?
Yes.
So that is a cool part about it, I think. Where everyone would otherwise just like not choose the quality of life. They would obviously choose the damage if they could, but they can't. Yep. So you are forced to enjoy the game, So that is
forced to enjoy the game.
Yeah. And I think that is something that really went missing over time as well with like some of the uniques. So I wish they would do more like that again.
Yeah. started this game, and I'm so heartbroken realizing that the answer was always the less fun. The less fun, like, screen chaos option is that was it. You can't have all these fancy things floating around all the screens. You're gonna do like no damage. You need to take that one that does basically nothing with your actual like gameplay other than you do more damage. Like, oh, why is it like this? And let me have all the crazy projectiles everywhere and actually feel good for it. For once. For once.
I mean, just need to play Sorg with lightning a little bit, and then you have some crazy stuff going on, I guess.
That is true now. I think of like my Pestilent Swords when I play Spirit Board, how much I love them to just go everywhere, and how much the entire instance when they first released that hated me when I wasn't doing enough damage in like high pits. I could break the whole game for my entire team. Yeah, there are downsides. There are downsides to be just doing the weird stuff. It should never force you to enjoy Mother's Embrace. Well, they did do their best attempt at it last season, didn't they? Some people, when they were leveling, they got that, and they were like, you know what, it's actually feeling okay. I never was that person, but there were people.
And what about the Mother's Embrace? Yeah.
In chat, I was saying that you never force you.
I mean, as a chaos item, getting it like very early or so, it was not necessarily terrible, yeah? Like, in general, like, if Mother's Embrace was like dropping at level 30 or so, you'd be very happy about it. Right? It's just, we don't really get uniques at low levels and like very early on. And then you also have the issue, like, once you are in Torment and you go to like Torment 1 or Torment 2, you do a few bosses and you just have your entire build anyway. Like, you don't care about Mother's Embrace anyway, right?
Why is it even in the loot table?
Yeah.
I troll you.
Yeah, I mean, Mother's Embrace has a place, but not in the current game. That's the thing. You know, Mother's Embrace is not a bad item. It's just like completely outclassed by everything else. But if the other stuff that is way better just came in later, you would be very happy about a Mother's Embrace, right?
Right.
So,
timing.
You know, Mother's Embrace can just drop earlier, or, you know, the good stuff can drop later, you know? Like, why does everything drop in Torment 1 in the first place, you know? Like, why can we get a Rod of Kapalecki in Torment 1, you know? Why can we get a Lord Ring Nightbringer in Torment 1, right? You walk in with 500 obols, you gamble 2-hand mace, and boom, you're in Torment 4 and you want to do it. Yeah. So, like, why is that a thing? I think that this item existing is fine, and this item being like 20 times better than the next best option is also fine. But doing this in Torment 1 is not fine, you know?
Right.
So... I think that there's like a lot of stuff they can do with like just, you know, like you don't have to make every item like a meta item, you know? You don't have to like keep buffing Mother's Embrace for the 17th time. You know, Mother's Embrace can be a shit item in endgame, it's fine, you know? But of course you need to give us Mother's Embrace when we actually care about it, and not at the same time as all the other good stuff, you know? Right. So, and then all of this will suddenly make sense.
Like, we don't have that kind of gear progression where it's like, okay, this is where we start and this is where we end. It's like we're pretty much where we end almost immediately. So stuff like that is just there. We don't think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff like that, with just like making items more rare, making items, you know, like drop on later torments, like especially if they add more torments. Like, you know, this would be like the perfect opportunity to like, you know, distribute the stuff a little bit. And, you know, like there's like, I don't know, let's say there's like Torment 10 or something, right? And then maybe at Torment 8 everything's unlocked or so, and like the other two torments are like optional, so that you don't like lock out people completely from something or so.
Yeah, see that's my fear when they add those torments. It's like only the very, very top, that's your best farming deal, so it means like only the sweatiest builds are anything I'm ever gonna play, because that's where the farming's at. They did make it so it's like it's optional, and you get like other like more.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to make like super sweaty, right?
Not like tied into, then it's okay.
But yeah, let's say for example there's 10 torments, and you know, Torment 8 has everything. And then, I don't know, like Torment 6, you know, unlocks Belial, and Torment 4 unlocks like Duriel and Harbinger and Andariel. And, you know, Torment 1 unlocks all the other bosses. And Torment 3 unlocks Escalation Sigils. And, you know, like, then you like attach some items to all of these bosses as well, right? And those items cannot drop in those lower torments either. And, you know, suddenly you actually have like a real progression, and you have like, you know, some steps that you go through. And you can like, you know, put the good stuff on the higher bosses, of course, you know. And, you know, suddenly you have a game, right?
There's a way to do it where you feel good.
So, I feel like this whole like shortcutting of like going from T1 to T4 in like one swoop basically that we do is like I don't know, completely bananas. I feel. And then you can do the same stuff with like all the other stuff, right? Like, you know, I think also like in general, like people get overwhelmed a lot with like all the systems and all the different types of content that we have, right? Like you load up a character at level 1, you do Helltide and Under City and whatever, and then you go to Torment and suddenly you have like 7 more things that pop up on your map or something. Like what the fuck do I do?
Right.
What are all these like 20 different bosses here? Like what are farm?
Yeah, the question always is like, oh, I just made it the Torment. What do I do? You can do all the things, and that is maybe not the best for like someone who is newer to hear. It's like we of course know, so we can like drive them into like more specific things. But if you're just like a new player, you don't engage with all of the like content creators and do all those things, and he's gonna be. It's a little tough. It's a little tough to know what the heck you're supposed to be doing once you hit that Torment, and you hit it fast, even as a new player. It's like hit you with everything all at once.
Yeah, exactly. And then like spreading this out a bit with like some stuff coming online in later Torments. Like, I don't know, like you can't go into Dark Citadel until Torment 5, and, you can't do certain bosses in Torment 4 and whatever, right? And Escalation is later. And then you can like also like just like not overwhelm people immediately with like 1,000 systems and 1,000 things to grind. And, like you have like a way smoother progression, I think. Because I think there's definitely like people that, come back to this game after like 2 years or 3 years literally, right? They played on launch 2023, and now they're gonna play expansion 2. Because they heard it's pork and everyone is blasting, and suddenly they have all this stuff to learn at once.
We already see that a lot in chat. We see that every day. Someone comes in, they heard like, oh, Paladin's here, Paladin's popping off, and they start playing, and it's like, is this even the same game now? It's like a lot of ways it's not. A lot of ways it's not.
Yeah, I mean it is not the same game. Yeah, the game has like completely shifted like 3 separate times already. So. Yeah. And is about to do it again.
Yep, they're gonna do it again. I feel good about this one. Like, I always have like a lot of question marks so the other times they've done it, but I feel like seeing this season, what Paladin's looking like, I feel good about this one.
T8 unlocks Diablo. Holy. Yeah, I mean the cool part about adding extra dormants is also like it allows them to like spread out the scaling a lot more. Right now we have these ridiculous jumps between torments. It's like literally times 10 or something between torments, right? You can like completely destroy torment 1 and then go to torment 2 and you get one shot and you can't kill anything. Like if you're not at a point where you're actually like strong enough to also beat torment 2, you can be strong enough to like completely destroy one torment and have no chance in the next torment, right? Like that also makes no sense, right? It's like, why is this a thing? Like, why is it times 10, It could be like times 2 per torment, or it could be like even 50% more or something per torment, right? And spread it out more, and suddenly, like, you have like a smoother progression, you go through the torments, and there's always like the next torment inside. It's not like this insane brick wall. Yeah, pit scaling is even worse, exactly. I did 120, go to 124, and the mob HP doesn't move. Yeah, exactly, because in 4 tiers higher, the monsters have like, I don't know, more than twice the HP already, And then you go another 4 tiers higher, it's another double, or triple almost. So it's ridiculous. Okay. And, like, this also, like, all comes back to, like, this scaling issue that we have with, like, pit and, farming higher tiers is not worth it, because, the monster HP scales in ridiculous ways. And the rewards don't scale at all, almost. So, why would you ever farm a high tier in the first place, right? There's no point. So, why would you ever do a run that is longer than 60 seconds? There's no point, yeah. So. And you can like make all of this like way more reasonable, I think, when you introduce like the extra torments and like, rescale multipliers.
Blizzard is allergic to scaling rewards. I suppose.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, we see that the people that know what they're doing, outgrind the ignorant by, a factor of, dozens, I guess. at this point, right? If you look at the Asmodan farming loop and how people are printing mythics non-stop, like you can literally farm 100 mythics in a day, no problem, if you want.
Yeah.
You know? So this is ridiculous, you know, and there's other people out there that, you know, never found a mythic, right? They come to my chat and say, hey man,
Yeah,
I can't get my shroud, what do I do, you know? So there's definitely like this sort of like, you know, like knowledge gap at the very minimum. But it's like, and it's fine that, you know, you can outgrind people by a factor of a couple dozen or something, you know, if you know what you're doing, if a high-end build and all that stuff, but it's also like so weirdly distributed right now, right? It's like this, okay, you sit AFK at the Asmodan fight and get your Ascendance tributes, and then you found like the super trivial Undercity content, and you know, like all the stuff that is actually interesting to do is not giving you those rewards, right? So
Right.
there's also
People
like,
come through and they're like they're accusing people of cheating because we have hundreds of mythics. Literally, we see hundreds. And it's like, no. This is like that. It can't be like that right now.
the D3 scanning rewards felt pretty reasonable. Yeah, D3 did a really good job at this. And D4 is ridiculously bad in comparison. And I mean, it's been 7 seasons of Pit, you know, and we have not done any steps to resolve this as well. In fact, it's gotten worse, you know, they increase the scaling of the tiers without scaling the rewards in any way. So, you know, they made it actually worse. On purpose.
That whole, you know, I am not a fan of like the high end Pit. It's like all this time, all this effort, and basically hitting hit point sponges. Like, for what? Not enough. For me, not enough. But then that, you know, unofficial leaderboard prestige, we've had multiple seasons. Like there's no reason. Hit that 150, like it's too easy on the spirit board. I did not care that much after. Kind of is what it is.
My hammer sings on your return.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Did Wudijo just say reasonable in D4? Oof.
Leaderboards for fishing. Oh no.
Oh my god, man. It's gonna be races for fishing, man. First to fish up Uber Diablo. Holy. Oh, here's a nice tinfoil head theory. It looks to me like the mythic chance becomes better with Paragon levels. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't want these low-level plebs to have mythics.
I don't know. I know a low Paragon person that came through and got their quad Harlequin with me. I don't think my 300 is serving me correctly according to chat. It's broken.
Actually, I mean, it's not entirely unreasonable to think that if you look at Diablo 3's history. Because in Diablo 3, when they introduced Paragons, one of the first iterations of it actually gave you Magic Find. As you leveled up your character, you got like, I think it was like 3% Magic Find per level or something, up to like 100 Paragons. Because people used to like run Magic Find on the gear, and that was extremely valuable to get more loot. And they wanted to like prevent people from having to, like, from feeling forced, like in PoE 2, to have item rarity on all the gear. And so they at some point made this Paragon system, and the Paragon system actually gave you Magic Find, and that did not, that only went up to this cap. So they introduced a cap for Magic Find, and having maxed Paragon was exactly the cap. So you could run Magic Find until that point, and then drop it all, basically.
Anytime I play PoE 2, of course I like to play in a team, so naturally, any team, they need that one person that's popping off all the item rarity, and usually that person is me. It's one of those, if it exists, I must have it kind of feelings. That's why I'm glad, technically, as far as we know, we don't have it here. Now that people are saying that, it's like, oh, maybe we do underneath. Don't say that.
Typical greedy streamer going for all the rarity stuff.
Yeah.
For the big loot explosions. Did y'all ever spend money in shop and suddenly get 4 GA?
I used to have a conspiracy thinking like, okay, I'm not loading into the game properly. Maybe I just buy a little plat. Maybe I buy a little plat. Some people swear by it. Like, I don't think so, but hey, you know what? If that superstition helps you, you do you. You do you.
How do you get Shield Bash from 27 faith down to 12? Ring of Starless Skies is 50% less.
Still 2 Paladin cosmetics I don't own. I need to get that higher magic find. People keep asking how people are getting so many mythics. Well, outside, of course, the prankster deal. You can get the mythic prankster on your sigils. There's also a boost to getting the better keys if you level up your Essence of Sin and the seasonal divine gifts. So, like anytime I kill these bosses, I get more tributes and I know what to do with for the Undercity. And you run those, you get mythics like you want to believe. If you do it in a crew, doing rotations, you get even more. You do all that, and you do it all day. Next thing you know, you have more mythics and you know what to do with it. But then you go for the Sanctify, because that's what really matters after that point.
Yeah, I've already established like 500 mythics this season already.
Kind of gross people are doing that. I would never AFK it. A lot of people go down to normal difficulty to level up their Essence Sin because they have the same reputation.
Man, I love picking up 200 sigils. Best experience.
I hate the excessive sigils. Like, just give me the dust. If I want to roll it, I'm gonna sit there. Like, I feel like it's my time to be in the UI. Let me be in the UI. Don't force it upon me. It's another one of those cases. Like, I get it now. It's like, oh, goblins. Everyone's excited for that. I was excited not maybe the first day, and now I'm like, oh, this is so much busy work. It's so much busy work.
Well, I think like
this whole
like Asmodan and like World Boss loot, I think it's just a bug anyway. This looks very bug to me, to be honest.
I think so.
Yeah, this cannot be intended. If that is intended, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I think it's another case of, you know, maybe they don't actually play the game as much as we do. Even think about it.
This has nothing to do with playing the game. I mean, someone put this number there, right? Like someone said, "Hey, this thing should drop 50 sigils at once." You know, like someone put that number there, and I don't know. Like at some point, something went wrong. I think so. This must be a bug.
Like maybe they intended like the amount for like in total, not every single type of sigil having whatever that amount was. Kind of vibes.
I don't know what the fuck they did, but they didn't do it right.
May your world be filled with wonders.
And then right now, like every like few hours, I will have a loading screen lockup, and it almost always happen while I'm trying to go through all these sigils. So I'm just like, just as well, it was meant to be. I guess I can't look through all those anyway.
Is this like a memory leak problem or something else?
I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. I assume it's some sort of like memory leak thing. It only happens this season. Like other people said that, like, oh, it's been happening to me since like VOH. Like, oh, that's painful. Like hopefully it just kind of fixes itself. It happened on both clients, both on my Steam and my Battle.net. Just in case what it is. I pushed through.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
This is a season of what were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of funny. We have like the same thing going on in PoE2 as well. There's like sort of hyperinflation from like the seasonal stuff.
Oh, I've heard.
Yes.
Oh, it looks so
And
painful. Fortunately, I can enjoy those games without worrying about the economy. But for people like that's their whole gameplay. That
Yeah, like the PoE2 league is completely fucked, I think, right now. So it's kind of.
It's like I don't mind that I'm here at all right now.
Yeah, kind of sad. But I mean, I play SSF only anyway in PoE2, but you know, I don't really care about this. But it is rough for sure, yeah, when something like that happens. And I mean, you have kind of a similar issue here, but at least we have signification now, so. But yeah, I mean, like, trade, I guess, is also like relatively dead right now in D4. Not that it was very much alive most of the time, but. Yeah, last season was basically completely dead. This season, there's not much going on. I mean, who's gonna pay, like, you know, 20 billion gold and then just slam some shit on their item anyway, right? So.
I do here basically like trade clanmates for the runes they want, and I probably would give my runes to a lot of those guys for free. I make them trade for the top ones for the top ones, and that's about it. $2,000 for one tip.
Oh my god, man. That was ridiculous.
So far, I've only picked up one of those mythic pranksters. It's like everybody else around me always is the ones who get that. Luck is not there. I got other luck somewhere, I guess. I always feel like I'm a team I have to brute force. It is what it is.
I mean, yeah, I do the world bosses a lot as well. I do the world bosses a lot, or like the Aspen and stuff.
Yes, I'm doing all that. The one I got was from a world boss. I check every sigil that I can. The ones I'm probably missing out are the ones when I crash. But yeah, so like I try to craft for it too. I probably could do like a huge craft. I really care, but you know, I get tons of mythics off of the undercities and everything anyway. It's like not like I'm struggling. It's not like I'm struggling. It's just it's nice to say that you've found them.
Yeah, I think I'm at like 5 pranksters or so, or 6 this season.
Yeah, it's wild. I sit at Asmo. I do all this. I check all the notes.
Do you like that you're not doing the pit so much and doing the other stuff?
I do. I do prefer the doing this, but that's also because I like to play with my community, and I know they don't like to do the pit stuff. So the overall health of things, you know, it's nice. It is nice.
Okay, what about Infernal Hordes?
I actually enjoy the Infernal Hordes quite a bit, but I don't like that it's very static. Like as a streamer, it's not fun for the whole crew to constantly sit in that room. So I don't mind that we're not doing a ton of that right now either. Like I can visit here and there to get favor at most right now, but yeah, that's it. I was hoping when they revamped that they were gonna be like, okay, now maybe they'll change rooms, maybe they'll put some more tiles and it'll look a little different. Like, no. Maybe some more enemy variety and like they're doing some more crazier things. Like, no. I was a little disappointed how that turned out, but we played a ton of it last season. And I'm okay not playing it now.
Okay, but there's like a new feature coming in the expansion, like the what is it called? The Endless Hordes or something? I'm not sure. There was like something there that they showed for like a few seconds.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Maybe.
No, it's
that will be
Echoing Hatred. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So it said something about like fight endless hordes or something like that. And they saw like the there was like a little clip. There was like a 2-second clip or something, but they saw like, you know, some guy like standing in the middle of like a big room and like monsters charging from all directions.
So that sounds like what I always anticipated hordes to be. Maybe we won't get it. And I'll be happier about it.
Yeah, and in fact there is actually a system in Diablo 3, which I think is going to be inspiration for that. Which is called Echoing Nightmares. So it also has a connection already with the name. But basically the way it works is that you have like waves of monsters spawning, a little bit similar to how it works in Infernal Hordes, but there's like no like boons and stuff like that. So the monsters just spawn in random waves of like combinations of monsters. Sometimes there's a boss in there as well and some stuff. And they get harder every wave. So you defeat a wave, and then the next wave spawns, and they get harder and harder and harder, basically. So they scale up kind of like pit tiers. And you don't lose with like a timer or something, or like when you die. Okay, when you die, you lose as well, but you know, normally you don't die. But you lose when you have too many monsters that you cannot kill anymore, basically. So there's like a bar that fills up with how many monsters are present. So if you like slowly start falling off with your damage, then you lose.
See, yeah, see, I always thought that hordes would be something more like that. To make that okay.
Yeah, and I think that could be a very cool sort of like, you know, build benchmark feature, and potentially even like have its own leaderboard, similar to like, you know, how we have, you know, the tower ladder. Maybe it's gonna be like a echoing hatred ladder. It, you know, like it has kind of like a different style, right? So I think it'll be kind of amazing.
That's what I think the game needs. Just different style, different content, things to do. For those of us who maybe don't want to hit the hit point sponges in the tower. Do it a little. I can't iterate enough. It's like not really my thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would enjoy this. You know, it's like you don't have like all this like kind of like, you know, tactical elements and strategy of you know, you have to do like an entire like tower run for 10 minutes and like, you know, pull stuff and, you know, all this kind of. It's just like go in, you see how far you get. You know, very simple feature. And I mean, obviously there can still be gameplay involved, right? It can be like tough or whatever, right? And it gets harder and harder, and like you have to dodge stuff and whatever, right? But outside of that and playing your character, you don't have to do anything basically. So I guess it could be kind of cool. Like where like the tower pushing is going to be like a very different feature, right?
All for different kinds of challenges. Variety, spice of life, especially the amount of hours some of us put into this game. Give us more to do. Even if I don't choose to do it, I feel like, you know, options should be there.
Yeah. Apex replace decks for decks. Try to relog drug picture. What choices give the best output? How to grasp the difference on the training dummies? You can check the Maxroll guide. There's like a sanctified version, so you can see like, you know, what are the aspects you want to go for and so on. So check the Maxroll guide. There's also like the entire like season section that explains stuff. Yeah, it would be very cool maybe if they add some sort of like roguelike elements as well to this like endless thing. What is echoing hatred? Yeah. If it's not just, okay, you just walk in and do something, but if there was actually like some sort of reason to kind of go in again, right? Because, okay, if there's like, let's say if there's like too streamlined and you just go in, okay, you beat like wave 120 or whatever, and then next time you're gonna beat wave 120 again because it's like the same thing, right? But maybe maybe there could be like something where, okay, like, you know, like roguelike style, like you make a few choices and you get some power-ups or something. Similar to how like, okay, Hordes, you know, Hordes is supposed to be kind of like that, right? But not really, because you don't actually get like anything for a character. It's just like, okay, you get Edda in like various ways, and it doesn't really matter.
I feel like it felt like every round was even less different than what it was before they changed it. Like,
yeah, and now it's like really kind of whatever, yeah. Yeah, but if there's actually like some cool stuff, like, hey, okay, like you choose this thing and you make your character more powerful, and then you would actually have some real playability in this, right? Like you can try some cool combos and, you know, like do this with your character or whatever, and like, oh man, now I can push like another 10 waves higher. Like I think that would be very fun if they do something like that with the system.
Yeah, this game would be served really well with systems like that. So even in our repetition, we feel like there's difference every time we go away. Because right now, like even like all the nightmare dungeons we've done so many times, like the same thing. And we know all the objectives, we know how it's gonna go. One and done, over and over. Like, brain totally turned off. Even selecting the things in the hordes right now, like you pretty much pick everything, and it's, you know, very similar. It's missing. It's missing that little extra spice that makes me want to go in and like see what happens. It's like I don't go in there to see what happens. I go in there like, okay, we're gonna farm it again. Go
Try
next.
kickshot. Do
it
we
again,
have heavily
again,
sigils?
again.
Maybe auto sigils.
Way more fun. We had like those rogue elements. Absolutely, absolutely.
Is there a sim side like that for WoW? I mean, you have the default planner that has DPS calcs or damage calcs, but you can kind of try there a little bit. I'm not sure if everything's like properly implemented out of the sanctifications, but you can check if like it works. You can actually check on the top right on the default planner and see that you can pin, for example, a specific skill and damage, and then check how it changes when you do adjustments. What about afflictions or curses? Yeah, I mean, if it's like called Echoing Hatred and, obviously like influenced by Mephisto or something, then, there could also be like, roguelike choices where, okay, you get this boon, but also this affliction or something. And, I mean, this could be a very cool system, honestly, I think. So I'm kind of excited to see this. I hope this is what it is. Yeah, but they haven't really said anything, so. But you can infuse so much replayability into a system like this.
Right. Yeah, a lot of us, we can farm forever, and that's cool. But there's so many people who come through and play this game without that variance. They feel like, oh, there's no content. People come through all the time, like, okay, this game has about a week's worth of content. It's like, well, as someone who's played as much as I have, I disagree, but I can see how for a lot of people it feels that way. And that's why they definitely need to look at their systems and think, what can we do? What can we do to make it feel like it's not just the same thing over and over again? Because most of this game right now, as much as I love it, is you stand in a circle and you kill a lot of stuff. Like right now, I'm basically standing in a circle and I'm killing a lot of stuff. Which is fine. I know that's action RPGs for you, but, we still do more. It's okay to expect more and want more.
Yeah, go to the right difficulty, Turkish Shot might be it actually. That's the best content. Okay, I'm gonna do some Infernal Horde soon, guys. It seems like this is what the people want.
Oh no!
I actually have to fix my planner anyway, so I've been doing a lot of Infernal Hordes this season because I was just making planners. Especially like in the first days of the season, I was staying there with my Orodin. Make planners, make guides.
Fair enough.
What can you do? But I mean, at this point, like most of the stuff is kind of locked in and there's not too much I have to do right now. So, but yeah, that's like one build in particular I actually want to take another look at. I'm playing my Barb right now though. I have to say it was quite refreshing to play some Lunging Strike. Have you tried the new leap animation? It feels very nice.
I have not seen it.
Yeah, they made the leap faster now. So it scales with attack speed basically. And on the PTR it was pretty ridiculous. It was like way too fast, It was like rushing claw fast. And
CR, they changed it post.
Yeah, they changed it on PTR to be super fast. Basically it was like 1-to-1 scaling with attack speed, and I think they made it now
Okay, so I have
less.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
See, the problem with that leap was it kind of gave me motion sickness after I got it way up there. That was the whole test of the PTR. It's like, if it's really good, of course, we didn't know Paladin was coming. Like, maybe I will main it. Maybe I will. And then we realized some of us were getting motion sickness from it. So it was like, okay, maybe not. Maybe
yeah, it was way too much, yeah.
I understand people who really enjoy it, though, because it definitely feels pretty good, minus, that.
Now it feels really nice. It's like fast, but it's like not too fast, So it's just the right amount, I think. When you have like a lot of attack speed, it feels good.
Falling Star, that's my leap. I'm okay with that. The thing is, I actually like roller coasters, but not like that.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
When was the last time we went on a roller coaster? I hope it's still the best to go for, and if not, no, they're pretty bad now. I think you get some neat iron, yeah, but mostly the scrolls are what we get there.
When was the last time I went on a roller coaster? 2 years ago? 3 years ago? Maybe 4? Yeah, it's been a bit. But
Pretty
I mean,
recent,
I
actually.
didn't go anytime.
Really? Interesting. I've been like a few times, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I live in Florida. In the States. We got theme parks every direction for me. I practically live right next to one, so I can go anytime I want. To the point that I went so much as a kid that now it's like, yeah, whatever. But I still go.
Okay. So it's actually like a big thing there?
Oh yeah, that's our tourism industry. We have Disney World here, and you know all those. The weather's relatively nice, quote unquote nice. It's very hot and humid, but you know, pretty much anytime people can show up and go to all those things. So we're very much known for it.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know about the theme parks in Florida.
Oh yeah. And GTA 6 will take place
GTA
here, so
6,
everyone's gonna learn about all the Florida man things they never really wanted to know.
You can see your neighborhood in GTA 6, yeah? It seems like a very good choice for GTA 6.
GTA 64 more stash base. Oh no. Tragic.
Oof. You know what? That's actually gonna happen, I guess.
Already look at like our local subreddits for my city and whatnot. Every now and then you get somebody asking all sorts of questions, and they're like, "Why do you want to know all this?" And you realize they're preparing for their Grand Theft Auto 6 roleplay. They are that serious about it. They gotta get it right. Oh man.
Are you excited to play
That's
GTA
about our
6?
rappers or about our cultures. Like, just unfortunately, look at our arrest records. They're all public. Florida man comes from reality. So, man.
Are you excited to play some GTA 6 when it comes?
I probably won't play it when it first comes out because like console only. I'm not a big console gamer, but when it comes out on PC, just because of the cultural impact of that game, at some point I will probably play it. I will actually probably stream it too. I don't know how much. I'm really bad at those kind of games, but sometimes you know the entertainment is being terrible at it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be huge.
People who play
So
those games, they can be some characters.
I'll be taking days off for GTA 6 release. Yeah, but what about Lord of Hate release? Wait a minute. Okay, guys, who's more excited for GTA or for Lord of Hatred?
Might be a little biased in this chat, but you know, it's what it is. I'm always so surprised how much of a like a full like complete circle GTA 6 players and Diablo players are. I'll never understand, but I know a lot of my chat is like super hyped. They're coming through even since the launch of this game. They're telling me that like, okay, I'm here for D4 until GTA 6, and we're all like, okay, well, I guess you're here for a few years then. But it's kind of close.
Ava is like, wait, you guys get time off? Yeah, he's sitting there writing Maxroll guides. Unlucky. Yo, Nico. Thanks. Oh, we had our attack earlier. I missed that. Thank you as well for this up. Grim Dawn 2. Have you tried Grim Dawn, Fame? GTA D4 collab, let's go. Maybe for like season 15 or something. I'm not sure if you heard me, but I asked you, have you played Grim Dawn?
I like Grim Dawn. A lot of its mechanics are super cool. Then it's like heavily moddable, so what people do then is like just off the chain. I never really got that much into it, but I've heard things.
Yeah, I didn't really play Grim Dawn, but I hear there's like an expansion coming, and then I'll probably try it or so. There's probably gonna be some, you know, like wave of interest and hype, and I guess when it comes.
Yeah.
So I'll check it out.
Yeah, I put a lot into it, but a lot of its systems sort of felt really on point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it a little bit. Like I've seen some people play it and stuff, and it looked cool for sure. So I would check that out. Might be just like a little bit outdated compared to like the typical games you play, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably like the biggest downside, but I mean, there's still like these like kind of old school classics, and I think Grim Dawn is kind of like in that territory. Okay, so people are talking about the GTA collab with D4. And they say Lilith and Inaris are in Call of Duty, so not impossible. Yeah, okay, but Call of Duty is also some sort of clown game at this point, right? So
Yeah.
they just put everything in there. And I think D4 really wants to like avoid going out of their, like, you know,
Yeah, I don't want to
original space too much.
It's just a lot of those games, they see the success of Fortnite and they're like, why not us? So like they take every collab and every little wild thing they can get, and like I get it. I just don't want it for D4, not really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just ruins
the
it ruins like also like the charm that, you know, something like the art style has and so on, right? If you suddenly have like some weird like completely out of this world like transmogs or, you know, whatever, right? So they're already going kind of far with some of them. Like, okay, there's like the StarCraft stuff and so on, but okay, they still did a pretty good job at like, you know, making it look like it belongs, I think.
Yeah, it's like none of the characters are actually like Protoss or anything in their StarCraft collab in here. It's like they're actually just like they're basically cosplaying. Like, you can see like the shape of the Protoss deal. It's either a helmet or it's like a bandana. You know, that's pretty in world. It's alright.
Yeah, exactly. Drive around Sanctuary with a GTA 6 car. Oh man. Yeah, there's a multi-seated mount, yeah.
A GTA 6 collab with any game would basically be a Florida where I live collab, and that just I don't need that. I kind of here to escape that. I don't need it in the game. Don't do this to me.
Have you always lived in Florida, or have you gone there?
Yes, my entire life. I travel here and there, other states and a few other countries, but you know, I've lived here my entire life, so I get all the memes. I get all the memes. We went to the University of Florida. All in. I'm all in out here. And anyone I mean, it's like, oh, move as fast as you can. It's like, you know, it's not that bad when you don't touch grass and all. You're basically living in a sanctuary.
Wait, why do people say you should move? Like, why? What's the problem?
Well, Florida it has a reputation. It's got a lot of reputation and nothing particularly good outside of Florida.
Oh.
Weather's not great if you don't like heat, too. But, you know, it's my perfect excuse to stay inside. It's fine.
Florida, man, it's a new class in D4. Let's go. Crocodile pet. Maybe you're gonna get a witch doctor after all.
Oh yeah, it's pretty close. Of course, my favorite thing to always say about Florida, everyone is like, "You have gators?" And it's like, yes, we literally have gators. Like, I can walk outside and I would find a gator within 15 minutes, almost guaranteed. It's like that.
Are they like dangerous? Like, I mean, like, you know, for general, like, everyday life, like, are there like a lot of attacks and whatever? Or is it just like, okay,
At a
they...
certain size, yes, like any like small children and small dogs are in danger, but most of the time the ones that are allowed in like in general places, they're too small, they're just gonna leave you alone. But yeah, when they get bigger, you never know.
Okay, so they're also like not really like eager to attack or something, or what?
Oh, I would never count on them not being eager to attack. It's just like if they know they can take you, which at a certain size they can, then you know I wouldn't mess with them. Most of the ones around are pretty small. Just like 4 or 5 lizards.
Okay, but I mean, like, okay, let's say, I don't know, you go out, you I don't know, go like for a walk somewhere, like, and you see like some random alligator, like, what do you do? Like, you just like keep walking and chill, and that's it, or what?
Oh, if I see one, I better be like far away from it. I'm not gonna mess with it. I don't take risks. Not like that.
Okay.
I'm not even bother running. I'm like no. Kind of run, yes, but not really. Most of the time, you know, they're used to people. You just stay away. Not gonna be like too extra, but and, you know, every now and then you hear stories like some kid on the wrong side of a gator. But yeah, I used to go like get groceries at the University of Florida, and it's their mascot, right? So I would see all sorts of gators in all the ponds. Normal. Normal here. Just stay away.
And it's kind of interesting because for me,
like
like, alligator is like some very exotic, like, animal, you know. So
yeah, for us it's every day.
I've never seen one, you know, like in real life, basically. So
Yeah.
I only know it from like documentaries and the GTA 6 trailer, I guess, or something. So they can sprint 30 miles per hour. Holy shit! What?
Oh yeah, the gators can jump the fences and all that sort of deal. Okay, like the big walls to keep like hurricane force waves out. The gator could find a way.
Okay, so what is the difference between crocodile and alligator, actually?
Yeah, you can tell the difference between their mouths. One has their teeth when they close their mouth, you'll see it, and the other one, when they close their teeth, you don't see them. And then they're different sizing and odds and ends.
Yes, chemical.
Okay, we'll see you later, but the crocodile will see you in a while.
Okay, so what do I make of that? I mean, it sounds funny, but... Okay, so gators are... Okay, this is like specifically like an A thing, I guess. And crocodiles are everywhere, or what? Okay, and the crocs can be way larger, it seems.
I'm not messing around any Nile crocodiles. Sounds like a bad time.
Even Havazar doesn't have gators. You're gonna see them in the
Even
new
Howard
zones.
doesn't. Wait. Actually, does it? Do we have a gator equivalent in Sanctuary? Or a crop?
We have like snakes and stuff, but there's nothing like a
Yeah,
gator.
that's snake.
I mean, maybe the new zones have them.
Plenty of snakes, that's for sure. Oh, we have a lot of snakes out here too. Is at my Christmas get together, and my uncle just like walks outside and sees a rattlesnake. He comes in and he's like, "Oh, there's a rattlesnake out there." And then my dad's response is like, "Oh, of course, they're everywhere." Oh, all right. And then they all just like walk outside like nothing's wrong with that. Like, okay, all right, that's typical Florida man for you.
What the hell? I don't think I wanna live there.
Yeah, no. We scare lots of people away. And a lot of people like move here like, oh, they hear the weather's nice. And like, oh, you got the theme parks, that's cool. And then they learn about the gators and all the other odds and ends, and then they go back so fast. They go back home wherever they're from so fast, and I don't blame them.
I'd rather live in Sanctuary. Yeah, Sanctuary seems like a nicer place. Maybe a bit cold in some areas.
I do not have this fancy brandish to fight off those gators outside, I can assure you that.
Basically, Fame is a badass. And that seems like
You have to be
the
a
truth,
little
actually.
bit to make it over here. It's like it's South Izzy games in the States, and we got all the weirdos. Like I you know, let's be honest, I am one of them, so it is what it is. That's what it is. We embrace it. Oh, we have bears and mountain lions here too. Well, not mountain lions. We have Florida panthers. So we have those too. Those are also a thing. I don't think it's just the gators. It just happens to be one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to, like, to hear about all these, like, you know, very dangerous animals that just live out there in the wild. Like, I don't know, like here, like, I don't know, Central Europe or something. Like, there's like nothing. Okay. If like some bear is sighted somewhere, like there's like a huge news and stuff, you know?
Yeah. No.
Like,
we go outside and some of my family members, and they will have wild boar, like a whole like pack of them or whatever they call those. That's normal. You definitely don't mess with them either.
wild boars. Germany has some pretty big wild boars. Yeah, but I feel like, you know, when I go outside or something, I'm not sure, like, I think I've seen one or so, but like they're not really common, and also, like, they wouldn't really necessarily scare me. I don't know. As long as you don't provoke them, I guess you're fine, right? So
They're always saying how lethal the boars are. All the characters are dying to boars. I want to go and hear it.
yeah, I can imagine that they can be dangerous, like the wild boars, but I don't think that I can, you know, really like a, you know, like a threat or something necessarily, right? So if, like, you know, they don't like just randomly charge at you or some shit, right?
I've ever seen a moose in real life, and I've heard they're huge. Huge. Like, you cannot even fathom it unless you've seen it.
Have a wee gamble.
Nope. But I've seen videos. They look
Yeah, the
insane.
videos always look monstrous.
Yeah.
issues
I definitely know moves here.
you need. Better than starting from nothing.
Moose are more dangerous than grizzly bears. They are menaces. Yeah, I mean, they seem insane, but I don't think they're like also they're not like aggressive or something, right? So I think they're just kind of chilling. So would they like attack you like unprovoked or something? Don't think so, right?
Like most animals, if it's like a female one, like protecting your young, I would not be surprised if they would go for you. Bad timing.
Okay, here's a question for you, Fame. Paladin or Barb, what do you like better and why?
Paladin, absolutely. Because for me, a lot of the appeal is like the flashiness of the class. Yeah, Barbarian, although you know it has some things like Dust Devils and whatnot, it's not like the same amount of builds that I can do on Paladin and just be like absolutely chaotic. And then right now, this one has the more revamped and reworked skill tree, so it's naturally gonna feel better. When Barb gets it, then you know maybe we get like more of a contest. But right now, for me, especially because also I'm an aura enjoyer in like pretty much any game where I can find them. This has everything I want and more. And pretty much every build I ever liked on any other class across the game, there is something equivalent or close enough on Paladin that I could play it on Paladin and feel like I don't even need to play that alternative. So right now, I really, really, really love Paladin. I say it all the time, my chat gives me so much shit for it. Like, there she goes again, but yeah, the Paladin right now is just awesome. It's just awesome for me.
Dedicated aura enjoyer.
Yeah. Pretty much my only experience in playing PoE are a bot. All the like 3 or 4 times I played it. Like, I don't care about anything else. Like everybody just knows like, oh, you need an aura bot. Okay, we got Fame. She'll go play. That's it. That's all I play in PoE. Now PoE 2 I play a little bit other stuff because I don't have like the full aura, but they have companions, and the companions have the aura is pretty much built into those, so I love to play that. I'm just like, when's the ascendancy for my companions to really pop off? Because that's really all I care. That's really all I care.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna try some like group play in tower.
Yeah.
Like with supports and everything.
Yeah, I mean a little bit of that. Looking at some of the builds some people have posted for it, and like that I'll probably entertain for a little bit, depending on how much my team is interested in it. I'm sure the first few days we'll give it a go. We'll see where it goes from there. But you know, in theory, it's really cool that that's finally coming.
Yeah, I spent yesterday and today setting up my support Barb, support Druid, and I also have a Paladin already. So I have like all 3 here. So I want to see how this will go. And I might actually make a support on softcore as well. Maybe one of them at least. I guess it's, you know, it's just been like some 1-day adventure and setting this up and then they go. So
yeah, that's take too much.
It's pretty easy to do, and I think it's gonna be kind of fun.
There's also support Druid. We actually had one that played with us a little bit during AOZ all the way back then. I don't think I've seen one since, other than like if you like those streamers were messing with it. Like,
yeah, I mean support.
I always thought Druid would end up a lot more supporting and be like have more value in that role when I was looking at the skill trees like really early on, and it never.
I mean, support Druid is actually a guide we had for many seasons on Maxroll. Yeah, it was just like never really like like a huge deal for people to like do group pushing and stuff like that, right? So for farming you don't need it, and for pushing, I mean, okay, we had like the unofficial Helter leaderboard, and who's even doing group stuff there, right? So.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, now that we actually have a real leaderboard, we're certainly gonna see people do it. And support Druids will be a thing.
I hope people find a lot of success with it, because that, of course, makes my support-oriented self very happy. Very happy. Of course, I end up with an issue if I want to play a lot of stuff like that. If I don't have other people constantly like playing for me to play it, I get to the weird loop where all I want to play is those support classes, but then I don't always have a DPS type person to be like doing all this stuff. In this game right now, I even like support probably can farm like okay if I don't want to do any other builds. Fortunately, it's easy enough to do other builds now. But at the same time, like it puts me in a weird spot. Like, especially when I play PoE too, because I like to be those, and I don't always have everybody all the time.
Yeah, you need to have like some other character that can actually play on your own, I guess.
Yeah.
Check the Beast Strike Spiritborn as it's an SD push 110 plus. I'm not sure exactly where the Beast Strike actually ended up now. I need to ask the guys, I haven't like, done it yet. But I think there's a bug with it though, so maybe I have to move it down. I think there was like some bug that crept in there. Paladin heals. Well, he does that, yeah, but more importantly, he just like buffs the shit out of your damage and your attack speed and crit. So healing is something that you just bring on your own anyway most of the time. But yeah, you're basically gonna be invincible with the Paladin, so that's cool. And then yeah, lots of damage buffs. And then so does the Druid and the Barbs as well. So and Barbs also and Druids, they have also like some pulling capacity. So I think like the most mobile support is the Barb. And I think Barb has is like a little bit less damage buff than Paladin, but it depends on what exactly the carry needs. Like some builds, you know, may not really profit that much from the Paladin support because they're already crit capped anyway or close to it, and they can't really benefit from the extra crit, or they're already attack speed capped, they can't necessarily benefit from the attack speed. And then the Paladin doesn't bring all that much actually if you don't benefit from those two things. So Barb is kind of like a very good all-rounder support. Mobile, probably the best at pulling. And yeah, just really good buffs. Paladin is like really good defensively and offensively depending on the setup. And Druid is kind of like in between, I guess. Like also very strong defensive buffs, not as good as pulling as Barb, I think. Has some healing, has some offensive buffs, has some crit buffs, and so on. And attack speed as well, so there's like a bit less of the crit and attack speed compared to a Paladin. But a bunch of other stuff.
I almost thought I was gonna be a Barb main when the game first came out just because shouts. That seemed like it would be up my alley, and then they adjusted how shouts worked a little bit, and it was enough to be like, you know, maybe not. And we didn't really need the support type stuff that much anyway. Now, you know, maybe Barb gets a little bit higher up on my list if all that works out pretty well.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to play the support Barb the most actually, because I think that's the most fun of them. From like just okay, I haven't really tried all of them yet, but soon. But I just expect the Barb to be the most fun. An indirect nerf to the Barb was the old master working system with all the min-maxing. Kurol is about to 115. Okay.
Better than starting from nothing.
What would a 4-man tower group look like? Yeah, it's most likely going to be a support Pally, support Druid, support Barb, plus 1 DPS. Or like the top pushes. And like right now, the DPS will be Judgement, but pending bug fixes, Judgement will go down a lot. And pending other bug fixes, something like Shield of Retribution will go up a lot. So we might see a change there in which is the build that is actually going to be the carry. I'm not sure if you have like a strong enough single target DPS right now that could you know, out DPS something like Judgement. Even though Judgement is very bad at the boss, and Crackling, for example, is very good at the boss, I don't think it would include like a sword just to kill the boss. So Judgement probably still outperforms it anyway. But we could definitely get into a scenario when the game is better balanced and stuff is like not so far apart. Like, you know, kind of going back to this whole discussion about multipliers and tormenteers and so on, right? When stuff is like, you know, just closer together in general, then we could definitely see like some double support and like, you know, a group kill, a trash killer and like a boss killer or something. A Cracking Energy Sword would be like one of those things that would be a perfect fit for such a single target role. But it's like, it's just not on the level of the Judgement damage basically right now. But if the gaps weren't so ridiculous, then this would be a thing for sure. But yeah, supports add a lot of damage. It's kind of funny because Judgement is the strongest build right now, and we probably see that meta that I just described. But actually two very powerful damage buffs that Druids and Barbs bring do not actually even apply to Judgement. So the Fields of Crimson is 70% multi, and the Stone Burst 100% multi. Both don't work for Judgement. Because I think they only buff real skills, and not like these like sub-skills like Judgement.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. But you still include the supports anyway, compared to a second DPS. Because they still have other buffs, like Warcry is still there, and the Warcry is like an 80% or something, fully maxed out or something. And a bunch of other small stuff that the Barb brings. Yeah, Druid doesn't have all that much, but the thing is you can't stack the same class buffs. So there's not really a reason to use anything else other than a Druid anyway, I think. Even if like Stone Burst doesn't work properly. And there's also no reason to bring a second DPS, because you can't combine multiple Judgments in the same team as well. So there's like a cap to one Judgement Paladin, basically. Because otherwise the builds don't function properly. Don't think you can run dedicated boss kill without stricken effect in the game? No, I think you can. Like, you know, if a build is like just good enough at single target, like we had like we actually had that meta in the past. Like a few seasons ago, there was like this blood spear meta for Necros. There was like a ridiculous damage output, but it was like really clunky and slow and like hard to do anything with that. But it had an insane output, right? Before they nerfed overpower, I think, season 7 or something, season 8, I don't know. So in teams, I think they actually did play one trash killer and one boss killer at that point. And they had a bone spear just like decimate the boss basically. And of course help with the elites a little bit and stuff like that, but yeah, the main purpose was to kill the boss much faster. So I think they did exactly that. They did like a support druid. I don't know what was like the trash killer at that point. Something for AoE basically. And then maybe blood wave or something. I don't know. And then like a blood spear, like boss killer. That was like a thing. It was like number 1 in some season, I think, with 3 men.
I actually, for one, will welcome when they nerf things on Paladin. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I don't mind if I'm not the top push and everything. Or Paladin for me. Everyone else can play whatever else is hitting the higher numbers. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I think the Paladin problem will solve itself once they change castle, and
yeah.
Also expansion. Looks like there's no more passives on the skill tree. And the Paladin passes are also better than other classes, I'd say. And then I think we're kind of like in a okay spot. But yeah, I mean, like obviously expansion is gonna be like a massive rebalance of everything, so we can't really predict anything at all here. And it's also like it's just various bugs they still have to fix with Paladin. You know, sometimes it's just like too good because of bugs or something.
See some steel you need? sings on your return.
It's gonna be very interesting to see what will happen now with like support meta finally making its way into this game. It's like in the free, this was actually a huge deal. So since you don't know it, like in the free, like group play, like you know, group play in Diablo 3 is like the best group play in all RPGs basically. And you also did it for farming. You know, you weren't just like doing like the high end push of this. Like you know, you actually farmed as a team with support roles and stuff like that as well. And there was like you know lots of like interesting like little mechanics and lots of interesting gameplay and stuff involved most of the time. And that was really cool, you know. There's no game has done it like anywhere close to Diablo 3 so far.
Yeah, when it comes to action RPGs, absolutely not. It definitely was the best of that. That's why people always say, "Oh, you love support so much." Well, why are you doing some D3? Because it's so good for it. And I was like, because I was doing support things in MMORPGs, which you know it was very normal, of course, over there for us to be doing all that. So I'm happy to see more of it in this game now, finally.
Yeah. And then, you know, if they ever like actually give us some sort of incentive to do like, you know, higher pits, for example, and, you know, do that as a team because it's faster and easier and stuff. And then, I mean, you will also see something like that, right? If it's like actually worthwhile to farm like 3-minute pit 110 or whatever, pit 120 in a team, then people will just start doing that, right? Right now it's just like no reason to do it. But yeah, in D3 we had that reason. You know, in D3 it was just better scaled, you got actually rewards for going higher, you got more XP, and so on. So that was a reason to do it. And that can be very fun, I think.
Yeah, it's like something like that. It's rewarding enough. It feels really good for me. You know, like you can play this support all the time. And like even in this game, people actually look for parties in the party finder. Like I try to do that in PoE too, and everyone's just like, no, you don't get to loot, you don't get to do anything. You just follow me. It's like, no, I don't want to play like that.
Yeah, and then for
It has
example,
a community where we can play with people.
yeah, and for example, you know, let's say you know, like we're going back to the like more torments, right? And let's say there's like torment 10 in the game, but no one can actually farm it. You know, it's just there, right? And okay, there's like some achievement, kill, you know, all their bosses on Torment 10, and it's like super crazy hard or something, right? Like a real, like challenging push style encounter. But you don't go there to play regular Torment 10 as a farming thing, right? So in that case, you can actually like also open up this sort of like, you know, group angle where, hey, maybe groups can do this, right? So maybe you can go to D10, but you actually have to play properly all together, like with all the synergies and stuff like that. So that could be interesting as well, I guess.
We shall see.
My hammer sings on your return.
Group meta blasting is very addictive. Yeah, I mean, in D3, I mean, I've done this a few seasons for sure, like where we just, you know, we started a season together, you play together all the time. And then it develops into like this, like, you know, 2 guys are supporting, 2 guys are on DPS. And this is how you blast, you know, just all day long. And it can be very fun.
Yeah, see, like action RPGs, there's a lot of, you know, solo for life. Solo for life, which is fair enough. We just gotta find the right balance so everybody kind of has their place.
Okay, I think my support barb is decked out here. I'm finished with this. Where did this go? Cry. Have I mentioned I need more stash space? It would be kind of cool. Is absolute of 10% XP buff at all times since grouping isn't an option? I mean, that's really the least of our worries, I think. 10% XP buff when it comes to group play. You know, group play is so ridiculously overpowered in Diablo 4. The 10% buff is like, you know, really the smallest thing there, I think. Why do you have so many boss mats on this guy? That was insane. Man, I'm a hard stuck with my stash. Holy. Okay.
With money, keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Need to under city for a purified claw. No, you can get it from Nolan and Dario too. Okay, finally, I'm kind of set up here. My support barb. Pay to win expansion, stash tab, 6 mules, inventory management. Still need more space. Yeah, it's true, man. I mean, they made it like really much worse like normal. I mean, normally I don't have so much issues with the stash, but the sanctification really puts like another, like, you know, really big pressure on it, I think. Like I can play like 10, 20 builds in a season, and I'm kind of okay if I start like throwing out the shit, start salvaging some of the old builds and, you know, these kind of things. But yeah, right now it's like, whoa. Right, because you constantly need to, like, you know, fill up your stash with more fresh fodder for the forge, right? So it just goes out of control really fast at some point. It's rough.
Put those pieces to good use.
I think it's time for like a big stash clearing session for me anyway. I was a bit distracted there, trying to fix this.
Struggle.
It is a struggle, actually. delete it all. Yeah, actually, I actually have a lot of stuff to delete. So it's just like, over the last few days, it's kind of like, okay, you start improving your gear, and then, this is what we talked about, right? I have like 20 different boots and 20 different pants, and yeah, at some point I kind of need to get it all down to like, 5 per slot or something, and then we're kind of okay. And I have to like make some decision about it sometime. But yeah, soon. Soon, TM. I think so now it's time to sit in some horde.
Like a hard rule. Only allowed 5 of each type, no more.
Soon, TM. You're allowed 5 pieces. Yeah, exactly. That's not a bad idea, yeah. Yes, I'll do something like that. But I at least have all the characters created almost that I still need. And then a few more mules to sort out. And I'm also getting to the point where most of my gear is just kind of like done. I'm not really trying hard anymore on anything besides like boots and rings right now. Maybe amulets when I get really good ones. So I'm kind of at the point where, okay, it's okay now. And at some point it's just like, yeah, it is what it is. So at some point I just have to say fuck it, and yeah, I have to play other things.
I let it go. So let it go.
Right now it's just like, I'm really try hard for like the tower launch, and I wanna have the best gear I can. But yeah, even then I guess I could still farm up like some last minute piece if I need it or so, I guess. Just purchase the expansion, time to type Halley. Oh boy.
Enjoy.
Okay, fam. I think we had a really good time here. It was fun hanging out.
Thanks for inviting me. I had a great time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be chilling a bit, have my food, and do my stash cleaning at some point. So I need some focus for that anyway. So.
All right. Enjoy. Good luck. Thank you again.
Yeah, it was nice. And yeah, maybe we're gonna have another opportunity. Maybe we're gonna do this again next season or something like that. So, are you going to BlizzCon, by the way? Are you planning to go there?
I am absolutely going to BlizzCon. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we're probably gonna meet there anyway. Okay, chat and famous chat. Hope you all enjoyed it.
Bye, chat. A lot of you.
All right. Well, have a good evening. Fame. Let's give a shout out. Fame, guys. Big grinder. Paragon 300 every season. Actually wild. He's playing more than me, man. I think he probably has more hours than me. Must have. Alright, did she leave already, call? Like it, okay. Best yapper, that is true. Yeah, it was actually really cool. Are we home now? Yeah, we're home, guys. Go now, own again. Close it. And nothing feels more like home like Tamakia. No, Beast Strike, Spellborn, or Quill Volley. I mean, they're very similar builds in how they play. The best Spellborn all-rounder is Evade. I'm not 100% sure where Beast Strike lands right now. So I think it's bugged and there's something wrong with it. So not as strong as I expected. No, share chat is off now, sanitizer. Still says share chat, okay. I don't see the icons anymore and stuff. We're not share chat anymore. Can I have one of these sessions with boiler? Yeah, I will. So it looks like tomorrow we have making dough. Making dough. And then maybe after that we can do boiler or something. Yeah, boiler is very enjoyable to listen to. I do get to like hang out with him from time to time, you know, because of Maxroll work and stuff like that. So they'll be like asking us one of the first candidates. He stole the pay mod. Uh-oh. Right, Mac Hayes. Thank you. Is a fast way to get the Asmodan rep. The fastest is PvP zone. Followed by Restless Canopy and Field of Giants farm. And then otherwise AFK normal Asmodan. Dice will be nice too. Yeah, I want to ask Dice that actually. Can definitely some more, you know. Has Dai been like streaming a lot this season and stuff? What has been up to anyway? Actually, apparently yes. Okay, let's see, he was blasting. Guess I need to, it's gonna be tough to schedule with him, I guess. I see he's blasting. Okay. Trying to play Rogue after playing so much Paladin feels kinda bad. Oof. I mean, the good Rogue builds are still very good, at least. But the problem is, like, there's not many of them. They really made Paladin feel very good, man. Need to screenshot this. Another Chaos Wave. Actually, how much do we get from just standing in the middle here? But it'll move. We already have the 1000 anyway. I think like a very good boss wave is something like around 1k, a bit less. Gonna play Expedition 33. Yeah, I might do it at some point. Need a Lord Wave and a Golden Wave, 5k Edda. Nice. Okay, I'm asking Boiler right now.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What's left, you ask?
Okay, right now it's the 29th, right? Tomorrow 30. Wednesday will be the 31st. Are we gonna blast straight through New Year's? My typical streaming times definitely go through midnight. How goes the hordes? Yeah, phenomenal. That sounds fun, Dini. Helen and Pona, by the way. Nice to see you. Dude, someone pinged me on Connor's Discord. What is going on? Like a random ping here, and it's like random Polish spam. Like, what is going on? Where did it ping me? Kind of funny. Connor's on PoE 2. Oh shit. Hi, Harold as well. Okay, man. Here. He gave up on D4. I mean, I know Condes is you know, enjoying both games a lot, so maybe he's fine, you know, like doing his thing a little bit and then doing PoE if he enjoys it more. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be back for some tower blasting though. Okay, show my gear. Sure. Won't be that phenomenal, to be honest. Life Grenade is very nice. Gives a lot of sustain to spam rally. When you do that Umbral Slam. Oh my god. Yeah, Life Grenade is very nice for to spam rally. He's shadowing his real intentions. Okay, poppers. You wanna see how to play Infernal Hordes on Oradin? Look, man. Here, you have to do this. Look very closely and learn. Okay. Yeah, the Porsche Egg Glove is pretty good. Yeah. Look, guys. You will make a great Oradin for sure. Hey, usually he's more like a shred kind of enjoyer. But, oh shit. I have to play the game now. Sorry, Melon. I must press buttons, yeah. When the goblins appear, I press buttons. Kind of stuttery right now. I'm not sure what's going on here. I probably have to reload the game at some point. Been like blasting all day. FP memory leaking. Okay, so you saw this, man? Very good. Goblin's guided man. No, he's here, guys. He's here. He's just like, you know, not standing like this. He was chilling on my lap. Are we deceit? We actually deceit. Great. So much for that. There goes my Goblin Wave, man. It's gonna be like a 3,500 run. Unlucky. Not a 4. Ban ink, yeah, for sure. Account sharing with Melon. Minus 300 off the side. Max Paragon increase an add-on and I ask for a friend. Nah, dude, fuck that. I hope I didn't use my scroll. I don't have many scrolls. I kinda want to save some for the tower. Okay, did not use a scroll. Okay. That's alright then. Paragon is now 500, it takes 1,000 hours. I think this will be a lot longer than 1,000. If they just keep scaling up as it is, it'll be way more than 1,000 hours, I think. But hey, +5 means that. You think Origin is going to be nerfed? Or if they want this game to be a game, then they will do that at some point, yeah? But probably not before Season 12. He just won Starless and a 2-handed mace. Okay, anything else for that? Okay, we're gonna get the goblins again now, trust. They were stolen from us. Look, it works. They're back. I wonder how many goblin turns I have actually. A lot, I guess. Okay, perfect. Don't they see me again now? Look, more inner goblins. Okay. BRB moment. Okay guys, it's time for the boss fight. Can we do it? World boss in 5 minutes. Okay, I guess I'll park my guy there. Who do we got? Asmodan. Optimus Prime class for the next class. Okay. That sounds funny. Yo, I got 14 scrolls of restoration here. What's the current state of Necro? Yeah, Necro's like the worst class right now. Has a bunch of decent builds, but you know, compared to Paladin or so, it definitely pales.
Finally, someone worth from masterwork to crude parts.
Yeah, 360 scrolls. Nice. Yeah, what was time? 2 minutes. Goblins. Snatch some Leaf Iron. More. Oh. 8 Leaf Iron on the way to the boss. Okay. Necro is the original block class and it kept out at 30%. In the redirected force aspect. Okay. BRB. When did the chest despawn? Seems like it was a pretty fast kill. Oh no. It's been dead for 5 minutes. Oh no. Unlucky.
I suppose this place will have to do.
Treasure. I got one. Do I even have space for it? I'm sure.
Magic is neither
Probably not.
good nor evil. How may I help you?
Okay, almost done with the AFKing, guys. So I was gonna send this one. Is it worth to dismiss the Paladin doing treasure breaches? Yeah, the Chronix tried this. And he was getting like half my Opticide. So if you want to farm more treasure breaches without Opticide, then yeah. Okay, so someone's asking, is it better to play Oradin or Blessed Hammer on Paladin? I think it's better to not play Oradin. How about that? Alright. We're back. Can you replace affix on mythics? Apparently yes. Someone told me, but I don't think I've had it happen to me, so I'm not sure. What's the best value farm assess for legendaries? Honor City and Gamba and the Radiance Tributes. Yeah, someone told me that they got the affix replaced on mythics, but I don't think that's true. Because I've done so many mythics, I think I would have remembered that. Maybe we got one guide there. Haven't done any of these horde things yet? Good. Forget about them. Well, they used to be nice, but right now they're completely overshadowed by all the seasonal stuff. But they're very good for scrolls of retempering, if you need those. Why is the key item never on the first name villager and always on the 4th or 5th? If you're talking about Conclave, I think it's actually scripted. So it's always the last one, I think. Okay, is it time for a sash? I think it's time for a sash. Boots. Many boots. Am I going to have Carnival next season? Who knows? Maybe it's already there. I've seen better droplets of purified bases on boss themselves or Asmodan. Can't really say I paid too much attention to that. They're pretty rare, so sometimes they just appear in my inventory. They're easy to accidentally pick up. Okay, let's send the Rakan of Boots first and stuff, I guess. Get those out of the way. Does it make sense to do horse? Well, if you're like me and you want to be AFK a lot, then it's something. You can also AFK at Asmodan, but that's harder to survive, and also requires a lot more effort to actually pick up all the loot data. It's a lot of cooldown on these boots. Okay, so all these didn't really do anything. That's all our strength though.
We've managed to save some for the forge.
Okay, how many souls do we have? 20k. How many do such a crazy craft session?
Sublime. Masterful work. Masterful work.
Okay, so where are these other boots? Alright. I should try this a little bit, actually, how Nesicam feels and what it does. Should check this out later. I think I'm not even gonna look what I roll. I'm just gonna send it. One temper, go. These boots are so reprintable anyway. seems like we're lagging here. Although we are at 79 latency, it's actually some of the lowest I've seen lately. Exile like doing work. Or it's like Fury per second here. It's actually something's up with the server. I'm thinking I'm gonna DC it again. I have really good latency, but it's just like delayed sometimes. And that has happened a few times that this instance just crashed here. Not sure why this happens all the time. Yeah. Ditch. It just kind of like slowly gets worse, and then ditch. Do you guys have that too? That's so weird. The old wise guy got the ultimate edition, but didn't get the battle pass. I'm not sure how it works. Yeah, this has to do with this game server though. This is not like the exit lag. And not embodying where the GA is on those boots. Yeah, I mean, okay, if you get like 50 extra strength, that's nice and all, but I mean, do you really care, right? If you get a mythic on them, you just send it. Yeah, it might be like specific servers or something flexible. Where are you located?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
And one thing I make sure on these boots is that they have the right implicit, so attacks reduce evade cooldown. That's what you want. And like ideally they have like at least strength and life together. And then I roll faith per second, but even that is like relatively optional. Then as I end up with a pair of boots that doesn't have faith per second, and it's probably gonna be fine anyway, so I just wanna be kind of safe because all the other stats are relatively minor that I can get, so faith might actually be something that could be a downfall here. But this one, for example, I'm gonna roll strength now and not faith. That's probably gonna be fine. And here life, for example. This is a shitty pair of boots, actually, holy. In Germany, okay. I mean, I'm in Greece, so I'm very far. Maybe that's actually shittier servers. That's where I'm connected to now. I mean, even with exit lag, my latency is like, okay, 76 right now. Relatively good, actually, for my standards. And my typical is like 90 to 100. And exit lag actually makes it like 10 to 20 lower most of the time.
bright aura. Brighter soul.
Some solid bits here.
When dungeon your game totally closed. It's actually crazy how this game has these insane memory leak issues and it's just like season after season. I figured it would fix it at some point, right? But it feels like it's every season there's something. How do you find oil and amulet? You don't simply get these amulets. This is mine right now. I mean, I have better ones, but I never bothered to change it. So it's just like what you're going for when you can. I mean, to get like turbo farm amulets, you go under city for Gamba Obos, and then you can do radiance tributes with the passive 50 million bargain. So if you really want to go all in on amulets, you can do that. But the problem is at some point you don't care about any other stats on this thing anymore, you know? Your attack speed capped, your crit capped, your movement capped. Like there's nothing to put on this neck. What do you want to put? No, this is like the least amount of clicks ever to get this thing masterworked. Okay. Okay, they're all imprinted and tempered and stuff. Let's just send it. So we're looking for Shaco on these boots. New legendary power added. Post bug fixes, a Shaco on boots will be something like a 15 to 20% damage buff plus the 28 DR. So it's gonna be very comfy actually. If I get that. That's a lot of cooldown on these boots. I'll save them just in case. They're basically a better version of Rakonov's. He has unstoppable on it. That's a lot of lightning res. It's actually a crazy amount of lightning res. 1200. It's almost a gem. And a gem is something like it's like around 20% damage reduction for that type or so. So this lightning res should be something like 15% DR for lightning. Hectic, huh? Unfortunate, but these cooldown boots are all safe.
A forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Attack speed, cooldown. Attack speed, cooldown. Great cooldown, core. It's kind of funny that this thing slammed the core on it. Maybe I'll go to some one of my other guys. This has ranks to core as well. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this here, I suppose. Actually, is there like any other builds I would really want to do core skills? I've kind of done all the core skills, I think. Yeah. Don't think I'm gonna go for something like this core stuff. It's gonna be slaughter. It's always slaughter. Oh no. Actually, I realized these gloves, I couldn't use them on even other classes. I can put this on my Sork. 2 to core ranks. Attack speed. Roll is a crit. And GG. Let's do that. Very funny. Core skills, speed of the heaven size. Can I roll this or something? I guess I can. Let's do this. I'm not gonna play Spirit of Heavens again, I think. It's fine. We've played a bunch of it. Alright. I think here we're gonna try it a bit harder because the Arbiter duration is a bit more impactful and has a bigger range. And he's got like 40 plus, I think. My god. How many scores do I have actually now? 250. It's not that crazy much. Swing as a resource, lucky hit, 1. Kinda crappy, I think. Oh, those 45 rolls, yeah. Not a single G8 tempo on these yet. Actually, maybe I should have rolled them first. Because most of the time when I probably hit a cooldown on them or something. I'm preparing these gloves right now to slam them. So that's what I'm doing. So they're gonna get Arbiter duration temper. They usually want to have cooldown. The attacks make vulnerable. I will keep that if I have it. Because then it gives me flexibility with the ring. I need to have it either on the ring or on the glove. Attack speed doesn't hurt. Strength life is okay. Even one life per hit roll, or the resource roll also, maybe I go with that. Because also, I probably need one of these to feel the Crux rune. So, I need some stuff somewhere, I guess. Okay, so it's crit and cooldown already. I could do the attack speed, or I can do the Vuln thing. I guess Vuln it is. You got 3 grandfathers and 1 mythic prankster. Uh-oh. Oof. Okay, hit chance, resource. It's kinda crappy to be honest, this glove, so I'm not gonna try too much. Okay. Actually crazy how rare this resource proc is on the glove. Considering how much you can get from temper so easily on the ring. If you really want. I might actually do rings that have the resource proc at some point. This has cooldown and Vuln. So I guess you put attack speed on this or the resource proc as well. I guess that is. Looks kinda cool, this glove. Oops.
See some steel you need?
Material Shines needs to break the Death and Glory Zeal Nut. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Kind of weird. Every time you press it, it just like deactivates your glyph. Or your skill upgrade. Very weird. Can you put Ascension on all of these?
Nor evil. How may I help you? Sublime. Impeccable.
Somebody has Ascension.
Masterful work. May your road
Greetings. How shall I
Okay.
guide some solid bits here?
A two-handed Mythic Swords drops too often. I think they have the same chance. But if you don't want to have it drop, then you just play Rogue. At the very least, you should make a Rogue and craft random Mythics on the Rogue. Because Rogue doesn't have the Grandfather. So that's very good. Rogue has the least amount of Mythics. Okay, never hate you for season, you don't get any progress. Did you do the quest? When you make a new character, you have to do the quest in Kivashad and then walk here. And that's it, and then you can start getting rep from anything.
Some solid bits here. There's a good one.
Oops.
More there than I thought.
My god, my knee iron. Pain.
There's a good one. More there than I thought.
Yeah, on these like shittier gloves, maybe I shouldn't really try too much. I want to put it on a cooldown on this one though.
Some solid bits here.
So hard, man. On legendaries. On uniques it's not so bad.
More there than I thought. There's a good one.
I just think doesn't have a temper. Okay, we're sending it. Tough to make this gloves, I gotta say. Well, 3 times back to back. Legendary power, here's another one. Ooh. 3 times back to back and 2 times back to back. Ooh, okay. Very lucky in this inventory. Yeah. Reinforcement cooldown, incredible. That's an ultimate skill. Cooldown, arbiter duration. I don't think so. He's an inner calm. With the vulnerable attack speed, I'm not sure. 0 GA. Here's an ascension. Vehement Brawler. Yeah, Vehement Brawler is not that great, it's only for 8 seconds. I definitely don't cast it often enough for this, I think. Oh shit. So here's another accelerating. This is my third accelerating glove now, actually. Cooldown and Boom. This one got extra cooldown. 600 life on hit, but doesn't have much else. So that's a res. I'll save this just in case. This as well. You wanna try Barb in hardcore? Yeah, Barb is a pretty good choice in hardcore in general. Earthquake builds are pretty good. Lunging Strike is really good, and Hoda. How about Figure Step with the Brawler? How often can you have it up? Yeah, the thing is that you don't wanna like cast your Arbiter too often just because you have Vehement Brawler, right? It takes like 3 seconds for the thing to even cast. So what's the point? Temper for resetting is the scroll for resetting is the hordes. Hi Jimmy, why you don't need times on blockchains on Order and Mythic Unsanctified? You're at 84. Yeah, you should definitely get to 100, and the planner brings you to 100. So you missed something. About Flicker for stacking up Arbiter fast in the start. Man, you have excellent ideas actually, flexible. Maybe I should try something like that.
Masterful work. Sublime.
Fanaticism, Aura, Potency. I remember I was doing this for the support Paladin, and then I rolled into 3 to best offense, and I was like, fuck. I will not use this on the support Paladin. Okay. That's pretty good neck there. Alright. Gain as righteousness, I guess. I need to do some math on my amulets. Like how much do these big passive necks that I have actually matter? I guess it's like valuable enough to just go for like a deck that has like 3 passives and good rolls and that's it. And not necessarily even an aspect on it or something. Even just a GA on one of these passives can already be kinda nice. Righteousness, conviction, yeah, that's kinda crappy. I think they matter way less than you think. Yeah, I mean, typical passive rank extra should be between 4 to 5% damage per rank. Right, they are 6% each, almost all of them. Then you have a few ranks already, so that slightly dilutes them. So yeah, 4 to 5% per rank of a passive. So if you have like, 3 to this passive, and 3 to that passive, and 3 to that passive, I mean, that adds up for quite a bit. But yeah, like a good aspect on neck will definitely beat it, I guess. And even if you don't have the passives on your neck and you have something else instead, then that something else also gives you some value. Like the attack or speed or the crit or something that you can then not have on another piece. It's a very stubborn neck here. I'm wondering why Inner Calm is not working. Inner Calm is always working. Inner Calm is only tripled when you stand still for 3 seconds, but you never stand still for 3 seconds anyway, so it's just like a small boost basically. Okay, here we go. 2 passes at once. F-Bread. Inner Calm is basically plus 2 ranks of a passive. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, this is pretty good, but it's Righteousness. Oh, first roll. Okay, huge neck now. This has attack speed around. It's already a 3.7. The Berserker. Gonna try some rolls. 1 to iron sharpens iron. Righteousness as well. A lot of righteousness next here. Do you want to keep this one thing? Maybe. Another one. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay, so all these resolve generate next are for Shield of Retribution, and the righteousness next are for just Judgement. So there will be on guard. We try to hit 3, but 2 is okay. If it's like a really good neck, I will probably go to 3. This one, for example, is kind of cracked. Let's just make it 3 here. There we go. Right, set some sockets. Only 2. Okay, they're all imprinted. We thought inner calm would work with Arbiter evade like it does for Zorks. No, evade is still an evade, like it moves your character. On a Zork, you don't move, but you just teleport, and then this counts for inner calm. But this is not how evade works. So inner calm is basically just like a 30% damage buff, and that's it. Maybe I was gonna say it's okay to have to resolve generate it. But not when it's 7. Okay, let's get 42 here for the biggest multi. If we can. It's like very good. Yo, Chronics. Ready to Shadow Blast. Okay. Thanks, alright. We are Sanctifying. New legendary power. Times 2. 3. Hold. Hey, Baba. Okay, how is the session today? Yeah, we have to do more of these other cities, by the way. I like dropped out at some point, but I'm gonna clean my stash and stuff, and I have to do some big ring gamba. And I can just send a sentence tributes or some shit. Anytime, I'm living there anyway. Okay. Alright, alright. 3G neck. Nope. He's an inner calm. 17.3%. Everyone hits you, attack speed, 3 dizzying blow. It's kind of the crappiest passive here. But okay, this is not terrible. And there's actually a pretty good chance I will not run Relentless. So if I don't run Relentless, I can actually use this at least on boss fight or something. It's a lot of damage. I'm not sure if we will need all this attack speed. There's a lot of attack speed on this thing. 5 to best offense, attack speed, crit cooldown. Resolve generated. I mean, this is certainly way better. Dude, the fucking right here mod, man. Reinforcement cooldown. Ugh. Look at this neck, man. Ah. Hail self. Gem strength in this item. Yikes. But the inner calm deck is not bad, I think. Might just be my neck, honestly. Yeah, I'll see you, Chronix. Just ran 3 hours, honestly, for neck. Inner calm for the win. Yeah, I mean, for the Shield of Retribution, I'm not that tight on the cooldowns. But I think that's only true if I go for Figure Step. Otherwise, it might be rough with cooldowns. So we'll see. I have to like check this a little bit. Is it okay to not go GA like a hit restore resource, or is GA like really important on this? I think without GA it's 15 and with GA it's 21. Make it all as passive amulets. Nah, they just like, you know, accumulate basically in Gamba and stuff. But yeah, if you want to turbo farm them, you go Undercity, you can Gamba, and you can use the tributes and bargain. But I haven't used the bargains at all. I mean, I can do this for like an hour and then I'm out of gold, right? So not very effective. It's kind of funny how dead the trade chat is when you have crossbow off. Did you make some big ring the other day? I need to check again a little bit what we got here. Here's an accelerating ring. So this one is pretty juicy. GA strength, GA life, attack speed 1. And it's for Juggernaut resolve. So I think we have to kind of focus on the Judgement rings for now. Because this thing is tough to beat. I do have a glove that has accelerating as well. But I can just get something else on the glove, I suppose. How many mythic effects do you typically want? I mean, you always want Grandfather. You always want Starless. And then, yeah, most of the time is Shako as well. And then most of the time is Nesekim. For Shield of Retribution, I'm probably gonna skip Nesekim. Because I just have too many hits. But, yeah, for Judgement, you don't have that many. So Nesekim is actually good. You have a guide there, how stats work. You want to have Warcry 15% buffs, the same as 30% damage if barriers up. Yeah, so generally, you know, skills, aspects, uniques, and so on, and legendary paragon nodes and passives are all multipliers. And the additive stuff is like the stats, like increased damage. It's the so-called additive category. So like, you know, crit, vuln damage, increased damage, fire damage, and so on. Unless we're talking about something like the sanctified, you know, holy damage or something, that is a multiplier. But you know, the stuff you roll here on your gear and the stuff you have in your paragons and from the primary effect of your glyphs, this is all additive. Star is not too good on Oradin. Not until you push, but for push it's actually used. Okay, let's go get like an inventory of Judgement rings, I guess. So let's do restore resource. Good start. So let's get GA or at least 12, I think. Such a huge variance on this thing, actually. Actually, I realize I should masterwork these things first, right? I should roll and masterwork first, because you don't want to like masterwork the like a hit restore very much. Thing is, you almost guaranteed kind of need the attack speed, right? Attack speed, cooldown, and vuln proc. It's actually like pretty steep requirements on the ring. Because you don't have vuln otherwise. And then you also want like a hit the life and hit somewhere as well. Oof. So that's a very good one here actually. This has vuln already. I'm not sure which skill consistently consumes faith on Oradin. Yeah, only your Defiance and your Fanaticism aura can do that. So you don't really have like starters up a lot, but it can like, you know, 1-2, 1-2 or something and kind of keep it up a bit. And it still beats like almost everything else. But even if you're like not like kind of AFK and then okay, starters doesn't do anything. If you're AFK then, you know, whatever you're doing doesn't matter, right? So in that case, you also don't care if you have starters or not. But when you actually play the game and you do like do speedruns or like do higher pits or so, then you actually press buttons. Maybe it's gonna be okay with like some good attack speed roll and we can still try to get a vuln roll on the glove. It's fine. Also, it's gonna like roll away all my souls here.
May your road be filled with wonders.
This guy's called Protection. Yeah, Mantle is better than Shroud for Fawn's builds, actually. How do we report bugs? That's difficult in this game, I guess. We spent some time testing Judgement of Oriel, and they're pretty sure double bonus doesn't work at all. Interesting. I remember Condis was trying to get invincibility with it, and he said he couldn't become invincible. So maybe the double bonus, it doesn't work at all, and this is why he wasn't invincible. Not sure if he tried the damage. Okay, I have to make sure I actually imprint the right thing on these rings. Okay, it's fine. Dude, 46 resistance to all elements looks like so shit and low. It's kind of crazy. Score of Restoration and some hordes. I haven't tried Judgement of Oriel very much. So it could be that it's bugged and the double is not actually working. Or maybe they intentionally made it not work because they knew we have Sanctification and we're gonna get too many skill ranks and we're gonna become invincible. It's kind of weird how they keep adding these sort of invincibility effects. Like Barb can also get 100% damage reduction with Challenging Shout this season. I don't know, man. Weird. I've been messing with Juggernaut Oath on Oradin, or in Disciple for Ascension, which is 120. But Juggernaut is 60 and 100 from Aspect. I mean, the thing is that Juggernaut, you can't really say that it's 60 plus 100 from Aspect, right? Because you need the Aspect, right? And the Aspect is like the same power as any other Aspect on this class. It's 62.5% if you use the Juggernaut Covenant Aspect. I mean, there's plenty of 60%, 65%, 70% aspects on this class, so they're all kind of the same. Do I actually roll off the strength here? I think it's like a strength removal angle. Let me keep the life on hit. Oops, that was a cooldown. But yeah, Juggernaut Oath on Oradin, I've been putting this on the push version. Okay. Yeah, I see on the blocks you just cooldown by 1 second aspect. I don't think so. I use it on the aura then. Not that it really matters because you're running around cooldown capped anyway. And on other builds you would never put it anyway. Okay, for some reason this one was roll to healing received.
Right on.
Okay.
Writer soul.
There's a one.
Yeah, we're expecting that the expansion is gonna change this with the aspects. So that utility aspects actually become more worthwhile. you know, when they rein in the power creep a bit, and, you know, damage multipliers are not like, you know, 70%, but like more like 17, then I could definitely think about putting an aspect that says every time you block you have a 15% chance to reduce your cooldowns by 1 second. And other cool stuff.
Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here.
Oh, I'm stupid. I did all the enchanting before, so I can like more easily get the cooldown from Neve Iron, but then I tempered them anyway before doing that. Oof. Just get lucky, forehead. Seems like there's a pattern. Always goes to the lucky hit resource and then to the cooldown. Look.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. There's a good easier than I thought.
We did it.
Akarat's blessing on that one.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
So this is what you have on a shield, I believe. Which is the other one? This one, golden hour. Yeah, okay, this is Judicator, alright. It's kind of funny, I could actually fuel my resources with Starlight and a life on hit roll. Maybe. Increase damage, I have a barrier. If this healing receives more on it, oh man. I don't think it can fit the barrier anyway. If you sanctified Bear and Brawl on your ring, should you switch it for something else? Yeah, you can't have it twice. So I want to swap the other one.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Sublime. Masterful work. Impeccable.
Need Virus on Belial. Best fun. Okay, we're sending it. But not before getting more sigils. One to Valor skills. Wow. Oh, this thing got double resource cost reduction. So this is like kind of the backup in case everything goes wrong. There's a life region though, it's kind of sad. If that life region was like attack speed, that would be kind of sick. Let's save this. Stats. Ah, here, look, blocks have a chance to resolve cooldowns. Heh. Casting an ultimate skill. Yo, Apple. Thank you. He's a smiting. Yeah. 40% extra damage against unstoppable, huh? It's not the worst. We are making stuff unstoppable. 5% Edge Master. I mean, Edge Masters doesn't work anyway on this build, so it would be irrelevant. It doesn't work on Judgement. Here's another one. Attack speed, crit, cooldown, vuln. So it's actually quite a ring, man. And a Vehement Brawler. Okay, what's the other Vehement Brawler? Says life on hit, and this one doesn't. Okay, we actually got some pretty good outcomes here. So this is not terrible, smiting aspect. Vehement Brawler with the life on hit. This one has life on hit. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, but this is a double cooldown, and then we have this here. Also a bunch of caches here. Can I open some caches? Oh my god. There's a lot of merles. Kind of want to keep the merles on the other classes though. Because here on the Paladin I can like giga farm on the city anyway. I can't open the Werebear cache and the Slayer cache. Oh boy. Okay, screw this. 27 Leaf Iron.
Some steel you need?
Hi Bruce, Merry Christmas. How did I organize my inventory? I pressed the button. Is it worth Gamba one normal passive amulet to try to hit Mythic, or is it better not? Nah, you can get the Mythics on other slots. If you have a really good neck, then you're most likely done with that, I guess. It also takes so long to even make them and stuff. Like, ideally, you want to have some nice aspect on it, though. It's better than, like, you know, all the passives and stuff. Like, I got an inner calm neck earlier, for example. So that's kind of nice.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Okay, we're getting there. I think I might look on the barb and just Gamba rings of all the merles that I have. Because I can get barb aspects. I need like a shout aspect. Don't think I have like a really good one there.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
World boss. Uh-oh. Okay, let's go. I never use more than one stack of those mythics. You mean the Ascendance tributes? Yeah, the Ascendant Stimulus can disappear pretty fast. Once you start like full degen Undercity farm. I mean, one stack will disappear in like roughly 5 hours if you solo spam Undercity. So, like in one day I can get rid of all of my Ascendant Stimulus, I guess. I have like 300-400. Go full degen farm, yeah, for sure. You get so many from each world boss. Yeah, the question is how many more world bosses will I do? Not that many. You know, the time of world bosses is over soon for me. Okay, it's time to go on our alts and check what is the gear we actually have.
Greetings. Hello.
You spam Enquiries or Ascendants and have the same map all the time. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, Undercity has like 3 different layouts. I mean, it's always the same. Doesn't matter what tribute you put. 2026 is gonna be better. True. Yeah, just same layout, the same all the time. I'm not sure how same is same for you, but I mean, Undercity doesn't have like a lot of variants. There's 3 floors. One of them is like this, like the Kuras temple thing. One of them is like the cave thing. And then I don't know. It's kind of funny, I can walk into these like storms here and get slowed, and then I proc like 10 wolves with Theo. Theo say. Ten scores of restoration actually from the world boss. I'm gonna see how much faith my shield bash drains. Yeah, nothing basically. With Starless, that's very easy to maintain. Starless and Hone, and then you can put like one, you know, faith per second roll or 2, or like a hit restore. It's not that hard to maintain. So let's see what we have here. Yeah, so yeah, 2-5 per faith, 2-5 per 5 faith per second rolls. So here we go. So if I have this, it's gonna be pretty easy. I did a bit less, I think. Also, every time you shield bash, you trigger there's like the passive here. It doesn't show on the planner now. But it's like the passive where you get like 1 faith every time we block, and this is basically on every attack. So it costs 13, you regen like 10, and then you get like 1 every time you attack or block. So yeah, it's pretty easy.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Costs 27 faith. Have you tried using Starless Skies? Did I try the Holy Bolt Judgement build at all? Holy Bolt. I know people are using hammers, but I've not heard about Holy Bolt yet. I guess I can try like Judicant's Helm. And then throw the hammer to like trigger spears, I guess. Is that what you're talking about? No, I've not tried that. But it sounds like that has no chance. So I don't know. With the Auric Ring. Okay. Hi, Mika. I have this, yeah. Not terrible, I guess. Can get if I can draw some of these next year. I don't think I'll even use like Retribution either. It's also a shitty roll on top of that. He's a quad passive, but it has Conviction, which sucks, and 1 to Iron, Shaman's Iron, and life per hit. This one's pretty good, but I only got a GA. Here's Tyrus Jurisdiction stuff. All power. That's some crappy stuff here, man. That's a lot more cooldown. There's a lot more Shining Armor. Do you have another seal here? This one is 4 GA, 7 to Shining Armor. 235. A lot of cooldown, a lot of life. Might be worth. How much of a loss is this? 4.3% loss. Probably acceptable. With this extra cooldown. Definitely better than this shit. I don't really expect to be cooldown capped. I think I'm gonna be struggling for cooldown a little bit. So I think this is just gonna be like the one that we're gonna use for now, and then this is for the push.
Need something for it?
What is like round tables? As the game uses on retribution. That's actually something I was about to find out. You can't get Temerity as a sanctified effect. There's no uniques, only the mythics. Yeah, is this like Holy Bolt build? Is it like a thing or what? Sheepsu. I wouldn't expect that it would beat the normal Judgement build. No perdition. I mean, maybe in large density you get like more out of it, but yeah, mostly struggling with the boss. Please make something with Holy Bolt. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good Holy Bolt build that relies on calling down the Spear of Heavens with the shield. Yeah, Cathedral Song. But it's not a Judgement build.
My shield is yours. I'll watch your back.
You only get Temerity on the fix, not uniques. No, you cannot sanctify unique effects. There's some aspects, there's some stats, and there's mythics, but there's no uniques. You have to use Temerity and sanctify it. And then get a mythic on this Temerity, not the other way around. Oh, interesting. So it kind of doesn't even work. It doesn't even crit. Dude, this shit of attribution is so fucked. Like you'd think like all these ticks they would do stuff, right? But they don't trigger lucky. They don't trigger a lucky hit. They don't trigger a life on hit. Only the final explosion does it. After like 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. So that's the overpower crit. Yeah, so that's the game is actually completely pointless on this whole thing. Because the damage is also like super small here. 3 billion. 30. Wait. Was like a random 3% overpower I just got, or what? Wait a minute, so random overpower works with Nesicam, but Nesicam doesn't work? What is happening? I tried Sun at some point. That didn't seem very useful. Wait, how long does this mark stay? What the fuck? Every 4 seconds you randomly mark any enemy. Oh. So the mark actually stays. I thought the mark just disappears every 4 seconds. Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, like instantly disappears. I need to play more Zeal. Huh. You play Nessa can to play vulnerable and then you don't need to reroll a million rings, so it's chance to bone. Wow. Very good strat. Yeah, glyphs just drop randomly, especially from bosses and pits and stuff. It's possible to get Indomitable. No, you can't get Indomitable on Temerity. Hail Self is in a pool, but not Indomitable. I know, right, Arcade? What is RF? It's like the most popular build of all time in Path of Exile. I mean, we do get quite some ult powers, but we also have a lot of downtime on the ult powers. So I think the Nesicam is actually not that crazy. Have a look at this. And I'm not even like doing this like properly, right? We're gonna be an Arbiter first of all, we're gonna have the wing strikes as well going off. And this is only on single target. Like Nesicam is actually not that insane, I think. Because I have too many hits. And realistically we're gonna hold down the button more, right? For the spears. Looking at this, I would say it's like a third overpowers. It's not bad, but like you can easily get away with some boots and just have some random like cooldown on it or so. Or like another mythic, right? Like I have mythic on my shield, but ideally it would have like a really big shield and then Shaco boots or something. I have Shaco on my shield right now. Yeah, the 20 hits disappear way too fast on us. I mean, Arbiter form is so fucking long. 54 seconds. Okay. Seems like that is actually easy to solve at least. Okay, now I have to fix my tree again. Oops. Yeah, it does. Hi, Kraken, you can't sell spirits. If you just hold bash, you get around 25 bashes before you have to walk around for 5 seconds to refill resources. Is that how it's supposed to be? I guess if you just like constantly attack and spam everything basically, then yeah, but I guess you can also just like kind of slow down at some points, right? And just like not hold down all the time. Or just get like, you know, 1 more faith per second, you know, from the masterwork or so, and that will probably do it as well. You know, Paladin mods, and what's the best source of Leaf Iron? I guess Treasure Breach is the next best. Actually, we can equip the Rage of Power Guard and the support stuff here. Okay. Could probably sabotage a lot of these things. Let's see what this guy has. Okay, these are actually fresh rings. This one's actually good. No. So it's sanctified.
You can take what's left.
I carry the best. Come back and see us.
Okay, there's not many rings left here then. Hey, that's the wrong guy. What? That's not what I logged into. I clicked on this guy. Oh, wait a minute. I can put this on my support guy. Seems very good.
Another time, then.
You find your endgame with a Titan. Nice. I love slamming in PoE2 as well. What are you doing exactly? So yes, you're Empiric Curse. I think this will not be such a big problem. I was just gonna roll this to like a hit one or something here. These are not even slammed. Yeah, that's kind of sick actually with the +2 all skills here. Too bad it's 11 out of 25 quality. Also +3 all skills. Oof. I didn't actually quality this thing up before I sanctified it. This was back before treasure breaches and all that stuff. This is like from one of the first days of the season. Where I just like slammed random shit. It's funny. Hidden Armory is underwhelming. Yeah, it's kind of not that great. Early on, it's like kind of nice. So if you have like a few sigils and you're like gearing up on like day one, I guess it's okay. Okay, what do we have here? Shining Armor. Yeah, this one's actually kind of nice. The armor cooldown. Commodity, crit. So just max some resource everywhere. Get one of my rings. Yeah, that's the plan, PD. We decided to try this Judgement shenanigans a little bit. What skill are you playing, Daddy? With your Titan? You have 21 paragons here. And this guy has a lot of glyphs actually. Everything's like fucking leveled, holy. %90 block chance. I need another nick actually. Okay, 61.8 cooldown. This is with a normal cooldown here. GA and rolled there. And let's see, Relentless. Should be pretty close to cap. $73.2. Okay. Cooldown there. Alright, it's not that tight of the cooldown actually. We don't have cooldown on neck. And I think I might have some cooldown, like, does this exist, cooldown Shroud? Maybe. I know crit exists and attack speed and stuff, so cooldown should also exist on the chest, right? So we could go for that, worst case. Oof. That was all a crit. Wait, is this Oradin? I'm gonna try to set up a judge guy and see how this goes a little bit. So he has Materials, Argent, Hammer. Buck, Ohm, Igni, Aeon. Interesting. So it's going for 5 out of 5 Defiance. Something sentencing. Oh, wait a minute. Is the judgment damage also multi from this, or just a glyph? Judicator. Judgment. Shield bearer, I could do beacon actually. Mm. I'm gonna try a bit of like Judgement. I need to finally play the build for once. If I want to get rank 1 of it, I should maybe play it at some point. So for now we're gonna do a bit of a speed farm variant, because I need another glyph. I haven't looked into this guy in a while. 72 hours on this guy. I think this guy's just been sitting here for like an entire week. Or longer, actually. Does adding quality on weapon that increase damage? Yeah, so apparently it does increase the damage, but it doesn't show. But it also does not increase the damage properly, so I expect both to get fixed at some point.
Greetings. How shall I guide my what's still got some good in it?
Which aspect do we give up here? Golden Hour neck. Judicator, materials. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Do we not run Defiance Aura? Because I want to get Rally in here. But okay. Oof.
The stars made manifest. Here you are.
Okay, you can't really like zoom exactly as we want to. That should be kind of decent. My crit is a bit low, like no crit chance here. So that certainly is an issue. Attack speed is fine, but we need to at least have one more crit roll, I suppose. Because I also run probably the Grandfather era red, so I have minus 10 crit chance. I mean, worst case you can like take some random pair of pants or boots or something that have... Yeah, not the pants I guess, but the boots. Since Nezzacam is not really it, I might just take some boots that have Giga crit on them. I think like 14%. That might be kind of nice. We have 63. And then plus 11.2. And then plus 20, yeah. So we had 94. But it's only against weakened. We don't always weaken. try this. Not sure what I should load up here. Let's like do like a 90 or something. I guess it should be super easy. But I need to get comfortable with the playstyle first. I have no clue really how we'll do this. Hello, Sayesh. Got some Abada cooldown. 27, okay, that seems fine. Oh shit, I have numbers on. Not good. So I guess I probably not even cast the spears very much, right? I probably just like run, hammer, run. So that should probably do it for the most part. Maybe on elite I'm gonna cast something. Okay, Titans is fine. And maybe on elite I'm just gonna cast this here once and then kaboom. What's the best Paladin build? Paladin. Okay, let's turn this off here. Yeah. Paladin is like overall gameplay. Judgement is for pushing right now. Yeah, every pitch we do, we're gonna get massively more powerful because the glyph is bugged. And it multiplies the damage of Judgement, almost. The law glyph. And it was like the least level one. Go higher. And Orden, you don't even press your wars most of the time, you know, you're literally like AFK. He Gamba rings. He might even Gamba like a good seal. Who knows? Let's do 95. Ranks on a third escalation, yo, nice. That feels good, I guess. I haven't had that yet, but I haven't really run out of escalations. I hope they make them more valuable. I feel like escalation is kind of cool, but this is kind of not rewarding at all. Ugh. $500. Actually feels very fun to blast for this right now. Compared to just like Orden, you know, AFK simulator all the time. Just trying to like learn the build a little bit. We don't have Ascension aspect right now, right? Yeah. So I have the materials, but not Ascension. That makes sense for like the speeds, I guess. Made a full AFK build on Zork. Interesting. What did he do on Zork? Let's try how this feels when I have like one of these Ragnarok boots. So you're probably not gonna run an SKM one. There's actually something else to this. But let's try what happens. Actually pretty big toughness loss, man, holy. Let's see how this feels. Should be fine with the cooldown. With 75% CR, our evade is gonna be 1.25. Yeah, okay. I should reset either way. So our Sophia is kind of worthless in that case. It's just on the Shield of Attribution, I don't have that much cooldown. Scrolls from Horde. Gate. Hi Germany, doing fine, how about you? Hi Curling. Season 11 is the best, yes. Very nice season. Do you have a druid from this season? Yeah, I made a druid I played yesterday actually. I set up a support druid. So I played a bit of Polarize and now it's like ready for support action. Don't really have big plans for druid this season. You have a planner for C-Barb? Yeah, I'll take the one from Maxroll. On the push tier list. Yeah, I have all 3 supports set up now. I have support Paladin, support Barb, and support Druid. So I'm kinda ready to go. Plus 3 aura skills, that's very nice, yeah. Aura skills are pretty valuable. If they fix the bugs of Defiance aura, it's gonna be really juicy. Your first season 44. Well, enjoy. Welcome to the game. If you're looking for druid guides, we have a lot of them on Maxroll, George. Exclamation mark Maxroll. I'm trying to achieve now. I'm just having the glyphs right now. I'm like trying to learn this build a little bit. I haven't really played Judgement before. So I'm setting this up because it is very likely that this is going to be the push build that I have to use for rank 1. So I'm like trying to get a feel for it and see a little bit, okay, where's my stats at, how's my items, like what can I actually do, so I can like start to min-max a little bit more now with like the remaining days that I have to like prepare my gear. Did any Enquiries Thanks? I did a Nessa cam. Was it yesterday actually? Maybe it was yesterday already. Yeah, I didn't really do like crazy sanctification today because I was just kind of on the barb a lot, trying to set up my support barb. Okay, so we got this here almost done. Let's just finish all the glyphs I guess while we're at it.
some steel you need? Better than starting from nothing.
Should probably go up a little bit and see. I'll take one of the other gloss. I think it's gonna load up like 110 and see how it goes and so on. Do we have the wound proc on this thing? I don't need a wound on it, huh? Wait a minute, where's the wound coming from? Ah, it's just the wolves, I guess. I have CRC, okay. This is a bit of Maxroll. Yeah, this is Judgement.
What's left, you ask?
Okay, what about the gloves? Here's Ascension. The core on it. Kind of funny. Yeah, I've done it already, so let's see how it goes with only one. Here's quality and attack speed. This has attack speed, okay. Way less outer duration, let's see how that is. 49, 49, okay. Yeah, this bit should be no problem at all with outer duration. In fact, the condemned size kind of makes a lot of sense, I guess. How does it get vulnerable? Is he doing from the wing strikes? No. Yeah, Thorns of Estus is bugged right now.
Use it well.
And Rite of Thorns on Defiance Aura as well. Yeah, there's no Vuln proc anywhere on these items. I have it. Actually, I don't right now. So I need to equip the other ring, I guess.
Vasili's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Thorns and Pistols is almost fully not working. So the flat Thorns works, but the percent not. And the same for the Rider Thorns. So the Thorn splits will go up roughly 6 pit tiers post 100 once they fix both. It's a big ring, man. With no life on 8, I have to get the life on 8 on the glove then, I guess. Do you have one of the life on 8 here? Here's one of Starlight. No crit, just this cooldown. They don't have the lucky hit proc here. So I can try this, which has life on hit. I think I need to get the glove somewhere. I tried Ajamir Shield of Retribution, but it feels relatively awful. I mean, if you really like it, you can do that, but if you want to do evade stuff, just play another build, I think. It just like doesn't feel good. Wait, did I do anything? None of these have to lucky hit wound proc actually. So here's this. But then we have no attack speed on the ring, right? It's gonna be relatively bad. Oof. It's already with attack speed on the neck. So here we go. This thing even has inner calm. But no cooldown. So let's see how this is with a bit of scuffed cooldown. Crit chance is still awful. Arbiter is more than fine. Don't think I need the Arbiter duration at all, actually. Maybe I just leave it out and just go Condemn size. Okay, now we also want to do Quacks, right? Who Quacks? You'll full. You'll full, man. It's not bad the other way around, maybe, for the boss damage. I guess the boss lucky hit actually that good, I wonder. And I guess that's where the wound comes from the full. So maybe you don't actually need that lucky hit proc so much. I guess this Arbiter Sophia is also not too useful. I need crit, man. I definitely have to put crit on my gloves. So this should be crit and this will be kinda okay. So this is GA attack speed, normal attack speed, and normal attack speed. And we are still under 56, so we don't have cooldown now on the glove. But we have Juicy here and nothing here. Juicy, okay. That's actually double outer duration. If I don't have the boots, we are at 31 seconds, so this is still fine. So 1 hour duration we should have, I think. But it doesn't have to be like super crazy. It's 210. UTB rock feels ultra rippy. Yeah, I mean everything is rippy right now. Okay, spam potion. We have 700k toughness, should be fine. We have life on 8 here. Actually, use Vajana to close the gap a little bit with the attack speed breakpoint, I guess. Or attack speed cap. Okay, let's see a fire explosion. Did I bullshit? What the fuck? Okay, it's kinda chill actually. This is a double ruby. Try this one. Okay, it seems like it's 15 to 20% from a fire explosion, so that's pretty comfy actually, but it's only 110. I'm not sure how much the monster damage scales up actually. I don't think it's that much. There was a druid standing in the arena at a summon altar. Were you in a party or what? Like, what do you mean a druid was standing there? What the fuck? I mean, I post a screenshot. You can see the reliable breath. Okay. I get more attack speed from Respondents that wasn't leveled actually. So we should pour a cap out here. 99. Yeah, this is still gonna get a bit more actually. Alright. And life too. Ah, he's had like a bugged Hellborn in the Zero fight. Okay, that could be it. I haven't seen that, but I can believe that actually. It might be like one of the elites. And then it bugged out and had like a bugged animation or something. It's 215. I'm gonna change my keybinds or something. Let's try to spam potions a little bit while doing this. See how reliably we can do that. It's tough actually. Okay, when you have the dot on you, it's fine. Like the saw blades makes it kind of easy, I guess. No Merc. Huh. I guess we go right here for this. What does gaming support actually mean? There's group play, and in group play, some people don't do damage, they just help the team. And I made a Barb, a Druid, and a Paladin for that purpose now. can. 78. The D4 event discussion. Very interesting channel to post this. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, it looks like it's just some bugged Bloodseeker, I guess. How many aspects do I not have maxed yet, actually? For some reason, aspect of might. That's kind of funny. I got every single offensive aspect. Still missing adaptability. And accurates, which already says 15% by the way, kind of funny. These, okay. Guess I can try to go for some other bosses now. God, they have to delete Imbiber from the second game, man. It's actually awful. Maybe it's worth to like not play around Imbiber until the boss, and just on a boss try to use it. Because on a boss you don't get pushed that often. What? He just straight up didn't hit me. Oh, this guy doesn't even have Imbiber, so they leveled up actually. Yeah, well, Jimmy, that sounds insane. Do I think that the 4 community sucks compared to the 3? Well, first of all, the 3, what community? Second, no. It's 125. On order, you need to fanaticism active to hit crit cap, or just don't care. No, you don't have to activate fanaticism for anything. It's just for the weekend. So sometimes on the boss or so, if you walk into the boss room, you can press fanaticism to get the weekend buff, that's it. Dude, how do I have 3 ice popped already? Holy. I'm trying to keep my potion count low to imitate playing with Imbiber. Can you use Arbiter while CC'd? Should try this. I mean, you never really get it CC'd, I guess. Dominable. Oh, cover. Thank you. My cover. Ah, the Condemn also makes vulnerable, I think, right? So when I fight in the same spot, I will have the full and the Condemn actually going off. So I don't think we need to roll the Vuln on the ring necessarily. I think we're fine with that. My left hand is entirely there to try to spam potions. Very cool. A lot of progress there. I guess pressing protection shrine is actually a downside. You should not do it. Man, I really hope that Shield of Attribution is gonna be the meta. Like, this build is okay, but Shield of Attribution is a lot more fun. With 4 out of 5 eyes, Monka. Yeah, let's take the breath and see. Okay. Guess he didn't hit me. Next class is Shadow Breeze, so you can spec into Holy or Hybrid. That sounds cool. I'm up for it.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, I'm leveling Imbiber right now, so this will be Imbiber instead of I don't know, Spirit. I think it's gonna be instead of Spirit. Anyway, one of them will drop for Imbiber. But man, it's tough to use Imbiber, dude. It's so hard. I think I will have 9 potion capacity with my pants. I think I have +5. So this will be 45 and I'm at 0. Yeah, I'm actually kind of doubting that this is really worth it. It's so hard to use Imbiber. Like if you do it manually and you don't have like, you know, macro spamming this like 50 times per second, you just never get your fucking potions off. It's insane, man. How bad is this? And what's my healing? There's nothing, there's nothing. So you had literally 1 life per hit roll, which is not even GA. Like, I don't know, dude. There's 45 stuff, okay, whatever. Oh, we don't run LP5. Do you want to run life regen? If you run it, you know, yeah. I don't even have it. I have no regen. No, Condemn does not make them vulnerable. He is the vulnerable, okay. So the only vulnerable you have is on full, huh? Let me try a ring, or what is it? A glove? Glove without a bone, let's see. So this is strength, life, attack speed, cooldown. Yeah, I was actually playing with less cooldown now. So I think I should try to cap out a cooldown, right? So let's just do this. This is... I mean... The Woolen is not that far from a strength roll, actually. You just use, really. I mean, you don't have a slot for it. You have a lot of stuff on the bar. You have aura, so that's not negotiable. Spears required, hammers required, arbiters required. And then there's one more skill, which is pulling. Just go Faith on legs and play Flicker Step. Yeah, I mean, I can, but this doesn't help me with using Imbiber. And to be fair, not having normal boots is quite a loss. Like here, 1100 life is quite a lot. It says if I take these off, I lose like 15% life or something, or 20% or something. Now, Arbiter Saphir is definitely not useful. So I guess it's a Ghost Walker angle. Gronix, do you know if the extra judgment damage on the sentencing board is the same as the law glyph? Also like multiplicative? It's not, okay, so it's just a glyph. Okay.
Neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
How can a time be 225 if I'm in Germany? Well, maybe Germany is very large. Ah, no, that was another time. Yeah, I'm not in Germany right now. So it seems like I'm fine with resources with just a regular, like a hit, kind of decent temper. I don't have to go for the GA. We definitely need attack speed, man. Okay, how is it actually now with the attack speed? Yeah, we're missing 10.5. So we can have some slightly scuffed roll here, and here, and yeah. So either like 2 times GA attack speed and nothing here, or just like 3 times scuffed or something. So I think that's the way. Then you can throw in accelerating, because why not? Accelerating also means more Quacks procs, actually. I think accelerating is going to be very good. More Preacher, more Quacks. I want to actually see how this looks. But I mean, this 125 was very chill. We can probably go straight to like 130 now if I try a little bit. Let's see this a little bit. Actually, I have a better idea. Wait, did I close it again? Okay. So let's check a little bit, like, our Quacks procs. How fast did it go? They go pretty fast in AoE, actually. It's kind of instant. Okay. Need to see the boss. So I think the Yule Quacks is definitely not it. Ahu is the way. Just like procs are ridiculously fast. There's not even a large ball, and I still have perma Quacks here. Okay, when it goes down to like single target, then it gets a bit tight. Let's see an next ball. Any tips on game crashes? Start to reinstall. And also check for memory leaks, maybe restart the game every few hours. Turn off NVIDIA reflex. I can try that too. Did I ever turn off the music after the fame call? Not really. Okay. Hi, Batman. Was the Barb support a success or not? Well, I didn't play it yet, but it is ready. Now I just need to find 2 other idiots that want to play with me. Why is there so much life per 5 on the Shield of Red Gear? Because of rally? Yeah, it's you want to spam rally all the time basically to get the Blessed Shield buff. So it's nice. You also, you don't have to go for it, you know? You can just have like life per hit, but life per hit is like not really working that well with Shield of Retribution. When you like one-shot everything in speedruns and stuff, you only get the life per hit at the end of, after the 6 ticks. So most of the time stuff doesn't live long enough where you do ever get life per hit. So life regen is pretty useful there. Wait, did I play with the different... Did I change the bring already here or not? Wait, let me see that. The wound proc. Yeah, so I didn't actually try this now. Did I change the glove here? Yeah, so I played with the wound proc, so I want to try this without the wound proc. Okay, but I also want to see the quacks on the boss. How's the quacks on the boss? Let's see, so obviously not at the start, because we have Ahu. Can you see a planner for buff support? You can see a planner, yeah? Type exclamation mark tier list, go to push, and there it is, in the first line. Is it legit to think of Fist of Fate as a 150 multiplier? Yes. Well, 50. It's an average 50% bonus. 150 is your overall output, yes. Technically it's 50.5. So the Ahu Quacks triggers pretty fast, even on the boss actually. I'm kind of surprised by how well it goes. But also worried about my resources here, so... How can I have such bad resources? Yeah, I think you have to go for normal boots. I think this whole like flicker step slamming and stuff is just like not it. Actually, when I think about it. I think you have to actually get normal boots, but faith per second. Did I have that now? I think I did. I should have like shown my gear at the end. Okay, I showed the boots there. So he has 7 faith per second. I think my big pants have 5, but this has 0. Okay, so we can definitely get an advantage by having the faith per second on the boots. How much like a hit restores this? This is like a good non-GA temper. I think it's 14 or 15. Yeah, I would like to see like a more single target scenario. But there's like so many ads here. But yeah, we're not really going to full really all the time. Did I just get like 3 times Spire thing? 1 GA tempo and faith per second, or another Locate Restore. Yeah, I'm definitely not going for 2 Locate Restores, because it means you have to give up the roll on the glove. Which is also very hard to get on top of that. So this is not the way. So I think it's just like double faith per second. And then we get what we get on the ring. Because on a boss, like, it doesn't like proc all the time. And since Nesicam is like not really working that well, I think it's legit just gonna equip some random boots that have like crit chance or holy damage on them with really good stats, and that's just it. I think this is the way. I tried this Nesicam Chronix. I mean, you have so many hits. I mean, you don't see it here now, I had the numbers off, right? But I mean, just look at like all these spears I'm throwing and the hammers. Like he just evaporate this Nesicam buff. Why hordes? Because we are AFK. Let me see the Slither fight. It's actually a 1 minute fight here. It's kind of weird. Why do you have these like massive progression skips here? Look at this. I like 85% and boom. Like I'm fighting like big packs, there's lots of stuff left. And then suddenly boom. Makes no sense, man. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't get my resources filled up actually. So Ahu Quacks works well, but the resources do not work well. Which is kind of interesting. Like, where's all the resources going? Like, why is my resource not filling up with Ahu Quacks and the Lucky Restore on the ring? How does that make sense? Am I spamming so many hammers? I guess so. I need to fuel the hammers, I guess. Okay, how is the start of a fight? Nah, it's like instantly filling up all the time. Accelerating is certainly better. Accelerating is insane, man. Yeah, okay, I think I have no way around it. I probably have to go for the GA restore on the ring. Dude, I have like the Giga Soul Spy buff. I want to see how much one of them gives. Should be like 60 or something. Soul Spies drop 1100% ether. Okay. Let's see if I get one. Okay, yeah, we have 760. Let's see. Yeah, actually 60. Only. Kinda sick. Soul Spire strat, guys. One Grizzled of Edge Masters in your chest. That's pretty good for Shield of Retribution, for sure. AFK Enjoyer plays a build that uses resources. Yeah, strange, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think we have to go for the GA on the ring. Ugh. Okay. Two fade per second rolls, no flickers. GA on the ring. No Nesicam. I used the Starless Pants, I used the Grandfather Perdition. But man, I need a lot of crits. I need to get... Okay, I can also use a Perdition that has holy damage. And Giga crit on it. But it's actually worse than just like having my Perdition with Grandfather. And then like some Giga crit boots. Because the crit... slam is like 14%. And the GA on the Perdition is just 10. Okay, but I do have to do another run and see about the Lucky Hit Won. Attack speed boots. Yeah, attack speed is also okay. It depends on like what's your crit like and so on, right? Like my attack speed was actually capped. But I had 3 rolls. So it was neck, ring and glove. I mean glove and ring is relatively simple, but yeah, neck you can't really expect a roll.
I forge more than horseshoes. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Okay, I need to do a run now with the Fool, and I want to see how this goes. Okay, first of all, do I have other boots? I want boots of faith per second. Let's see that. This one has thorns. Okay, here's one of strength. Good enough, I think. It says maybe 8 charges, never mind. Here's 8 faith per second. That's a lot of faith per second, so this is a bit too optimistic, I think. You can also see how it is without the outer duration. 31. Okay, let's see how that feels. So no outer duration, faith per second. And you also have no wound proc. And you have full cooldown now, right? What is the value that we need to have in town? 63.8. You get 30%. So I need to have 64.3 to be kept. Yeah. So we're almost there. But it's 25 quality or nothing. GA cooldown here. Nothing here. Need to check what my shield has, but it definitely doesn't have quality, and I don't think it has the GA there either. So we probably need like GA and GA. Oh boy. Or we need to have it on the neck here. And this one already has GA. Wait, it's actually my best ring. Wait a minute. And we have the crit on the perdition. Dude, I'm so low on crit. I have no crit chance. It's basically just int. And the perdition, right? I have like nothing else. Damn it. So together this is 58. And then 5 base crit, yeah, that's it. No crit, eh? Yeah, so we probably need crit on glove. Do we send 130? Just send 130. Let's see how it feels. Okay, cooldown is fine on the Arbiter, even without Respondence. Okay, so you have most of the stuff vulnerable basically all the time. But I don't really trust it. Am I recording? Yeah. It's a kind of crappy run here. I'll take this fire thing. And even with the saw blade spinning on me, kind of tough to use potions. You have so much life for it. They have 12 faith per second, so we have 5 on our pants that we're gonna use. So we could have like a GA faith per second or like Masterwork or so if we really have to. It's gonna go like 125 again maybe. Okay, this guy doesn't want to buy back after all. Does Dark Dance work with Death Mask? Yes, actually. But you want to only use it if you can actually reliably always spend life, basically, right? So 127. How can you do that? You have to be out of resources, basically. You have to be at 0 resources, and then spam. But I don't think this is how you play Flurry right now. I don't really like the vulnerable uptime, I gotta say. Like, at all. I think a vulnerable is not negotiable, really, looking at this. Like, especially when you pull stuff like this, and then, like, you know, now I have to wait for the next Yule proc. I mean, the Yule proc needs 6 cooldown casts? Or was it 12? Wait a minute. These are just illusions, man. Am I killing anything here? The condemn cooldown is crazy though, holy. Yeah, I think the strat is to just like never look at potions, just spam the button. And then where I feel like I actually need some healing, I'm just gonna look for one and pick it up. I think this is not really feasible otherwise. I can use the Imbiber, but... Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, how is my arbiter rate not resetting properly? These are fucking maximum evade charge boots, man, oh my god. Eight more damage. Okay, let's say one tier is Imbiber plus min-maxing Paragons a bit. 3 tiers is the Grandfather. 1.5 tiers the Stardust. It's 4.5, 5.5. Right now you can probably go all the way to 130. How the fuck do I grab another 10 tiers in there? I feel like the vulnerable uptime is not what I want. I think I'm gonna put a vulnerable. This is not feeling comfy with the vulnerable uptime, I don't know. Like the Yule is just not working enough.